Hey, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. We'll call the meeting to order for the afternoon of December 3rd, 2019. Today's invocation will be delivered by a wonderful leader in our community, Pastor Dana Bainbridge of Urban Sanctuary. She is the founder of Recovery Cafe here in San Jose. I think we are the second Recovery Cafe program in the country. It's now taken off throughout the country, now serving more than 180 of our neighbors who are grappling with addiction challenges, and we're so grateful for all that she has done. Thank you, Reverend.
Thanks, Mayor Ricardo, members, City Council member. Hi, kids. Great to see you guys. Thanks for being here today. Hey, last time I was here, this thing was turned around the other way, facing you, and I kind of liked it, and I'm glad I get to face you guys this morning. I kind of wonder what it would be like, actually, if this thing was turned around all the time. Because most of us come here to make a speech to the mayor and the city council members, and we come to exercise our right to shape the public policy as citizens. You know, I'm all for that. But I also wonder what would happen if we found ways to talk to each other, to not only make speeches, you know, but to have conversations. Recently, I was like part of a group made up of 2 women pastors, a priest, a rabbi, and a housing developer. It sounds like a joke is coming, doesn't it? Right? We gathered people in a church social hall in Blossom Hill neighborhood where an affordable housing project was being proposed. And we invited people to come there from all perspectives, people who had questions, people who came in with strong opinions, people who had lived in the neighborhood 25 or more years, and people who were homeless who might have a chance actually to be housed in that neighborhood. We invite them to all come together, not to make a speech, but to have a conversation. And we had pizza. Who likes pizza? All right. So they came. A lot of people came, like 100 of them. And there wasn't a lot of hugging at the end, but there was this sense, I think across the board for everyone, of having listened and been listened to. There are a lot of things that a lot of us are outraged about these days. But if we rant all our frustrations, you know, all we create is more aggression in the world. A friend of mine who's a pastor and a community organizer says this, that transformation happens at the speed of relationship. I have things I want to protest, and I probably will continue to protest in some ways, but I've been inspired by a vision of these words of a guy named Father Greg Boyle, to have my protests take a different form. Father Greg started an organization called Homeboy Industries, which is an employment program for gang members in LA. So I listened to him, and I've taken his vision to heart. He says this: a more effective way to protest is to locate ourselves, that is, be in relationship with those who've been endlessly excluded. No amount of screaming at people in charge will change things. The gap doesn't get closed by insisting that the powers that be just do it. Only when we can see it, a community where all that is excluded is valued and appreciated, will we abandon the values that seek to exclude. So at my church, which is actually just right next door, at a short walk, we created a place called Recovery Cafe San Jose that the mayor mentioned, and our goal was to do just that. Recovery Cafe does a lot of different things, but the main thing we do is create a healing community. Right now, this very minute, there are volunteers over there who live in condos downtown, sitting at tables together, having lunch with people who live outside downtown. Right now, they're eating pulled pork tacos and cauliflower. Some of them are laughing in their conversations. Some of them might be even crying, having had a really bad day. Some might be just being boring. But there's evidence there, right next door, that people living in condos downtown and people living on the streets outside them can heal each other and our community. That's through conversations. So it's my prayer today that we not only have speeches, but that we have conversations that create the kind of relationships that can change us all. That's my prayer today. Thank you.
Reverend, thank you very much for those wise words. All right, I know that we have Veronica Doe and her classmates at Alpha Cornerstone Academy who are here, who are going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Thanks, you guys. Okay, we have three ceremonials this afternoon. First, Councilmember Perales will join me at the podium. We'll present a proclamation recognizing today as World AIDS Day. And I know we have several leaders in the community who will be joining us as well.
And I'd like to invite my colleague, Councilmember Pam Foley, to join me in this proclamation. Welcome. So World AIDS Day takes place on December 1st each year as an opportunity for people worldwide to unite in the fight against HIV and show support for the estimated 36.7 million people living with HIV and to honor those who have passed from an AIDS-related illness. World AIDS Day was the first ever global health day. Locally, World AIDS Day is honored with free public events in which all members of the public are invited to attend. And earlier this afternoon, members of the community joined us for a red ribbon flag raising ceremony, and you can see the flag risen outside City Hall. In addition to the flag raising ceremony, sections of the Names Project AIDS Memorial Quilt are on display in San Jose City Hall Rotunda until 7 p.m. tonight, especially for our youth. If you have an opportunity to see that before you leave, and others here leaving City Hall, please do take that opportunity. These events serve as a reminder that there is still so much work to be done to continue to increase awareness, improve education, and the fight to get access to HIV prevention and treatment for those that need it. The County of Santa Clara has been collecting data on HIV and AIDS since 1983. For the year of 2018 alone, 3,419 people were known to be diagnosed and living with HIV/AIDS here in our county. There were also 167 new cases of HIV diagnosed in the county, a 10% increase from 2017. And in 2018, 17 lives were lost because of HIV/AIDS right here in Santa Clara County. I hope that the events taking place in honor of World AIDS Day will continue to raise awareness about HIV and AIDS in Santa Clara County, and most importantly, serve as a symbol that our city will always remember. I'd also like to invite everybody to join us tonight at 7 p.m. here in front of the Rotunda for the lighting of the City Hall Tower and the Rotunda in red and a candlelight vigil to show your support for people living with HIV and to commemorate those who have died. It's now my honor to ask our mayor to proclaim December 3rd as World AIDS Day in the city of San Jose, and to be able to ask Claire Nardiker from the Santa Clara County AIDS Commission to say a few words.
First of all, thank you. It's an honor to receive this. And I just want to thank everybody who has put a lot of effort into this and all of their time and just hard work that has gone into this, and the caretakers and the caregivers and everybody that has done that. We couldn't have done it without you. So thank you.
All right, Councilmember Lum Diep will be joining me in a moment. We're presenting accommodation to the Cost of Courage Foundation for their support of the educational personal needs of active duty military and veterans in our community.
So between 2014 and 2016, from 65 to 80% of veterans surveyed who left the military without a job said they expected to find meaningful employment quickly. However, that's not always the case. And against this backdrop and for this purpose, the Cost of Courage Foundation was started in 2014 by Kelly Estes in honor of her uncle and a Distinguished Flying Cross recipient, Sergeant Donald Fitzmaurice, who was killed in action in 1942. Kelly is a resident of Berryessa, and her foundation is also headquartered there. The foundation's mission is to support the educational and personal needs of deserving active duty and military veterans in the community. Examples of resources that Cost of Courage provides: scholarships for student veterans, monthly art therapy classes for service members and their families, and most recently, emergency aid program for low-income veterans and their families, assistance programs that aid veterans transitioning back into civilian life, educational and professional development, and health and food resources as well. November of 2019 was the 5th anniversary of Kelly and her foundation assisting community members who have served and continue to serve. So with that, I'd like to present to her and the foundation a commendation with Mayor Liccardo. Would you like to say a few words, Kelly? Please.
Hello, thank you so much, council member and mayor and all of the city council for this honor. As he said, I started the foundation in memory of my uncle, so everything that we do is in his honor, and it's just been truly an honor for the last 5 years to be able to support the military community and all the veterans locally and nationwide, and we look forward to the next 5 years, and I just thank you so much. I had some fans. We served together on the Human Relations Commission years ago, so these two are wonderful, and thank you again.
Okay, and finally, Councilmember Cameron, stay down here because we're going to present a commendation to Bill Hupka. And Bill is here, I think, with some fans. Is that right? Yeah, there they are. They got the fan section over here. Anybody wants to join us up here can certainly do so, but Bill's required to come down here so he can get a commendation.
Come on down, all the fans. Part of the picture. Come on. It's only 5 pages long.
Oh, that's all right.
It's great to be surrounded by so many of our senior commission members here in the city of San Jose. Let me start by saying volunteering is at the very core of being a human. No one has made it through life without someone else's help, is a quote from Heather French Henry. This quote embodies Bill Hupka's work as the former president of the Almaden Senior Association. In 2014, Bill Hupka stepped in when the sitting president of the Almaden Senior Association, one of the largest senior associations in the city of San Jose, stepped down. Bill was elected and re-elected, serving 5 years as the leader of the Almaden Senior Association. And we're here for Bill's volunteerism. For Bill's volunteerism meant we had to leave the association better than it was when he found it. So I really appreciate his work to make the association better. Bill led an effort to make the Almaden Senior Association a fiscally sound 501c3. Bill led the effort for charitable giving programs, which has donated to many local activities, like our annual Family Fun Festival with fireworks at Almaden Lake, and many more we don't have time to go into. Bill has also been instrumental in bringing the community together around bringing consensus, especially regarding in the recent Pat Dando statue conversation. So I really want to thank him personally for his efforts in bringing the community together and for his volunteerism in our community. Thank you, Bill. And do you have a few words?
Thank you, Councilmember Camus and Mayor Liccardo. It's an honor to be here and to be recognized this way. I got to say that you can't do anything in a senior association without a lot of volunteers, and I've had a wonderful support from everybody that's in our organization and from many people around the city. So I'm very, very thankful for their help and very thankful and appreciative of this award.
See y'all tomorrow, huh?
All right, we're on to orders of the day. Does anyone in the council have any changes to the printed agenda? I understand item 4.2 will be heard immediately after item 10.1, the land use consent item. So that will be dropped toward the end. And then item 3.3 will be dropped altogether. That nomination will come from the retirement board directly. Are there any other changes? Motion?
Motion to approve orders of the day.
Let's vote on, Tony.
10.1 is to be heard right after regular consent.
Oh, okay. 10.1 is going to be heard right after consent. Okay, that's what we're going to do. Got it. Everybody clear on that one? Okay. All right, let's vote on the motion. All right, now onto the consent calendar. Are there any items that anyone would like to pull? All right. I don't have any cards on the consent calendar. You, Henry? No? Okay, let's vote then on consent. All right, we're on to land use, which is 10.1. We're jumping ahead to 10.1, which is the consent calendar land use items, I should say. Are there any items that anyone would like to pull off of 10.1? There are 5 items there.
Motion to approve, second.
Most of which are Mills Act contracts. Okay, there's a motion. Just to be clear, item B is deferred and item C is dropped, but otherwise those are all part of the motion, I presume. Okay, on the motion, let's vote. All right, 4.2 is the approval of issuance of tax-exempt multifamily housing revenue note and loan of proceeds thereof from the financing of Quetzal Gardens apartments. Rachel, do you have any presentation? Nope. Okay. We'll entertain motions or questions. We do have one member of the community who'd like to speak, Sarah Erickson. Welcome, Sarah. And you are also the builder, I understand. Thank you for developing affordable housing in our city.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, council members. I'm Sarah Erickson. I'm the project manager at Resources for Community Development. Really excited to be here. It's been a long road. We identified the site back in 2016. We are finally ready to close this month and start construction in January. This is Quetzal Gardens, 71 units. There's commercial space on the ground floor. We're planning on housing Somos Mayfair. We're going to double their current space. It's going to be the first development in an urban village, and it's the gateway to the Little Portugal Urban Village. We're really excited to get started, if everything goes well, we're looking at finishing construction in September of 2021, and by the end of the year, being fully leased up and having 40% of the units are for formerly homeless, 40% of the units are large families, 5 people or more, 2/3 of the units are extremely low income populations. So it's a very beautiful project, and we're really looking forward to breaking ground.
Thank you, and thank you for your investment in 71 homes, affordable homes in our community. Councilmember Carrasco.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sarah, for being here. We've been waiting for this, and we're excited about it. The community, there was extensive outreach that was done with the community and folks that we were able to bring to the table so that they could have this conversation and welcome the residents in a beautiful development that we hope will grace the Alum Rock corridor. And I'm looking forward to the groundbreaking. I invite everybody that's here to the groundbreaking. This is an exciting moment for the east side of San Jose. But especially for families who have been struggling. I just want to make a point. Some of these bedrooms, as Sarah just pointed out, is for 5+ family size. So they're larger than a typical unit that you're going to find in a lot of other developments, which is what I think really sold the community on this project. And I'm very grateful that you're here and that this is finally moving forward. We've been waiting for it with much anticipation. So looking forward to January.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. And with that, Mayor, motion to approve.
All right, there's a motion from Councilmember Carrasco and a second from Councilmember Esparza. Any comments or questions? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard it over here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. After some arm wrestling. All right. Well, it was a tie. I believe we've met with the developer and wanted to disclose that. And great to see this move forward. I know this one's been complicated, and we know it's always challenging to deal with commercial space when we're doing affordable housing, and I'm grateful that they found a solution with Somos moving in. All right, let's vote. All right, 3.1 is a report of the city manager. Dave?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to share with everyone that over the weekend we successfully launched our new Imagined City website. And that can be found at the same address that it was before, but this really enhances our digital presence. And so a lot of great work by staff to do this. The design of this was really a collaboration between our residents and our staff. I think one of the great things about it, it really is optimized now for mobile devices, so you can use it better from your phone and tablet. So obviously something like this is no easy undertaking, and I just want to thank all the staff that were involved with it. Just to kind of name a few: Rosario Nieves and her team, Dolan Beckel and his team, Rob Lloyd and his team, and Kip Harkness, but many people involved, and really appreciate them working over the holiday weekend to make this happen.
Thank you. All right, any questions? Nope. All right, on to item 3.4, which are actions related to the annual intergovernmental relations report. We do have a presentation here. Benna and team are heading down.
Said what? Okay, 3.3A was dropped, but 3.3B still needs to go.
I'm sorry?
3.3A, the interview is dropped, but 3.3B, the appointment, is still there.
Oh, I see.
I just couldn't move it to consent for you guys.
Okay.
So the retirement board has already interviewed him, and this is the position that they interview and nominate, and then you guys just do the final appointment on it.
Okay.
So there's no interview for it.
All right.
Yeah.
So the fact that we just voted to drop that, right? Can we throw it back on?
Yeah.
All right.
Excuse me, yes, Mayor, it's really just the interview that's being dropped.
Okay. So this is simply a consideration of the nominee of the retirement board.
Yes.
Got it. Is everybody clear on that? All right, let's take up then very quickly 3.3B. Okay, any discussion? I have no cards. All right, let's vote. That's efficiency, not how it works in Congress, huh? All right. Okay, that's how we roll. We're on to 3.4. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start us out. Lee Wilcox, Chief of Staff for the City Manager. Joining me in the box today is Benna Chang, our Director of Government Relations, Alexandria Felton, our Senior Executive Analyst, as well as Steve Cruz, our State Legislative Advocate, as well as Leslie Polner, our Legislative Advocate in Washington, D.C. Today marks this team's first annual Intergovernmental Relations report as a full team, and with the changes that the administration implemented last year, which were approved by Council. Next slide. Today, we're here to give you an update on the successes and what's still pending through the legislative session this past year. As the IGR program continues to modernize, this team has started to forge new strategies and goals related to our efforts in Sacramento and Washington. The legislative and regulatory highlights, which we will cover today, are a result of these new strategies and the team's hard work. We want to thank the partnership with the Council for approving the changes and the additional flexibility with this program, and also assisting with adding the city's voice on important issues in Sacramento and Washington. With that, I'll hand it over to the team.
Good afternoon. Again, Steve Cruz with Cruz Strategies. Pleasure to be here today. I know we have a slide presentation, so I did want to just emphasize, some of the highlights, and maybe just to reiterate the point that Lee made, that the city was very engaged and highly involved in a number of priority issues in Sacramento this year. I think just generally as a backdrop, it was a new administration and new governor sort of coming in with a lot of ambitious plans on housing and homelessness, which is sort of picking up on the topic of the legislature tried to tackle last year. And so there was a lot of work done in terms of funding for housing affordability programs and streamlining at the local level. Part of that was $650 million that we helped advocate for homelessness, and there was a direct allocation for cities, and as a result, the city received $20 million for some of its programs. Just to give you a sort of sense of the level of activity in Sacramento, there was like 1,000 bills, I think, introduced last year. About 870, I think, made it to, were signed, and like 172 were vetoed. And
I think the mic just dropped off.
a record number of sponsored bills that we took on. Two of them in the area of housing, and all of them were signed. I'm glad to report. And then we had a bill on emergency preparedness, and I think we were sort of thinking ahead and kind of fortuitous in light of some of the issues with wildfires and power shutoffs that we were advancing a pretty ambitious statewide measure to provide emergency preparedness funding for localities. That bill did stall, but we were fortunate enough to get funding directly to the city via the budget for our emergency operations centers. So again, I think the issues of housing and homeless were important to the legislature, and I think we were right in the middle of those discussion and helping advance those policies. And then, like I said, it led to a number of specific legislation for the city, which is included in the PowerPoint presentation. And then as the year evolved and as the advent of wildfires and then power shutoffs became more persistent, we sort of got more involved at the direction of the mayor and the council in those efforts, and actually sponsored, are the sponsors of SB 378 by Senator Wiener on power shutoffs. And I think as this council discussed and gave directive, looking at options for ensuring that customers, both residential and business customers, are sort of made whole as a result of the shutoffs. And so at the moment, that is the primary vehicle that the legislature is considering in response to that. Some of that has led to some of immediate actions by the CPUC that were part of our proposal, so we're continue to work on that language. It's a 2-year bill, which means when we get back into session in January, it's going to move rather quickly. It has to move all the way through the Senate, and then we'll have the rest of the session to work on it through the Assembly. But that bill has certainly got a lot of attention around the state, and so we're pleased to be in the middle of those discussions. Moving on to the budget, the state last year had a $21 billion surplus and spent about half of that on one-time programs, including some of the aforementioned housing and homeless programs. This year, they just announced last week that we have a $7 billion in additional revenue in addition to the $18 billion that we had in savings. So I know there's a rush to try to spend the money, but I think the governor's been pretty disciplined about trying to prepare for a rainy day. But I know that there'll be additional calls for more money for housing and homelessness. And again, as I mentioned, we were able to get $20 million for the city through it used to be the HEAP program, now it's the HAPS program. And then there was some additional funding that we got, $500,000 for power shutoffs just in the last couple of months as part of a late allocation from the governor. I think, again, as a result of our presence and kind of visibility on that issue. I think I'll stop there, Benna, unless you want me to add anything more.
Good afternoon, Leslie Polner, Holland and Knight. Despite the strange times that we're living in Washington, D.C., we were able to have quite a bit of activity around the city's priorities. On broadband, Senator Feinstein and Congresswoman Eshoo introduced bills to reverse the FCC order that limited local government actions on small cells. And of course, the city supported Senator Feinstein's S-2012, which would restore local control over Public Infrastructure Act, and the companion bill, which was introduced by Congresswoman Eshoo, would overturn the FCC's decision on small cells and restore local control over broadband deployment. Mayor Liccardo led a letter that was co-signed by 151 elected officials from 17 states to demonstrate the broad, strong national support from jurisdictions. And Vice Mayor Jones, we were pleased to have you in Washington, D.C. with us, and he was the representative from National League of Cities and joined a fly-in to talk with key Senate Commerce members about broadband, the digital divide, and the need for the FCC to perform a comprehensive health study on emerging wireless technologies. From those meetings, San Jose clearly...
Yeah, I did.
Okay. From those meetings, it's clear that San Jose is really seen as the leader on this issue. On the census, our delegation continues to be a strong advocate for strong oversight over the census. Even though the citizenship question has been dropped, we know that there is going to be a lot of concern about participation in the census, and our delegation continues to help us raise issues about any barriers that exist to a complete count, especially around language access. And the city really has helped raise the profile of these issues by coordinating with...
Hang on, we're having problems, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Do you want to try the other mic, see if that works? That'd be great. Sorry,
Okay.
Thanks, Leslie.
Thanks. There we go, now it's back on, double mic. Along with the Conference of Mayors and Asian Americans Advancing Justice. And then at the request of our Senator Harris, the city submitted questions about language access and related community outreach issues for a Homeland Security Committee hearing in July. Finally, on immigration, our delegation introduced new legislation to provide a path to citizenship for millions of dreamers. The Dream and Promise Act that would expedite a permanent residency process and protect fee waiver eligibility for low-income U.S. citizenship applications. While that legislation is unlikely to move this session of Congress, it will certainly get renewed focus in June when we expect a Supreme Court decision on DACA, which we'll talk about a little bit later.
Great, thank you. So just wanted to cover a little bit on modernization of the IGR program to follow up on Lee's comments. So as you may remember, in November, Council adopted a new streamlined process for how we internally take positions on legislative items. And these process improvements have really helped streamline and reduce the amount of time staff has spent on some of these informal processes. It enabled us to focus on the priority legislation as well as city-sponsored bills that council has directed us to work on. So as we continue to evaluate the IGR program, we'd like to update the timing of our council reports to better align with the state legislative cycle. On the slide, we've listed the key legislative dates that are happening in Sacramento. And as we've taken a look at that and opportunities for regular and timely reports to council, we're proposing to move it to a different structure of 3 reports per year to council, 1 in late March, 1 in early June, and 1 in early November. These changes in timing will allow the council to provide meaningful and timely input into the IGR program throughout the year. So finally, to close, we are asking council to accept the report from the Intergovernmental Relations team and to reaffirm all city positions summarized in the Intergovernmental Relations Priority Legislation Log. Additionally, we're asking council to approve the spring, summer, and fall timing of the IGR reports to council to better align with the state legislative calendar. With that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks, Benna. I want to thank Leslie for coming all the way out here from Washington. Great to have you guys on board now. And I know, as I recall, you also represent VTA, is that right? Do you also represent VTA in Washington? No. I'm sorry, that's just, got it. Okay, I just wanted to check in. First, thank you for everything that you guys have done on, as you mentioned, the broadband issues with Shereen on our team. And really grateful that we've had now companion bills introduced in both the House and Senate. So thank you for that work, as well as all the effort around the testimony relating to the CAFE standards. I know it's something we'll all be focused on here in California for quite a while. As I recall, there is additional work coming in Washington in January with the U.S. Mayor's Conference. So I'm hoping maybe I can talk to you offline a little bit about that, because I have a feeling we'll have a few issues rolling with other colleagues here in California. So thank you anyway, Leslie, for all your work. And Steve, thank you for making it down from Sacramento. I know it's not quite as far, but it's not a short trip either. And really huge kudos for the work you guys did on Assemblymember Chu's effort to secure funding for the Emergency Operations Center and for the Fire Training Center, as well as obviously the HAP money, which is so critical in our homeless efforts. So thank you for all of that. And obviously this PSPS work and the PG&E work is heating up. So I know we'll be at it pretty hard for the next several months ahead. Are there any questions? And I also wanted to say thank you to the entire team, Alexandra, Benna, and Lee. This is frankly the fullest and by far the most able team I think we've had in IGR in this city, and certainly in my memory, and I think in anyone's memory. And it's really great to have so many really competent, able people working together on these efforts, because I think it's fair to say in years past we haven't always batted our weight, and I think that's going to change in the years ahead, and I'm just really grateful that we've got a great team. Okay, Council Member, Vice Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just echo that. I had an opportunity to spend time with the team both in Sacramento and in DC, and I want to just, again, echo the fact that we have an amazing team that's doing some outstanding work, and also working with Leslie and seeing the work that she's doing in her firm. We should be very happy with the support that we're getting from our staff as well as our lobbyists. I wanted to also make a motion to accept staff's report, but also include my memo. Out of some of the work that my Small Business Advisory Task Force is doing, we identified an area in the state where they haven't updated their relocation assistance for small businesses since 1969. And I wanted to add that to our legislative program to have staff evaluate that state statute and see if it can be updated. So I wanted to include that in my motion.
Point of clarification, the next year's legislative guiding principles and program is part of 3.5, the next item.
Okay.
That you'd want to make
so
the motion on.
I'll hold off on that then.
All right.
So just accept my motion.
Okay, so just a straightforward motion. Yep. Okay. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. I just have one question. I think this was the item that had the replacement memorandum, right? don't want to get 3.4 and 3.5 mixed up.
You don't want to do what I did?
Yeah, exactly. I'll second your motion, by the way. I didn't hear anybody second it. The HR 763 on the big table on page 10 has it listed as support if amended, but when we voted for it, we voted to just support it.
That's correct. You're correct. Sorry. There's a typo. Yes,
okay.
we did support it for council direction.
Okay.
Yes.
So do we need to put that in the motion to make it clear?
I think we can.
I'll accept that.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, well, I'm sorry you don't get a lot of questions from us for all this traveling, but I know we'll have plenty more questions in the months ahead. And thanks again for all the work you guys are doing in Sacramento and Washington. Appreciate it. Okay, on the motion, let's vote. We're on to the companion item, which is the legislative program and top legislative priorities. Benna?
Yes, thank you. So the next item, just get that PowerPoint going. Thank you. So we'll cover three things today in item 3.5. First is a forecast of the top 2020 state and federal policy issues that are likely to impact the city. Then we'll talk about the 2020 legislative program, and then finally we'll talk about top 2020 priorities. Your memo also contains the full 2020 legislative program, which is in attachment A. So with that, I will pass it off to Steve and Leslie to talk about the legislative forecast.
Yeah, for 2020, I mean, much of the similar issues that we were dealing with in this prior year with housing and housing affordability and homelessness, I think will be at the top of the agenda. I kind of made reference to the wildfires and shutoffs, and I think that's sort of parlayed into a sort of broader discussion and urgency by the administration and legislature about the condition of our state utilities. And so recently the governor did ask his cabinet secretary to assume a position as the energy czar, and a number of other key staffers to assess the condition of our current energy systems and to look at potential options and potential like restructuring. Of course, simultaneously, that's happening to some degree through a separate bankruptcy proceeding. And so that will certainly dominate a lot of what the legislature will be doing early on. And unfortunately, it's kind of eclipsed some of the other issues. I think housing is still near the top in homelessness, but I know the administration and I know the speaker in particular wanted to continue to have focused discussions and policies and fundings directed at economic equity and programs and family first. I know that's important to Councilwoman Arenas, and so hopefully they can make some headway on those issues and sort of get back to the business of focusing on some of these other programs. But again, it's just the urgency of these other issues is kind of taken center stage. But we'll continue to be involved in all of those.
Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, things in Washington, I think, may be about to get a little worse before they get better, or hopefully get better. Under the best of circumstances, 2020 would be an unusual year given the presidential campaign, so partisanship gets injected into everything. And of course, now we have impeachment further complicating matters. And so, for at least the first couple of months next year, impeachment will certainly dominate, making things very uncertain and interesting. Against that backdrop, however, there are going to be there will be legislative activity. Right now, what is consuming most of the bandwidth is around appropriations and federal funding for FY20. And if you'll recall, last summer, they came up with a budget deal that would provide an additional $100 billion over 2 years in federal spending. So that's a pretty good incentive under normal circumstances to try to get to some kind of a deal. They are hashing through that right now for FY20. They are late. They've had to do a number of continuing resolutions. The wall continues to be kind of the #1 issue that is bogging things down and making it very difficult to try to get agreement around the Homeland Security bill. Progress was made over the weekend, so hope springs eternal. It's the only way I can do my job. So I am hopeful that they are going to get to some kind of agreement, whether that will be, passing funding for some of the less controversial agencies and then tabling the other ones. But that is going to consume a lot of energy. That also means, though, for FY21, again, there is more money to play with. And so for a number of our priorities, housing, homelessness, there should be additional revenue to play with and additional grant opportunities for the city to pursue. Transportation reauthorization is the other potential legislation that you could see. The current authorization bill expires September 30th, 2020. The Senate has already started, it's divided among several different committees, but the Senate has already started making some progress towards a transportation reauthorization bill. The House is going to be releasing their draft early next year. There is a potential that legislation for autonomous vehicles could also be attached to a transportation reauthorization bill. The, multi-billion-dollar question is always, how are you going to pay for this, especially as gas tax revenues continue to dwindle? So they may not be able to necessarily pass a bill this session of Congress, but the groundwork is going to get laid, and there will be certainly a lot of discussions around it. Immigration, as I alluded to earlier, should continue to also be part of the conversation, particularly with the Supreme Court decision on DACA coming out in June, just ahead of both the Republican and the Democratic conventions. Even if, they're not able to do legislation, certainly going to continue to be a topic. And of course, the administration continues to use immigration as a way to rally the base. And so there will be many activities that we'll have to remain vigilant, many actions that we'll have to remain vigilant on, and rules that the administration will propose that we will want to have to push back on. So those are just a few of the items on the horizon, and we'll keep monitoring.
Thank you. So that brings us to the 2020 legislative program. So as a reminder on the process to develop this 2020 legislative program, first, the council has adopted legislative guiding principles, and these are the vision statements that guide the policies in the program. Then council throughout the year takes policy positions through the Rules Committee and the City Council process, and that gets added or it modifies the legislative program. The administration also works closely with departments and our state and federal legislative advocates to develop and refine that program based on political realities in Sacramento and in DC. And the legislative program is then adopted by council each year. So we're actually in our second year of a 2-year session for both Congress and the state legislature. So what is before you in Attachment A is an update on the 2019 program. So the 2020 policy positions that are in Attachment A in your packet are organized both by interdepartmental items and then alphabetized by department. And new items are highlighted in green and underlined. A few years ago, the mayor also asked the administration to put together a top policy list to prioritize our work in intergovernmental relations. This list is just a forecast of the highest priority issues where there's momentum at the state and federal levels. And this list is by no means exhaustive. We'll continue to work on all the items in the larger legislative program that Alex talked about and report back on a regular basis to council. We also understand that policy windows may open or close next year, and we will adjust our policy work plan to respond to emerging and new issues as well. So with that, we'd like to ask you to adopt the proposed 2020 legislative program, and happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, and thanks for all the work that went into these documents. I just wanted to ask for one minor modification for whoever might be the maker of the motion on page 12 of the legislative program. I'd ask for the deletion of the words reduce in size, referring to the to PG&E. This is really as a result of an awful lot of conversations we've been having statewide, concerns from IBEW, the union, as well as from many rural communities that are very concerned about what might happen with a balkanized PG&E. And so I would just ask if we could delete those words from the legislative program and obviously retain the rest of that. Bennett, do you have any concerns or no? Okay, we're good. All right.
I'd like to make that motion with your additional input of reduced in size, as well as accept my memo, and I won't redo the speech. You can just replay the tape.
Okay.
video.
Well, that's the motion. There's a second. Lee, did you want to weigh in on that?
Just wanted clarification from the council, or ask the council if it would be okay for the administration to come back with further analysis of the Vice Mayor Jones' memo. As that came out this afternoon, and we were talking to departments, there could be several indirect impacts that are unanticipated from that, and we'd like the ability to flush that out policy-wise and bring that back for your consideration versus just adding it to the program as is.
That's acceptable to me.
Okay. That's all right with the seconder? Okay, great. Thank you, Lee. Leslie, I just want to say I admire your resilience. If I worked in Washington, I'd be poking my eyeballs out. But with regard to a potential shutdown, I can't remember, is it February or March they have to reach agreement? Or
So
is it
right
sooner?
now, the current continuing resolution goes through December 20th.
Oh, even better.
Even better, just in time
Okay.
for the holidays.
Cool. Because nobody was planning on holiday travel. So do you have any predictions for us about whether we're going to be able to get over that hump to a new one?
So I think I don't think they would do the shutdown in December. I think that they would do what they're talking about is another short-term resolution that would go through February 20th, give
Right.
them another 8 weeks, get through impeachment and the Senate trial, so, and then live to fight again.
Okay, so we'll forestall the dysfunction, we hope.
Exactly.
That would be great. I know we're all nervous about that, particularly as we think about our airport and other operations. Okay, any other questions or comments? Councilmember Camus.
Thank you, and thank you, staff, and Mayor and Councilmember Jones. I have one issue that I've never supported, which was it's on page 13. It's that under transportation, paragraph number 2, which is basically making it easier to pass new taxes. That's not something from going from 2/3 for dedicated tax. Now, I could be persuaded to support such a thing because I think dedicated taxes actually have accountability measures and things like that. However, simultaneously, I'd love to see an effort take hold to make it harder to pass general taxes. And if the council would be willing to go with that direction, I'd be willing to support making it easier to pass some taxes that are dedicated. But if we can, marry that with an effort to make it harder to pass general taxes, I would be very welcome to that suggestion. And if Councilmember Chappie Jones would include that in his memo, I could support the whole thing. Because I think everything else in here is very worthwhile, and I don't want to be.
Could I just interject for a moment?
Sure.
Honestly, Councilmember Camus, if you and I were just at a negotiating table, I'd take that swap in a second.
Yeah.
The challenge is that you actually have to change the Constitution, which makes it awfully difficult for us to insert in a legislative program when ultimately what we need is a vote statewide to change.
Well, would we not need something to change the 2/3 votes for a dedicated tax? For the same situation? Why wouldn't we do it simultaneously?
Yes, so it could take the form of a ballot measure. I'm just not sure. Well, I'll let Vice Mayor Jones weigh in.
Is it possible for us to just bifurcate that one item and vote on it separately? Would that?
Yeah, well,
would
I
that work
mean,
for you?
for me, I'd love for you to consider it because I think it would solve a problem. I think we are truly, if we're passing a dedicated tax, it should be easier to pass than a general tax. I think just my logic dictates that. And if we're gonna be advocating to change the Constitution, as the mayor said, why don't we change it once instead of trying to change it twice? And that's all I'm trying to say.
No, I hear you. I think that's something that's a little too big for us to try to bite off or tackle right now in this session. But I don't know if from staff, if there's a desire or capability to come back with some type of analysis of doing that, or?
Could we then exclude that item completely then? So that we wouldn't be, so that we wouldn't be advocating to decrease the threshold?
I'm willing to take it out, bifurcate it, and vote on it separately if that works.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that's the least that we could do, but I would rather not see us advocate to change the Constitution in this one manner without looking at the other manners, if you get what I'm saying. If we're going to be advocating, if we're using our staff to advocate to decrease the threshold, then we should be looking at, for dedicated taxes, we should also be using our same, in the same sentence, changing it, in the advocacy process to change it, to change the general tax to make it harder to pass.
So Vice Mayor, did you ultimately choose to bifurcate?
Yes.
Okay. So is that okay with the seconder? To
I
bifurcate?
agree with Councilmember Camus, but it's fine to
Bifurcate, yeah.
that.
Okay. Councilman Camus, anything further?
No.
Okay. All right. Councilman Carrasco?
Thank you. I have one question that, I know that it's probably self-explanatory, but I just wanted you to, if you know anything on this. What page was that one on? Jeff? It was 14 on here. It was it's under the, excuse me. It's somewhere in here. We just looked at it. It's, I can assure you. It's on training for active shooters on the playground or in schools. Could you just give me some info on that? And I'm not opposing it. I'm just a little dumbfounded by it.
So this was actually a request from PD, and this is related to the active shooter training is supporting legislation requiring schools to conduct active shooting causality drills and supporting efforts to secure funding for law enforcement to provide training and additional officers to better protect schools and large public events from active shooters. And so this is in the aftermath of the Gilroy shooting and so many other shootings that have happened around the state and the country, is supporting legislation and sort of evolving legislation around providing additional training and seeking funding for that training for cities and for law enforcement in different cities to conduct that and to better protect the community.
Thank you for that. And I kind of figured that was after what we have been experiencing. And I'm glad it's in here. I have very mixed emotions about it, the fact that we even have to talk about it. And I just wanted to be able to voice that it's such a sad time in history for all of us that we now have to do this kind of training. I mean, it's great that we'll be able to draw down on some funding or some available funds for that. But I just wanted to be able to voice that. And I know that this can happen anywhere, but on the east side of San Jose, our children in those schools are very frequently on lockdown, whether it's because someone is trespassing or because there is an active shooter nearby. And it's just an unfortunate reality of our children's childhood at this point. So thank you for including that. And I also wanted to thank you for including the e-cigarette item, which is an important item for many of us up here as we've been talking about it and really looking to see how we're going to make sure that especially our youth are safe and away from that kind of addiction. But the other ones, we've already approved it, but I just want to reemphasize that I feel very, I'm proud that we as a council and of course, with staff's work, are able to support items that are family-friendly, that are advocating for safe place and a safe life for women and children, as you mentioned here in the sex trafficking, the human trafficking, the sexual assault, and of course the domestic violence priorities. So I I want to just voice my complete support for that again, and every time that we have an opportunity, because we want to make sure that our most vulnerable among us are safe, but especially that they're safe in their own homes. So thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Spartan?
Thank you. First off, thank you for all your hard work for us throughout the year. I wanted to especially thank you for your work on the hate crimes policy. The inclusion of that policy position is really significant and will allow us to move to support measures that address these evil things that have impacted our community and our country. It's something that hit home for me very personally this summer. And I also wanted to thank my colleagues for the action that we fairly recently took as a council to join the county's efforts to develop a time-limited hate crime task force. And I'm just glad that we can move forward to address these issues. And I also wanted to appreciate the inclusion of policy positions that seek to address inequity within our city, and looking specifically at environmental justice and disadvantaged communities, evaluation policy positions, recognize that disparity that exists in neighborhoods within our city. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. So I also want to thank the legislative team as well as our lobbyists for all the great work that you do. And I also was on that trip, the advocacy trip earlier this year with Vice Mayor, and we spoke about family-friendly policies as well as emergency preparedness. And I want to thank you for setting up all those visits to all the different offices. I know how difficult it is just on the council level to get us all in the same room. So I know that that's a lot of coordination on your part and advocacy for the priorities that are important to us. So I completely agree that our legislative reports or IGR reports should line up with the legislative session. So I'm glad to see that happen. And I'm also really pleased to see a lot of what I think Councilmember Carrasco already mentioned about the hate crimes, some of the new items that are on the list, including hate crimes. One thing is that impacts my district and probably many districts during the holidays is the porch theft, and so I'm glad that's on the list. We also have a real issue with our recycling markets, and not sure what we could do in terms of a state, but I know that it's something that is detrimental to some of our small businesses here that are dealing with the effects of that. So I had a question about the law enforcement history on page 11. So I just was wondering, the way I read it, it sounds like it's a recommendation to include it maybe in history classes, the historical background of law enforcement. Am I reading that correctly?
So what actually it is and working with our police department is looking for funding to implement a program or a course that's actually nationally recognized and has gotten quite a bit of attention over the past couple of years. And so we've seen success with it in other communities and looking to implement something here within the city of San Jose, but looking at the history of law enforcement, particularly relationships between law enforcement and underserved communities and impacted communities. And that would be something that would be a course that would actually be provided within police academies, or courses that would be provided to cadets and folks who are going through training for the police force.
Okay, thank you. It was really open, so I wasn't sure exactly where that training would take place. So thank you for including that. I think it's always important to make sure that we hold our police officers, we always hold them to a higher standard than the rest of us, right? Because they're enforcing all the rules that we should all follow. And I think San Jose has huge support and love for our police officers, and we've seen how happy our residents are that we're increasing our police department every 6 months. We get a really good report from our chief, and I think at this point we're at 20% more than when I first started. So I appreciate anything that moves their needle in a good direction. Those were my questions. I don't think there was anything more other than just to really thank you for your advocacy and continuing to keep in mind my family-friendly policies. I know that there's quite a bit in terms of like lactation rooms and I think statewide bonds that's coming up for early learning and care infrastructure grant programs. So I'm really looking forward to that and seeing how early learning plays out under this governor's guidance. I think he indicated he would be very supportive of families, and I hope that even though there's other national issues that we're competing with, that continues to, and you continue to be our advocates in pushing those issues that really impact our everyday lives and our everyday families. Because what happens in Washington does impact us, it mostly angers us or entertains us. But what happens locally is what really changes our lives and our situation. So thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Other questions or comments? All right, then. We have a motion from Vice Mayor Jones. Let's vote on that motion. And thanks again to the entire team. We look forward to working with you in the months ahead. I'm sorry? Oh, yes, forgive me. Thank you for reminding me, Councilmember Pross. So we're first going to vote on
I'll abort it right now and start
Okay,
over.
thank you. We'll vote first on everything in the materials except for the issue that was raised by Councilmember Camus. We'll take that separately.
Page 13, transportation funding.
Yes, that's on the threshold, voter threshold for approval, specific general taxes.
This is just the voter threshold?
No, this is on everything except the voter threshold. Yeah. And we'll separately take on a discussion about the threshold issue. Okay, so on the voter threshold, all right, is there a motion on that item? Councilmember Kraska.
No motion.
Okay.
But if Councilmember Camus, if you could just expand a little bit more so we really understand what we're voting on.
Absolutely. So this suggests trying to reduce the threshold to pass a tax from the 2/3 for a dedicated tax from 2/3 to 55%. This is what the current recommendation is for a dedicated tax. Meanwhile, a general tax that could be used on anything and doesn't have any accountability measures only has to have 50% plus one vote to pass. My intent would be to flip that, make the general taxes harder to pass and the dedicated taxes easier to pass because there's plenty of accountability measures for dedicated taxes. And that way the community can feel more trust in the way that what they're voting, to vote for something specific. So that's the intent, would be to advocate for flipping the way we pass our taxes, where dedicated taxes have a simple majority and a general tax has the 2/3 threshold, and that's the motion that I'll make.
Okay, motion and second. I'll support. That was a motion, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll support that motion. Councilmember Pross?
To confirm, we're talking about page 13 of attachment A, correct? And you're talking about the second paragraph there then?
Paragraph 2.
So just in reading it, I guess it says support efforts to reduce the approval of taxes and bonds for transportation and infrastructure funding measures to less than a 2/3 majority vote. Are you just trying to make that more specific then now to say that it's a dedicated tax, even though that's how I read it though, as a dedicated tax? So are you trying to make that?
Yeah, so transportation taxes are dedicated taxes and currently require a 2/3 majority. this item says that we should reduce the two-thirds majority for basically a specific tax. And so that my motion is to flip that, make it easier to pass that, but make it harder to pass a general tax.
So the change you're adding then is just adding in the change to the general tax?
Correct.
Okay.
Because if we're going to go out to the ballot, if we're going to ask Assembly to go out and create a charter change, we might as well fix it all at once rather than trying to fix it piecemeal. And that's the intent behind it.
Okay. And the intent for our legislative staff here, I think initially that's essentially we're asking, we weren't necessarily saying go down to majority, we were saying to obviously change that though. I guess, I think this is asking for what Councilmember Camus is asking for, minus the portion of now adding in what in my mind would be a total, not necessarily just under transportation, but it would be in itself another lobbying effort, correct?
Correct. I think currently ACA 1 exists and is in the legislature right now. It would be a 2-year bill because it did not pass, but that would amend the state constitution to lower the voter threshold for a specific bill around transportation infrastructure. If the motion on the floor were to pass, we would simply continue to advocate that for, in addition to asking the legislature to make the constitutional amendment or put that before the voters around a general tax as well.
And do we know what the state legislature is talking about right now for a general tax? Are they talking about this flip?
They're
or
not.
No? So they're just talking about shifting the 2/3 down to a majority vote to match a general tax.
Correct. I can let Steve can jump in on the specifics, but they've talked around lowering it to 55% around affordable housing and transportation projects as it's continued to evolve.
So not majority, but 55%.
That's correct. There's a bill pending, ACA, Assembly Constitutional Amendment. It's on the Assembly floor. It's authored by the chair of Assembly Local Government Committee. And it fell 4 votes short, and so it didn't have the requisite votes to get off the floor. It's a 2/3 vote bill, of course, because it's a constitutional amendment that then would have to go to the voters. But there has not been any recent discussions that I'm aware of outside of just sort of broader discussions about the need for tax reform on changing for general purposes. But again, that bill that's currently pending is for specific purposes for really focused on housing and transportation. But yeah, hope that helps.
Okay. Well, actually, I do agree with the logic of my colleague, and I always have that this in itself never made sense to me either. If it was a specific tax, it seems like it should have a lower threshold, and a general tax shouldn't. So it sounds like even what the state is working on today doesn't get us there to what you're asking for. It seems like it gets us to 55%, but yet you're still at 50% plus 1 for a general tax. So that even in itself, I don't necessarily support. This may be completely new in itself to add as another, legislative priority. So maybe we can do that and not just amend it here in this section. If you're comfortable with that, I can support it.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely want to make that a legislative priority. I know it's new. It's a new way of thinking, but it might be the way that bill gets out of committee.
Yeah, comfortable.
Okay, okay, Councilmember, yep.
I tend to agree with my colleague, Councilmember Camus, but on this particular point, I have some reservations. And it really goes to the way that California is structured in terms of our funding. And I think it's kind of backwards. We see states that I think are relatively successful in what they're trying to do with no state tax, a stronger property tax. Like in say, Texas, you can buy a home relatively cheap. The property taxes will kill you, but you can buy relatively cheap and you can own a home. Here in California, it's hard to actually own, but once you own, you're kind of okay for so long as you choose to sit on your home. But the issue about making it harder to impose a general tax, I'm no fan of taxes. I think the argument that you can make do, government should make do with what they have is a good one and a sound one. Except in California, we've kind of strangled funding sources for government. And every little thing that we need, whether it's parks or public safety or roads, et cetera, we keep having to ask for and go back to voters with parcel taxes and sales taxes and everything, because the general fund is not funded. Cities used to be, once upon a time, funded by parcel taxes, and then Prop 13 came in and limited that. And so cities now, like San Jose, are in the inevitable position of being overly reliant on business taxes, on sales taxes, et cetera. If we were to remake the Bay Area from scratch, I would propose that you have all the jobs in Oakland and San Francisco and San Jose, the big cities, and then up along the peninsula, Mountain View, Palo Alto, wherever else, you have these nice residential areas, and traffic could flow every which way in the triangle. But because we have restricted property taxes, cities, Mountain View is competing with San Jose, is competing with Walnut Creek, is competing with San Francisco for jobs and tech companies to fund their city services. And so we have traffic going every which way, which makes no damn sense. And cities like San Jose are struggling. So in the context of California, I see no way to fund the things that we need to do in San Jose, but for going to voters with Measure A's and Measure B's and measures whatever, because the revenue that we have yearly or whatever is just not cutting it. And it's not a system that I would create or I even am happy with, but it's a system we have. And until we have some sort of larger systemic fix to it, I don't see how we can continue to move down this path of taking away legislative discretion. And this is really what it's about to me, because we are still, a representative democracy. We elect council members, mayors, state assembly members, so on and so forth, to exercise discretion, to serve the public. And if our elected officials fail in some way, then there are elections every 4 years or every 2 years. But when we do this thing where we go to the voters every single time for every single dollar and cent, this kind of direct democracy thing, voters pay attention some of the times, and they don't see the big picture. So when somebody asks me, well, I pay so many taxes, why are we still short on firefighters or roads or whatever statewide? And it's a valid question, because everyone is paying a lot of taxes, but those taxes go into these buckets. And so if we had some sort of emergency, like flooding or whatever, we can't really say, let's take our parks money and go help the people in the flood. Let's go take our road money and go help people in the flood. Because all these monies are earmarked for specific purposes. And that is really a problem when you're trying to run a city or a county or a state, and you don't have the leeway to really put your attention and your resources to where you need it to go. So I really do think general taxes or general fund monies, funding that is the thing that we need to do as a society, and really hold our elected officials accountable for the discretion they exercise over those general funds. Because if we keep going back to voters for every single thing that we spend on, voters feel overtaxed, which they are, and we don't have the leeway to do what is necessary when we need to do it. And that, I think, is a very dangerous place to be in. So I can't support trying to make it harder to raise a general tax over a specific tax. I am in line with what we see happening at the state, where they're trying to lower the threshold for a specific tax. When we get community consensus around something with the 55% or 2/3 vote, that means that everyone agrees, or majority of people believe in it, and we should go that way. But at the end of the day, a lot of voters aren't paying attention. They're living their lives, and the elected officials trying to look out for the common good should have, again, discretion and leeway to do what we feel is best in a parliamentarian system where we need 6 votes or however many votes to move forward. So I can't support this, but I feel Councilmember Camus's heart, and I would agree with him if we were in a different state. Thank you.
So I can see there are many folks who want to weigh in. I just want to offer, although there is undoubtedly spirited debate to be had on this issue, the chance of this actually moving forward is close to nothing, I'm assuming, Steve, because I've seen the polling statewide on just trying to reduce the threshold, and it's not terribly good. So there may well be legislation to do even part of this, but even that's not likely to pass. So just want to make sure people are kind of cognizant of the context that we're in right now. Councilmember Foley?
Frankly, Mayor, you hit on the topic that I was going to raise. What is the reality that our legislative efforts and watching this and advocating for decreasing the threshold on specific taxes could actually go through? While I completely agree with Councilmember Camus that the percentages should be swapped. It should be easier to get a specific tax passed, which is what this says, that we support efforts to reduce the percentages to pass transportation taxes, infrastructure, et cetera. General taxes should be harder to tax because of the discretion that we have over the general funds, and we don't have discretion over them. Our legislators in Sacramento do. So we don't want to tie their hands too much, but we also don't want to say, you have total control at a 50% vote and 2/3 vote on these harder things that are tougher decisions, that we need more. We need infrastructure. We need other things that are going to move this state forward. I'm going to support the motion, but I would like to hear, I'm kind of confused on what the motion is. It is to work towards lowering the threshold to vote on specific taxes. Is that correct? And while 55% may, or a simple majority isn't achievable, 55% might be. There is bond precedence. We pass bonds with a 55% approval. Parcel taxes are 2/3. I don't know why that is either, because a parcel tax costs the property owner more than a bond does, so that's kind of interesting to me. But if we advocate, I'm all in for advocating for lowering the threshold on specific taxes and actually raising the threshold on general taxes. So I'll support the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
And so what does this raise the threshold to for a general tax?
The legislation that we referenced, ACA 1, reduces the voter threshold to 55% for specific purposes. And actually in the bill, it outlines what those are. So it's for affordable housing, and it's general, but it's public infrastructure. So that's the measure that is pending. And I think to just respond to the mayor's comment about the likelihood, at least since I've been
Okay,
around.
but my question wasn't about the likelihood. My question was about what it would raise the general tax threshold
Yeah, I think
to.
that question's probably better for Councilmember Camus, because that's his idea.
So,
not-
Councilmember Camus, what would we rate? What are you looking to raise the general tax threshold to?
The 2/3, just like the other threshold is. I think if this idea has any legs, it's going to need that kind of movement to happen. And I know it's a super, super long shot, but if we put it on our priorities and look, I'm not saying that this is going to, just like the mayor said, I don't know if this is going to pass, but this is just an idea that I would like floated. That's it.
Yeah, I'm not going to be supporting this motion. I think it's kind of ironic that we are going to shortly vote on a general tax that has a majority requirement because we need those resources as a city. So, I mean, it feels a little hypocritical to be taking that step. I actually, we don't live in a bubble, and, we like to talk a bit about federal and state legislators as if they only did better with what they had, but the reality is we're in the same boat as a city. We have very limited control over the resources that come to us, so I don't know why we would want to hamstring ourselves or make it harder to do revenue measures in the future when we need it. It just seems harmful to cities like San Jose to go down this road, so I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Councilmember Kraska?
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Camus, for the added clarification. I'm also not going to be supportive of the current motion. I think there's a purpose in terms of why they're interested in lowering the threshold and then to raise the threshold on the general tax. It just feels actually counterintuitive to me. I do have a question, though, in terms of process. If and when this fails, do we revert back to the original, or would there be a motion that needs
If this
to be
motion fails, yeah, then I guess we go back to whatever motion anyone wants to put on
So
there.
can I make a motion now, or do I have to wait?
You can make a superseding, is that right? Good. Substitute? Okay, you can
Okay,
make a
so I'm
substitute.
going to make a substitute motion to accept the staff recommendation.
Okay. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Esparza. All right. Any comments on that motion before we vote? Okay, let's vote on Councilmember Carrasco's substitute motion. This is simply to support the reduction in threshold for a specific tax of 55%. Okay, that fails. We're back to the underlying motion, which Councilmember Camus's, and I'll just clarify, I am only supporting this under the condition that, in fact, both move, that the specific tax threshold moves downward to 55% or lower, and the general tax would move up. I think
That's the way it was intended, Mayor.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Reines.
I'm going to be supporting the motion by Councilmember Camus. I understand that we are going to shortly be talking about a general tax, which is the appetite kind of the residents. We're responding to what the residents are okay with. So I agree in flipping those two around, since a specific tax already has its own limitations in terms of what we can spend it on, and I think that in itself is already protective of the money. And so I feel like flipping the other way around with the general tax, which at any given Tuesday we could decide to change it and not dedicate it to housing or dedicate it to whatever we see fit. And I don't think that we should have that latitude with funds that people think that they're going to be used for a specific purpose. So I'm actually agreeing with Councilmember Camus and be supporting the motion.
Okay. On the motion then, let's vote. We've just spent a lot of time talking about something we'll probably never ever see, but here we go. All right. Thank you all. I think that concludes our work on this item. I just did want to put on everybody's radar. Next week, we may be having an item come back to council to add, really more for Steve's workload relating to PG&E and transition to potentially a customer-owned utility. Just a quick update, we now have 110 public officials throughout the state are supporting this, and so we think it might be an appropriate time for the council to take a position. So we look forward to that discussion next week. Thanks, everybody. And safe travels. All right, we're on to item 3.6, which is a potential March 2020 real property transfer tax ballot measure. I don't see presentation here. Did you want to present anything on this one, Lee?
We have some brief comments and I think
Sure.
slides in case the council has questions. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I did want to start by introducing the team in the box with Jim Shannon, our city's budget director, Karen Maravito from City Attorney's Office, as well as Rick Bruno from the Finance Department. I did want to thank several others that are in the audience for listening. These proposals are heavily collaborative throughout the organization and time intensive towards the end, and I really appreciate the work by Julia Cooper and her team, Selena Ubando, Danielle Keneally, Mark Vanny, as well as several others, including Michelle McGurk, to help craft what's in front of you today. So we're back with the resolution and draft ordinance for your consideration that would call a special election, placing a real property transfer tax on the March 3rd, 2020 ballot. At our last meeting, when we discussed this on November 19th, the council directed the city manager and city attorney to add an oversight committee requirement to the ordinance, as well explore alternatives for addressing inflation and rising housing costs related to the $2 million exemption threshold. Returned to council in early 2020 to discuss funding priorities, and then conduct stakeholder outreach to labor unions and nonprofit housing developers. The ordinance before you today includes an oversight committee. It also requires the city manager to report on the tax in the annual report in October each year and include information about the housing market, how the housing market is performing with respect to the $2 million exemption threshold. The ordinance also gives the council the authority to adjust the threshold upwards, suspend it, or temporarily adjust tiers. In addition, you have a memorandum in front of you today by the mayor and council members Foley and Dieppe proposing that the exemption threshold be automatically adjusted every 5 years in accordance with changes to the Consumer Price Index, or CPI. The authors of this memorandum have consulted the city manager's office and city attorney's office to work through the mechanisms of this idea, and staff has developed amendments to our draft ordinance to meet this direction if the council so directs us. And with that, the team is available for any questions you might have.
Great, thanks, Lee, and thanks to everybody on the team who's been working so hard on getting us to this place with all the language, et cetera. As Lee made mention, there is a memorandum that's been submitted by several of us encouraging some small tweaks to the language that would include indexing the threshold. I see Vice Mayor Jones also has a memorandum recommending an increase to that threshold to 2.5 million. I appreciate the intentions behind that. I'm not inclined to support that particular memorandum for a couple of reasons. One is that we are seeing home prices come down. We've seen them come down considerably, I think about 10% over the last year, according to both Zillow and Trulia. I'm not suggesting that's the way they're going to continue, but we're nowhere near a 2 million threshold right now. In fact, we're south of 1 million, and it's going to be a long time before we get there. And the reason why we include it in indexing is, in fact, to protect middle-class homeowners for that very reason. So we believe that the protection and indexing should suffice to address the concern that's been raised in that memorandum. Okay, I will go to members of the community who'd like to speak, and then we'll come back to council. First, Tiffany Wong, followed by Tim Bobian, Mario Lopez, and Jeffrey Buchanan. Let's try that again. Looks like the mic's off.
It's fixed.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Tiffany Wong, Advocacy Coordinator with EH Housing. We're a nonprofit affordable housing developer and have 17 housing communities in the city of San Jose. There are about 10,000 residents that live in our communities and a few thousand more that are waiting on long wait lists. There's no question for the need of affordable housing in the city or the positive impacts that affordable housing provides. For instance, a formerly homeless teen is now stably housed to raise her daughter and enroll in community college. Or an immigrant family escaping war from their home country who is now able to send their daughter to UC Berkeley to study political science. Or a victim of domestic violence who then became homeless is now safely housed, stable, and able to advocate on behalf of others in need. I could go on with 100 more stories, but the 2-minute timer won't allow for that today. City of San Jose, it's not a surprise that the need for affordable housing options and homeless services is great. Please continue to prioritize affordable housing in this community and support the proposed real property transfer tax ballot measure. With the potential revenue of taxes of this ballot measure, it could address the needs of homeless services and housing affordability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Tim Bobian, representing the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors and our over 6,500 members. SCORE supports the memo authored by Mayor Liccardo, Councilmember Dieppe, and Councilmember Foley, as well as the memo authored by Vice Mayor Jones. We support a $2.5 million price threshold indexed by CPI. This is crucial to ensure that entry-level homebuyer is protected as intended in the future as the market changes over time. Many families, and especially seniors who are on fixed income, may appear wealthy due to increasing property value, but are truly cash poor and feel trapped in their homes. Without these proposed protections in place, They will not feel financially stable enough to sell their homes, decreasing supply and limiting the revenue desired from this tax. SCORE still opposes the very idea of increasing the transfer tax, with costs on all fronts rising. Adding another cost to living on the backs of homeowners in San Jose is not the answer. Our organization is still incredibly concerned about the late nature of the spending plan restrictions being approved so close to the ballot vote in March. SCORE's continuing concern remains that these dollars have the proper oversight and accountability. However, we recognize these proposed amendments are a major step in the right direction to minimize the impact the proposed tax will have on home ownership affordability. SCORE thanks the Mayor, Council, and City staff for their hard work on this proposed ballot measure.
Thank you. Mr. Buchanan.
Mayor and Council, Jeffrey Buchanan on behalf of Working Partnerships USA. I would like to first thank the staff, Lee and Michelle, and the whole team that has worked on this measure. We come here almost every Tuesday talking about housing issues here in the city, and having a source of revenue to address housing production, preservation, and other needs when it comes to housing is critically important. And I would like to thank the mayor and so many on council that have engaged to bring us to this point. We are enthusiastic about moving forward and continuing the work on this council to think about spending plans and continuing the work of thinking about things like how do we ensure not just affordable homes from this measure, but good jobs from this measure, and appreciate the support on council for all these endeavors. So thank you so much for the hard work that's happening here. Let's put this on the ballot and move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. After Mario Lopez is Gene Cohen and Roland LeBrun. And anyone else who'd like to speak on this item, please submit a yellow card.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo and council members. My name is Mario. I'm with SB at Home Action Fund. We want to thank city staff for working diligently and expeditiously over the holiday break to be able to get this to the city council for further consideration. On the real estate transfer tax measure, we agree and support staff's recommendations. And we also want to express that this general tax is a necessary thing and that we want to make sure that the $2 million base threshold is kept as is. But we also recognize that it's not a sufficient means to boost the city's general fund to combat the lack of affordable homes and increase in homeless population over the past 2 years, especially when the city is short about $520 million in order to meet its affordable housing goals. So we are enthused by Mayor Liccardo and council members Landiep and Pam Foley's memo and the renewed commitment to a commercial linkage fee and other options, which will bolster revenues from this potential measure as well. We also want to thank Councilmember Esparza for her request for an oversight committee to ensure revenues are spent appropriately, and that when conversations about composition of this committee do come up, that the council continue to prioritize the equitable representation on that board as well, much like it did during the Planning Commission conversation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome, Jean.
Good afternoon. My name's Jean Cohen. I'm with UA Local 393. First, we want to thank all of you for the work that everyone's put into making this measure inclusive and as strong as it can be. On behalf of our union right now, we want to express our support for the measure and the ordinance as proposed. We all know that smart growth and land use policies are enhanced when we plan for housing and jobs in tandem. And we look forward to continued positive discussions over the next few months to really ensure that a successful measure includes workforce standards so everyone benefits. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Mr. LeBrun.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity. I also am in support of putting this measure on the ballot because it helps, ordinary people like me, middle-class people. I mean, we're not getting dinged for a change. But the reason I'm addressing you this afternoon is to give you a couple of warnings. Say, for instance, this here is how to transfer $1 billion worth of, a tower in San Francisco without paying a dime in transfer tax. And one of the easiest tricks is actually a quirk in Prop 13 that says if you sell less than 50% of the asset, you don't pay. Guess what? They're selling 49%. And that's how they're getting away with it. San Francisco is losing hundreds of millions of dollars. Another trick I'm very familiar with, and don't ask me why, is in London. The way that you do this, even for residents, I mean, there's no residents left in London for less than $2 million, so you transfer the residents to a corporation. And later on, you dissolve the corporation. So there's a whole bunch of loopholes out there that really warrant further investigation. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. LeBrun, and I'm actually aware of that problem in Prop 13. It's been something that I've been interested in changing at the state level. I just want to clarify, I think as a city, we have the ability to define terms in a way that would protect against that loophole, that is, that a partial conveyance would evade the tax that in the way that is possible under Prop 13. Is that correct, Rick?
I'm not sure. Hey, Karen, have we addressed that in the ordinance?
Well, it would depend upon, it's the definition and change in ownership.
What's a change of ownership?
So that is the trigger.
And that's a state law. So the question is can we have a different definition than state law? One of the practical problems is the county recorder's office operates under a single definition, and that would take a, but I don't think we differ at this point with the state law.
Okay. So could we have an opportunity to take a look at that to see if there is a way for?
Yeah, if the council directs us to take a look, if there's a way to have a different definition to incorporate what the concerns are, we can, but I'm not guaranteeing it. I think state.
Yeah. No, I understand there have been attempts in the state legislature to try to fix that loophole, and I know they have not been successful, and my hope was that we could at least resolve with our own measure that we could do that simply by adjusting the definitions. Well, we can look at that.
If the council gives us direction,
okay,
we'll look at that.
Sure. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, back to the council. Councilmember Esparza.
Could you clarify the definition, like what you just said on the definition?
What I said, what Rick said.
Well, but like what would be our direction in a proposed
perhaps
new
to have
definition?
the city attorney's office come back to us to analyze the extent to which the city could address any loopholes relating to the transfer of commercial property that currently exists in Prop 13.
I'd like to modify that.
Okay.
If possible, Mayor. We need this by Friday.
Right. So it wouldn't go in the measure of the ballot, right? It would have to go into
What is a change of ownership? What is a trigger? Well, the definition would have to be in the tax ordinance. What is it that you're taxing? You're taxing change of ownerships, your transfers. And so what qualifies as a transfer? And so we would have to have that in the, so if the council directs us.
I'm afraid of creating a challenge of getting to the registrar. And so I guess my hope was that, as there often is the case, that measures refer to terms that are defined in the municipal code. Is it possible for us to be working on what that muni code definition might be with some simple reference from the?
Yeah, the problem is that if you change the definition and extends the tax, that requires voter approval under Prop 218.
Okay.
I mean, it is a concern. So the issue is what is a change of ownership under state law? And there's a whole host of exemptions. One of them is less than a majority transfer of corporate stock. And therefore, you don't have a change of ownership. I think we've run into this problem with the county recorder before on what's an exemption, what's not, but I don't have an answer for you right here.
Okay. All right. So, Councilmember Esparza, I'm sorry we got off on that, but.
Okay. So we would be keeping to the state definition since we have a deadline by Friday? I'm just trying to get some clarity.
Yeah, unless there's a miracle cure.
unless there's an easy fix, and we can tweak it, and the council directs us to tweak it, we can do that. Otherwise, I think we're bound by state definition.
Okay. So I'm comfortable with that. I just wanted to get some clarity.
Yeah.
Because I understand what everybody's trying to do. I'm mindful of the timeline as well. So first, I just wanted to thank everybody on their hard work. I know that we've been working all the way, and we'll probably be working all the way up until Friday. I had a question about the proposed escalator that would peg the exemption ceiling to CPI, and I'm not sure if staff or if writers of the memo, because my understanding was that CPI would not be enough to address the impact that the tax would have on the floor, right? And so that was part of the discussion that we had last time in council, and I saw that CPI was in there, and so again, I'm not sure if my question is for staff or the writers of the memo, but that's...
Yeah, maybe I'll start and Lee can probably correct whatever I get wrong. I know we looked at several different escalators, and there's a real challenge with data in this case. As you probably know, there's data that's kept with regard to the San Francisco, Hayward, Oakland MSA that doesn't apply. We don't have that same data in the San Jose MSA, and so we are constrained. So our understanding was this was the best index we had, but Lee, do you want to explain any further?
Sure. And I think the question you're asking is if this specific index doesn't have the numbers to keep pace.
Correct.
With, yeah. So as we thought through that, and as we worked with the mayor's office and the authors of this memorandum, staff felt that the way they approached it with the automatic 5-year increase, but what we left in the ordinance was the ability through the budget process of this council to come to other findings and move that exemption level even further up. It could never go below 2 million, whether it's the automatic adjustment or council action, but you could still move it up. So for whatever reason, if there were other factors in the economy specific to the housing market and the local housing market, and say CPI would adjust it within that 5-year time frame, say 100,000, but the market was much more robust, we could come to findings and through the budget process increase that further. So we felt we had 2 safeguards with the mayor and Councilmember Dieppe and Foley's memorandum.
Okay, thank you. And then I had a question about the stakeholder outreach to labor representatives and nonprofit housing developers regarding labor standards policy. Is there an idea of when those conversations would begin to take place?
I believe they've begun.
Right.
And I think Mario Lopez is here from SV at Home. I see Michael is also here. Michael, do you want to field that one? This is Michael Lane from SV at Home.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Councilmember Sparsa, Michael Lane with SV at Home. And we didn't want to presume the council vote today, but as soon as this motion is taken and adopted by council to move forward with the ballot measure, we'll bring a labor attorney under retainer and begin working. Maybe we've had some initial conversations with Working Partnerships USA, and the building trades as well. And we hope to get that done over the next several weeks. It could take through January, we suspect.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
And just to add, I believe the laborers are also going to be coming to those conversations.
And we'll have other conversations. We haven't set those yet, but we'll reach out to the carpenters and the laborers as well.
Great, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. That's all. Thanks. And then I had a question for staff, which, so we talked about a timeline for a spending plan. That's really important for me because I think, I will feel more comfortable, I'm not ready to endorse something until we get to that point, right? As I'm sure many people here feel that way. And so I had a question about when the spending plan would come to council. Would that be January?
There's a memorandum now to bring it next week.
Next week? Okay, I missed that. Thanks. Okay. And then is that when we would add the vote, the 2/3 vote to 118, as well as the oversight committee? I thought the oversight committee language is going to be in the ballot language. And it is.
The language is in the oversight's in the ballot language.
Okay, great. And then I had a question about the full text not being included in the sample ballot. So how are we going to handle that in a way that makes people comfortable with, gives them a sense of transparency?
So, Councilmember, we've done this in the past with many of our tax measures and our ballot measures because the ordinances are quite lengthy and it ends up being very costly to produce all of those pages. And honestly, not every voter reads the sample ballot. We put information that refers, as it's printed in the council direction, it gives them a reference to a website. And then they also are available to call a number, and if they would like the full text of the ordinance, the city attorney's office sends it to them for free at no charge.
And will that text be available in multiple languages, and which ones?
I don't know what the city attorney's office.
Yeah, and that's something we can, I don't know what done in the past, but we certainly can accommodate to the extent that we can get the proper translation. We pay by the word if it goes in the ballot book, and it's pretty expensive. I think we had a link, actually.
Yeah, so what we did for Measures TV and all the others in the last go around was in the ballot argument provide that link, and then the link it gave the full text of the ordinance, but we also summarized it much more lengthy and had conducted outreach with various community groups that was a far better approach to actually digest the ordinance, because some of that around Measure T and I believe it was Measure U was quite complex. So the summaries were provided in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. So we would continue to do that.
Okay, and make those available on the ground as well as at the request to the city attorney.
Correct.
Yeah, so Councilmember, the summaries also included in FAQ sheets last time. So in 2018, for all of the ballot measures, they were reviewed by the city attorney's office to ensure that they were completely neutral and not advocating in any way. And then they were translated into Spanish and Vietnamese. And they were on the city's website, and then the word was put out through various channels, and they were made available. There were actually articles that my team produced that council members could put in their newsletters that were like little 2-paragraph articles with links to the full information.
So here's my concern. If we did a little Venn diagram, because we've talked about digital inclusion in the past, right? And the digital divide within our city. And so here we have this diagram of the digital divide, and then we have likely voters who would support this measure. They're in the parts of the city where we know we have a digital divide. So, I would just encourage you to make this as much available in the community and in print and available to households that would like to read it so that they can be informed voters.
Yeah, and Councilmember, right, to Michelle's point, we're very careful to make sure that council members who send newsletters or email letters out don't engage in advocacy, but they're perfectly able to do informational or educational transmissions, and that's something that we work with staff on, and that helps get the word out. But again, to your point, to the extent it's on email, not everybody has access, and so I think we're mindful of that.
And in 2018, we did have some council offices who printed out some of the materials and provided them in their districts. We also do have our election outreach project that, and I'd be happy to meet with you offline to get an update that we're partnering with the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, and that is prioritizing underserved communities and the 20 lowest turnout precincts in the city. With fact-based, nonpartisan information about the election, encouraging people to vote on local, not just the presidential elections. And that was funded in the mayor's budget message. So we have about $400,000 in there.
I remember that. I'm trying to figure out how people are going to get printed copies, right? Because there are many families that don't have access to a website or the ability to print out sheets at home. So that's why I brought that up. Because I think transparency, could be an issue for those who oppose this measure, if there is. And so I think we really need to do as much as we can to inform people. All right, that's it. Oh, and I'll make the motion to approve the mayor and Councilmember Foley and Diep's memo.
All right, thank you. Was Councilmember Arenas was seconded? Is that right? Okay, thank you. All right, Vice Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. I put together a memo to increase the exemption to 2.5 million. And the reason why I did that, and Mayor, you referenced Zillow in terms of housing prices. If you look at the housing prices on the west side of the valley in San Jose, you'll see homes, quite a few homes in the $2 million range. It's an older neighborhood. A lot of the homes were built in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. There's a lot of original owners in those homes, senior citizens, elderly, who are on fixed incomes. And I had an eye-opener when I had a conversation with the West Valley Community Service Agency in terms of the number of those residents who actually utilize their services for food and other support. So I want to kind of reframe this in terms of this is not a tax on wealthy residents. These are elderly people who have worked hard, saved their money, saved a lot of their savings is in their home, and they're counting on the value of their home for their retirement, as well as their later years. Anyone who's ever been through a situation where they had to take care of an elderly parent or in-laws, which I have, I've seen the cost of having 24-hour caregivers come in and take care of my in-laws. It was $10,000 a month. They had a home that they bought in 1948 for $24,000. It was worth $1 million. We had to take out an equity loan on that house, burn through that money, had to borrow money, had to find money from other locations to keep up the cost and the expense of taking care of them. But we were committed to having them stay in their home and age with dignity. That represents a lot of my residents. Right now, the value of their homes are in the $2 million range. If they have to sell their house, it's not just this transfer tax, but it's also other taxes, it's commissions, it's fees that will eat up their life savings. That's why I have this memo to increase the threshold to $2.5 million. Hopefully, you can see where I'm trying to balance the needs of building more affordable housing with the needs of these elderly residents that I represent. So I'm asking for your support to move the threshold up to $2.5 million. So I want to make first a friendly amendment to Councilmember Esparza to accept my amendment to raise the threshold.
So I have a question for staff, which is the tax applies if the home is sold. Does it apply to reverse mortgages? No. And does it apply to family members that inherit a home? No. Okay. And when we looked at the median cost of a home in San Jose, was the median cost as high as $2 million? Because I hear what you're saying, Councilmember, and so has there been a median cost at that level in any district throughout the city?
No.
So it's not the median cost of a home in, say, District 7, District 8, or District 1?
No.
Okay. Okay, so I'm not clear on how it would affect, like I do hear what you're saying, but I'm not clear how it would impact homes being sold in District 1 at that, like the average home, because I think what we're trying really hard as a city is to not negatively impact sort of the average home buyers, right?
Right,
and
right.
that's the part that I'm not seeing. So maybe if you can help me understand that.
So for the average home buyer in the city, it would not impact them. For certain parts of the city, specifically in my district, where you have high home values, it would impact the residents who are trying to sell their homes.
He just said it wouldn't.
It would.
So maybe you can share how that would be, what that's based on? Like I mean,
Where's the disconnect?
yeah.
So it's not my whole district, but there's a certain segment of my district, particularly on the west side, where if you look at the average home values, they're in the $2 million range. So for those residents who want to sell their homes, they will be subject to that transfer tax.
Okay, so it would be the buyer or the seller? Lee, could you take this?
Could I just ask one question that might help add clarity? Lee, I understand we actually did an analysis citywide of what percentage of the homes would be worth $2 million citywide, and I believe the number was 2%? Is
2 point something, I believe, yes.
Okay, 2 and a fraction. And it was 95%. So it was 95% of all property owners, and then almost 98% of all homeowners would in fact be under this $2 million threshold. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So that's not obviously down to the district, but at least it gives a pretty good idea citywide.
And as far as the other question you were asking, Councilmember Esparza, in Santa Clara County, the real property transfer taxes are flexible. They can be paid by the buyer, they can be paid by the seller, or they can be negotiated and split between the two. So it is something that, you know, if you're in a buyer's market, then the seller might throw that in and pay that. If you're in a seller's market, you know, it depends on what the market's doing. So when the market's really hot and you've got a lot of buyers competing for a house, then the buyer may say that they'll pay all of the transfer tax. So it really depends on the need. But again, it's not something, as we analyzed these different taxes, you know, a parcel tax a homeowner pays every year. A transfer tax they pay rarely.
And so Councilmember or Vice Mayor Jones, if you could talk a little bit more about the data that you use to arrive at, because to me 2.5 seems really large. And so, and based on what they're saying, is that it's the 2 million would not affect 98% of homes. And what I hear you saying is you've got those 2% are in your district, right? So can you talk a little bit more about what your data shows you about the average homes that you would?
Well, I can give you one data point from January 1st, 2019 to November 23rd, 2019, 229 homes were sold over $2 million. 42 of those were in my district. So if it gives you a little scale of what I'm talking about. So about 20% of those homes.
And so but those costs would be picked up by the seller. So in your example, because I hear you, I've had that in my family too. And I have a great aunt that used a reverse mortgage back in the days before all the laws were put in place. I've had family cared for in their homes. I'm not sure how this would negatively impact some of those folks in that 20% of home sales in that one place.
Well, I guess, and I'm actually going to defer to Councilmember Foley on this question, because she is the subject matter expert in terms of how those transactions happen. So I'm going to call for a lifeline.
All right. Councilmember Foley, would you like to respond?
I'm dying over here. First, thank you for deferring your time. This is, as you all know, I've said this many before, this is my background and part of my profession. So typically this transfer tax is split 50-50 between the buyer and seller, whether it is a buyer's market or a seller's market. It is typically negotiated, but it is, I have never seen in my 30-some years in this business a situation where a seller picked up all the transfer tax or the buyer picked up all the transfer tax. There are two transfer tax paid. One is through the county, $1.10 per thousand. That's typical in Santa Clara County, in San Jose, that the seller seller pays for that. In San Jose, the transfer tax is split 50-50. It's different in other cities how they approach it, but in San Jose it's typically split. So I just wanted to talk about that. I do have some numbers in, I had some analysis done on property values to see where the 2 million threshold lied in actually several districts I took a look at because I was curious about high property value areas, and I took a look at yours, Vice Mayor, and I only looked at one zip code, actually two zip codes, 95129, and the median price is 1.635. That may not be the neighborhood you're talking about, and I have no doubt that you have values in your neighborhoods that are more than 2 million on an average price range. I don't have that as much in Cambrian unless I go to the South Willow Glen area, which is the higher price. Same thing with District 6. District 8 has some pushing towards 1.4 million. So we're not at the 2 million threshold. I'm really happy with well, obviously, because I co-authored it, with the memo that includes the CPI and the look at the value every 3 years and moving that threshold up if it need be, but not moving it down if we hit a recession, which we could possibly do. So I'm comfortable with the numbers the way we are. I do have a question for staff regarding one word in the memo.
Hang on, Councilmember Foley, we're going to come back to you on questions. I want to make sure.
Okay.
Councilmember Esparza had the floor.
Yeah,
I want to make sure she completes it, and then we'll come
actually, I
back to
believe
you.
Vice Mayor
Sorry.
Jones had the floor. He just asked me a
Oh, is that
question,
right?
Yeah, and so he
Okay,
popped it
we'll
off
go back to the
Pam,
Vice Mayor.
So we just went all over. I actually really appreciate Councilmember Foley's input. So here's what I'll say. I mean, I think that there's a tremendous amount of work that has gone into putting it at 2. If there really are homes that are, family homes that are impacted by it, I don't know if 2.5 seems excessive to me, because at that point, I'm not sure we're talking about homes and we're talking more about commercial property. So I'm interested actually in hearing more what Councilmember Foley has to say if you have your additional questions.
Okay. Vice Mayor has the floor, and then we'll go to Councilmember Foley. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'll pass my time or whatever.
Yeah.
And come back.
Okay. I just did want to offer one context that I think is important. This is not a property tax. This is not an annual tax that someone who is trapped in their home has to pay. This is only paid in the case where someone is selling their home. And I think we've all endured the stories of older relatives who have told us about how cheap it was to buy their home, and now they're getting an unbelievable price. That is the event upon which there is a tax. That is, someone has just sold a home for more than $2 million. It is not somebody trapped in their home for the last 50 years and has nowhere to move. And so I just want to make sure we're clear about this. This is a transfer tax on the transaction. And so I am certainly sympathetic to those. And the zip code that you made reference to, Councilmember Foley, you're absolutely right. This is the zip code that's along Saratoga Creek. It's surrounded by Cupertino. This is the westernmost zip code in the city. I don't doubt that there are plenty of homes worth more than $1 million and plenty that may be more than $2 million. I just think those folks who are selling those homes are also generating more than $2 million. And I think it's helpful to be mindful of that, given the crisis that we're facing citywide. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. I do have a question about one word actually in the ballot language, and that is unrecorded transfers. The language states that the transfer tax is triggered by any recorded or unrecorded transfer tax. how possibly will you be able to track an unrecorded transfer since it's not recorded by nature? I give title to Councilmember Davis, I give her a deed, you don't know that I've done that. So it states in here unrecorded transfers. How will you track that? You'd like that, wouldn't you?
I'll jump in, Councilmember Karen Murabito from the City Attorney's Office. Currently, the county collects on these unrecorded transfers. These are these mergers and acquisitions. And so when there's a merger and acquisition where there's a change in ownership under state law, there's certain reporting that has to go to the Board of Equalization, now the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. And so that information is reported then to the county assessor's office for change in ownership, and then that information is used by the county to go after these kinds of mergers and acquisitions where you have a buy-sell agreement and the individual property deeds aren't necessarily recorded, but that's how they go after these kinds of transactions. And so we would be doing something very similar and asking the county to collect on our behalf in these kind of unrecorded transactions.
Okay, I understand that. So that is specifically related to then commercial properties or potentially land acquisitions, but it does not relate to residential property. I think that needs to be highlighted in the language then, because when I read it, I didn't immediately go to commercial property. I went immediately to residential property and transferring, and in my example, no, I'm not giving my property to you, by the way, but if I was, and I just gave it to her, and because I like her, and she doesn't have to record it, it's still a transfer, she still owns it, and so I think we need to be clear about that, because I didn't understand that. I took that to mean all transfers, and how then would you find that? I understand, because you probably have to file something with the Secretary of State if it's a commercial property or a merger acquisition. That makes sense. That's really the only question I had.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. So I wasn't here the last time we heard this, and I know that everybody had their chance to have their say about this. So I will use my remarks from that day. There is no question that homelessness and housing supply are our biggest issues in San Jose and all of the Bay Area. I think we've talked about that many times on this dais. And that's why I supported Measure V in 2018, because it was a dedicated bond measure specifically to address those issues. However, my concern with this measure, and why I wouldn't have voted for it a couple of weeks ago and why I won't be voting for it today, is because this measure is revenue that would go straight to the general fund. There is no guarantee that this money will ever be spent on homelessness and housing, or that these items will continue to be the focus for this revenue over time and with other councils. I do appreciate my colleagues' attempts to make this measure more palatable, and also the memo we will discuss next week to set spending priorities and make it more difficult to change those spending priorities in future budget years. But we shouldn't have to go through all those acrobatics. That's why I supported Councilmember Camus's motion on the last item, so that we can make dedicated taxes easier to pass and general fund taxes more difficult to pass. This kind of trying to back into it way, I'm really uncomfortable with that. And that's why I will not be supporting the motion to put this on the ballot today.
Thank you. Councilmember Kimmis?
Yes, thank you. And, as I said in last week, I think this isn't the most egregious tax that I've seen, but I think it's dishonest to call it a tax for housing, because it's a general tax. And in the end, I'm saying, I haven't been the most supportive person of new taxes, because I think, we have enough. And when will we say we have enough taxes? Just in the last 3 years alone, we've passed 2 new general fund taxes here in San Jose and a new $650 million infrastructure tax. The county has passed several new tax measures. Our school districts have passed several new tax measures. Regional bodies like VTA and MTC have passed new tax measures. And we also have a new general fund dollars coming in from eBay that we weren't expecting up until a few weeks ago. Further, there are also many new proposed taxes that are coming down the line that may be on our ballot very soon. There's a new state measure to alter Prop 13 that is definitely going to hurt a lot of small businesses, and if it gets on the ballot, a new regional transportation mega tax, another 5/8 cents general sales tax for the county. Plus, we're studying a commercial impact fee just in another couple weeks to tax business more, all dedicated to housing. And we're proposing a new now we're proposing a new general transfer tax. Again, the transfer tax may not be that egregious, but that's what we say on all these taxes, and they all add up. And as a voter and a taxpayer and the voice of my district, I'm saying enough is enough, and taxpayers want to see results from the many years and many taxes that they've already authorized. The new tax would make it, here's one of the things that I've been really afraid of. The new tax would make it more expensive to acquire properties for developers, for development. Increasing the cost has never led to increased affordability. When you increase the cost, it makes it less affordable to build units. And this additional 0.75% tax will be factored into the construction fees and taxes that already are exorbitant that the developers are paying. In the end, it will raise the cost of development and make it harder to build here, harder to meet our housing requirements. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, we were looking at reducing fees for developers in San Jose because they're finding it hard to get loans with their 4 to 5% slim profit margin. This is what they were all telling us and what the studies were telling us. This will only exacerbate the matter by adding just a little bit more to the cost of development. Again, I know it's just a little bit more, but it is just a little bit more, and it'll be that much harder to get a loan for developing new housing. Instead of always focusing on finding new taxes and revenue sources, let's focus on reducing the cost of construction, which is the only real way to increase affordability. Let's focus on finding land to develop, because one of the things that we don't have really available is land. Let's focus on using the money we already have. We have County Measure A. I know we don't control it. We have federal and state housing money that are coming in, the existing residential impact fees that we already charge. We have an inclusionary housing fee, and we have private money coming in from Apple, Google, and nonprofits, all coming in that we should be utilizing before going out yet again for another new tax. So let's focus on living within our means, because we've had enough. I can tell you that as a person who's knocking on doors right now, people have had enough. Even worse, this will be a general tax. As I said, we should stop calling it a tax for housing. And this is a quote from the ballot. To fund general city of San Jose services, including. Everything after that including is left to the city council to decide. So it doesn't matter what we put after the quotes there. We could put anything we want. It's for other city council members to decide, and we shouldn't pretend that and in the end, even though this council and this mayor are dedicated and will make sure, I think, if it passes, that the money goes to housing, it is not going to tie the hands of any future generation, regardless if you put in an oversight committee, because an oversight committee, all they have to do is spend $1 on housing, and they will have met the commitment of this general fund tax. So I also will not be supporting it, obviously. I would say I would make a substitute motion to say no to this new tax.
All right, is that a substitute motion?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? All right, motion and second. Councilmember Rice?
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to go back to the transfer tax definition. I know that there's a deadline by Friday, and we can't possibly get this defined. Is there another opportunity for us beyond Friday to help us in defining what the transfer tax is?
Councilmember, the definition right now is on transfers, and it incorporates, I was looking at the ordinance, it incorporates state law. So the California Revenue and Taxation Code has a specific section as to what constitutes a change of ownership, and the transfers are on those change of ownerships. And again, that's consistent probably with most other cities and counties that have these types of taxes. We can look at this. It's unlikely we will be able to tweak it in this short notice. Any future, the problem is a change in methodology or a change in that would extend the tax to capture someone else would require voter approval under state law. So that's the dilemma you face. So I wish I had a better answer for you.
So under state law, I thought there was an example earlier about if it's less than a majority of the property getting transferred, then they don't have to pay that transfer tax, or is that an exemption?
Yeah, I think it's a corporate transfer. If I buy the stock and I buy less than 50% of the stock, there's no change of ownership.
So there could be just a work around this for many companies.
There may and there will be cases, in all likelihood. I think for the most part we capture things, but there are tax attorneys out there that not only look at federal taxes, but they look at state taxes and local taxes, and they're always trying to find ways. I shouldn't limit it to attorneys, accountants as well, to find ways to get around this stuff.
Got it. Okay. My concern is that I think this tax would apply to most commercial, and the residential. I think, Mayor, you said it was about a 3%, if I heard you correctly earlier. Residential, that this would apply for residential, correct?
Yeah, between 2 and 3%.
2 and 3%, right? Yeah. And so then I'm just worried about the transfer tax and the ability for companies to have a workaround, because they have the resources and the capacity to do a workaround. But I'm guessing we've done this before. We'll see the cases as Rick, as you mentioned, somebody is always on the lookout for a workaround.
And Councilmember, let me note that that we have our current real property conveyance tax, and it captures transfers of real property. And so we bring in, I don't have the dollar amounts, what we bring in on an annual basis. 45 million just on that alone. And this is, I think, anticipated to bring in up of 70 million, possibly. Is that the number, Lee?
Average is 49.
Yeah. So I think.
Is it 70?
70 at the top.
The projection based off of the modeling is a little more than 70. And
Oh.
Of course, it's volatile. It'll switch from year to year, but that's the general estimate.
So there may be some people that escape, but for the most part, I think we capture it.
Got it. Okay, so that is my greatest concern. I'm all for a very broad-based measure as this one, and I think I've said before, I think our residents, this is what is palatable to them, which is most importantly. So it doesn't matter whether we want a specific tax or a general tax. It's really what the voters are willing to approve. So it sounds from like the polling, this is what they're willing to approve, and this is the way that we can take this over the finish line. So I think with the transfer tax definition, we're not going to get anywhere by Friday. And like you said, Rick, we would have to bring it back anyways, even if we further defined it or made any movement or progress in the transfer tax definition. We would have to take it back to our voters. So I'm going to, is there a substitute already?
is, yeah.
From Councilmember Campbell? Okay, so I'm going to support the underlying motion from Councilmember Esparza, and I second it. Thank you.
Councilman Diep?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to comment. My team and I inadvertently violated the Brown Act on this issue. The realtors came to speak to us weeks ago about their position on the tax issue, and I was not there, but Vice Mayor Jones was, and a staff member of mine was there to listen to the opinions of the Realtors Association. My staff came back and said the realtors are unhappy with it, and that's kind of the extent of the conversation we had. But the Brown Act that I'm in is already full, and through my agent, my staff, we've expanded the Brown Act beyond the 5 that is allowed. So there's that. Although I never had an actual discussion with Vice Mayor Jones about this. Anyways, I've always kind of prided myself on being a straight shooter and saying what I think. Today is the first time I kind of felt like I'm kind of dancing around this, or to use Councilmember Davis's term, acrobatics. As a general matter, I don't think that government should be going to push for taxes at every single corner, but that is on the assumption that, left to its own devices, government is properly funded. I believe government should work at very least, and it should be nimble. But structurally, I don't think California is set up in a way where our local municipalities are funded properly, and that's why we have to keep going back and saying we need, whatever money for this, that, and the other. We are fortunate in Santa Clara County, in San Jose, to have advocates like, Silicon Valley at Home or working partnerships or the realtors to come and identify issues that the council should be focusing on. But there are a host of other issues that have no advocates. Nobody will come to speak for our city council needing to, rehaul its HVAC system. No one will come to City Hall and say we need to upgrade our infrastructure, our internet stuff, so we're not vulnerable to ransomware attacks, so on and so forth. There's a whole host of things that are beyond the parks and the roads and the libraries that need to get done. And we need the revenue to do it. So it is true that a general tax is unrestricted. The council should use our best discretion to apply it towards housing, as we say to voters. But to Councilmember Camps's point that, if we don't use it, I would just say that it is my hope and my strong belief that if we don't use it towards housing, it is because we're using something that has an immediate priority in that moment. And I don't know what that moment might be, but I do believe that we should have the nimbleness to address it because we would be addressing it for the city. I don't feel that San Jose is at a fiscal place where we are in excess, right? And so this issue for me is, are we in excess? Right now, we're still running on fumes, and there are so many more needs than we have resources for. It does not offend me to put a general tax and to fund our general fund, because again, elected officials, this council should have the discretion to do what we can in our best judgment for our population. To me, there's a threshold that once we start rolling in it, and then we start abusing or using things that the voters can kind of disagree with, there's a discussion to be had about that. But we are nowhere near that in San Jose. We are still very much in the red, and so that's kind of where I am on this. I find it a sad commentary that previous, politicians or government officials or at the national, state, and local level have helped contribute to kind of this sense of cynicism where voters have this general mistrust of electeds and feel that kind of these guidelines or guardrails are necessary to kind of convince them to pass a tax for something that we very much need. But having said that, I am supporting that. I'm co-signing onto the memo because I understand that's what voters want. And we tried this in 2018 with Measure V. It fell short. But that doesn't mean that we should not, as a council, continue to push for sources of funding for affordable housing. And so we got to try again. And if it makes it easier for voters to support this, with these guardrails in place, I am all for it, except that, as a general matter, I think bowling is more fun when there's no bumpers up there. So governing's the same. And so that's my piece on this, and I'll yield.
You didn't say no beer, you said no bumpers. All right, Councilmember Perales.
Thank you. I think, a lot has been said in regards to some of the realities here, and in fact, I think there's a lot of truth on sort of each side of the arguments here. I think one of the things that I wanted to reiterate, I don't necessarily think that the sky is going to fall, as my colleague Councilmember Kim has kind of described. And I also think, for certain, we all understand this is a general tax. Indeed, we are attempting to put as whether it's bumpers or guideways in regards to our indications or our spending priorities, and part of this conversation is sort of ahead of itself and really what we're going to have in the coming week. But I think no challenge about it. This is a general tax, and the reality is indeed future councils, even this council, can determine if there is a change in the spending priorities. Part of the reason why we're having this conversation here, and why I did agree with my colleague, Councilmember Kimmis, on the previous item, is this conundrum that we're in, where the prior tax, as Councilmember Jip pointed out, Measure V, failed. But yet both with the same spirit of an interest of wanting to guide the dollars towards affordable housing, a huge need that we have in our community today. The prior tax being confined and not just with guide rails, and thus needing 2/3 vote, supermajority, and we didn't hit that. And so now sort of going to a more loose and general tax, and one that certainly we're going to put spending priorities on. But the reality is just a general tax, and again, this council or future councils can change where those dollars go. But yeah, the sentiment of the community is the same. And hence, again, why I feel that is backwards in our system. But we are in this system. And so I'm not going to wait the inevitable, I don't know how long, but we talked about it the last item. It's probably unlikely that will ever change. So today, we have to work within what we have. And that's supporting this opportunity to both get revenues through a general tax for the city, but also place, as we do every year through our budget process, regardless, with all of our general fund dollars, a spending priority on it, and putting that in place here. And I will be supportive of that. I would have actually co-signed onto this memo had the mayor not worked right up into the Thanksgiving deadline. And so, I cannot necessarily agree with our vice mayor in regards to that threshold. I do understand that there are probably a larger number of individuals in his district that may be affected by that, but I would agree with the other commentary that was made that we're talking about the sale of a lot of these properties, and given the explanation that he did, paints a picture of individuals that have probably owned their home for quite some time, which means that they probably picked it up for well under $100,000. And indeed, as Councilmember Foley pointed out, here in San Jose, this is something that is shared across both the buyer and the sellers, and I don't necessarily think that on a home being sold over $2 million is going to really make or break somebody's retirement or their future after they may decide to actually sell a property like this. So I will support the underlying motion, and I do think that I guess the motion currently at the table cannot support. So thanks.
Councilmember Sparson?
Actually, somebody raised a point that I just wanted to address in terms of additional funding. So someone mentioned eBay. I don't know if staff would like to address this, but that money's not a given, correct? Like, can you talk about SB 531? And I know that the governor didn't sign that this year, but is that idea going to move forward, or could it move forward?
My understanding is that SB 531 was vetoed by the governor. However, so the eBay money, correct. So we, because that revenue capture agreement is a new way to collect sales tax revenue under the new state law that was passed that implemented the Wayfair Supreme Court decision, which allows states and local municipalities to collect sales tax from out of state. That process is very new, and so we don't want to count that revenue until we receive it from the state and make sure that's verifiable going forward. So we hope that it will be, but we don't want to make any commitments until we have that funding secure.
Thank you. And in terms of some of the well-publicized contributions from our tech companies on housing, I don't know if staff would like to answer this question, but has any of that money been designated just for San Jose? Somebody?
Ask Jackie to come down for that. I'm unaware of any specific.
With regard to Apple, Facebook, Google,
Right.
Cisco, well, we can say Apple identified some land of ours that they'll convert, which will reduce our tax revenue for housing. But I've been in ongoing conversations with all three of those companies, and we're certainly talking about lots of ideas, and there's no question Google's made a few commitments, but there's been no carve out that any of that money would go specifically to San Jose. There have been specific projects that Google has funded, for example, that are in San Jose.
And since you've talked with many of those companies, my understanding is a lot of that money is regional. It's not even county-wide, it's Bay Area-wide, or in some cases, it's statewide. Is that correct?
Yeah, certainly regional.
Yeah. So, I'm comfortable moving forward on this because I think the reality is it is not raining money, and we really need to look at other solutions moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I also won't support the substitute motion. I think it's really important to emphasize that no one is being dishonest here. The words that were read by Councilmember Camus to fund general city services are literally the first words of the 75-word ballot statement. So our voters are being told clearly what this is about early, so no one is confused. I agree with Councilmember Camus that taxpayers do want to see results, and from our prior taxes, what we've seen in just a few examples, we've added more than 250 police officers. I think that number is close to 300 now with the last academy, at a time when we were in crisis with a crisis with a lack of police officers. We also had a crisis in terms of our basic infrastructure maintenance. We've paved this year more miles of roads than any year in the last quarter century, and we now finally have a funding plan to do that in a sustained way over the next 8 or 9 years. We have improved emergency medical response. Our fire department has dramatically improved that now to the point where we're now exceeding the county standards. We had been chronically failing to meet the county standard for several years. Those are improvements that resulted from these tax increases. I appreciate very much and am sympathetic to the view that everyone is feeling overtaxed, but it is clear that our taxpayers are getting their money's worth and they're getting what they're told they're going to get, and that's what's critically important, and we need to continue to make good on our commitments. And all the improvements we've discussed, one thing we have not improved is the state of homelessness in our city or the lack of affordable housing. And we know we are continuing to fail to meet our goals and even our average production rates of affordable housing, in part because for many years we had the assistance of redevelopment that would enable us to have $40 million a year to build affordable housing in partnership with nonprofits and other builders. And that money went away, and we have not found a way to replace that money in the roughly 8 or 9 years since that money went away. And as a result, we have struggled mightily to build affordable housing and address our homelessness crisis. It has only gotten worse. And in case anyone thinks we're flush, we have the most thinly staffed city hall of any major city in the country. So it's fair to say every employee here is doing all they can, sometimes 2 or 3 jobs, to keep the wheels on to provide basic services. And we need more funding to address these crises that we face. So that's why I'm supporting this measure. Any other comments? All right, let's vote on the substitute motion from Councilmember Camus first. All right, that motion fails. We'll now be able to consider the underlying motion from Councilmember Esparza.
Mayor?
Vice Mayor?
Yes, I just wanted to say that I'm going to support the underlying motion because I'm going to stick, I will be consistent in terms of letting the voters decide, but I want to reiterate that I think Councilmember Camus brought up some excellent points about this being a general fund tax, as well as having guardrails to make sure that the money is spent the way it was intended, as well as some of the issues that I brought up, which should be part of the public discourse when this goes to an election. But I want to let the voters decide, but I want them to be fully informed in terms of all the issues that surround this ballot measure. So I'm going to support it.
All right, other comments or questions? Okay, let's vote then on Councilmember Esparza's motion. That motion passes. All right, we're then on to item 3.7, which is amendment to the vendor agreement vision service plan for vision care benefits for city employees, retirees, and dependents. Thanks everybody for the presentation and the information. Motion and second. We don't have any cards from the public on this item. Let's vote.
I'm still waiting on votes.
Sorry.
You guys moved very quickly.
Okay, that passes. All right, on to 3.8. This is a public hearing on Community Facilities District number 8. This
Mayor.
requires, Councilmember Camus has to recuse himself.
Yes, thank you. I do.
Just told us? Okay. Due to property ownership. This requires 10 affirmative votes. I'll note that we have had the public hearing already, so there's no more testimony. This is the opportunity for us to vote, and it looks like we have 10 members, which is a lucky number if you happen to need 10. Okay, any comments, questions, or motions? Motion to approve. All right, Councilmember Esparza?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this allows the voters in Communications Hill, they will vote, so they will have their say, and it does require a 2/3 vote. And so I'm supportive of this exercise in democracy. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right, let's vote on the motion. All right, thank you. That passes, just barely with 10 votes. All right, 4.1 is the Disposition Development Agreement Museum Place Owner, LLC, and amended and restated Tech Interactive Lease Agreement. There's a presentation. Welcome, Nancy.
Thank you, Mayor. Nancy Klein, Assistant Director of Economic Development, and also speaking this afternoon will be Gary Dilbow, who's Managing Partner, Urban Communities, and Tim Ritchie, who's President and CEO of the Tech Interactive. What's before you today is the request for City Council to approve the addendum to the Environmental Impact Report for the Museum Place project, as well as the amended and restated Disposition and Development Agreement, and the amended restated lease agreement with the Tech Interactive, and asking Council to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute all ancillary documents that are required to complete the transaction. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge the internal team that worked long and hard to get us to today. First, Rick Doyle, Ed Moran, Ken Johnson, and Cameron Day. Yes, a lot of attorneys. And Cameron Day, who is new to the city attorney's office, but he's MVP of this project. We couldn't have gotten here without him. Bill Eckern, whose construction and project management skills are essential, Kim Wallish, Rodney Rapson from Public Works, as well as Robert Manford, Rosalind Huey, and their implementation and environmental teams, and to Dave Sykes, whose leadership and guidance have been invaluable. I also wanted to thank Tim Ritchie and the tech team, who also put in very long hours, and also Carolyn Kirketchner and the Team San Jose team on the Civic Auditorium, also very important partner in this overall transaction. What I wanted to do here, I think it's very useful to show you the site and orient you to the site. Toward the top of the screen, you have Park Avenue, and then on the bottom of the screen, on the other side of the Civic National, is San Carlos. To the right, you see the tech bordering on Cesar Chavez Park, and to the left, you see the area that's hatched with blue and yellow. That's the Almaden Paseo. That area, we'll come back, and we'll come back to this as a reference a couple more times during the presentation. On a brief chronology of the project, in August 2017, Council approved a disposition and development agreement with Insight Quinhua. The project was to include hotel, retail, office, residential, and the tech expansion. In June of 2018, Insight sought and Council approved the assignment of the project to Museum Place owner LLC Gary Dilbow. And the assignment, when it went to Council, highlighted that Mr. Dilbow would likely seek to eliminate the residential and hotel components of the project. I will come back to this slide a couple of times too, but I wanted to orient you to the space. So the overall, this is an elevation showing the tech at the leftmost portion of the slide, and then an elevation of the building. And then the area in yellow would be the 60,000 square foot tech expansion space, so that you could better understand what we're seeing and talking about. The project description currently includes 928,000 square feet of Class A office, 60,000 square feet for the Tech Interactive. That includes a 10,000 square foot double height column free space, 8,400 square feet of retail space, and approximately 480 parking spaces. The city, and I'm going to just, like I said, go back, the city would own that area as a condominium that is highlighted in yellow. The project, of the roughly 480 parking spaces, 100 will be dedicated to the tech/city for our daily use, and a total of the 480 spaces will be shared on evenings and weekends for the public. I wanted to mention, you have attached in your package key provisions. Well, you have the DDA itself, but key provisions include a proof of financing in 2 phases in June 2020 and in March 2021. That there will be a deposit made of phase 1 utility work, $5 million for the city. So if the phase 1 utility work didn't proceed for any reason, the city would keep that and use that $5 million for the project. That $5 million for phase 2 or vertical construction would be added to by the developer with $15 million for a total of $20 million that, should the project not proceed, the city would have at its disposal to either fill in a big hole or work with a new developer to take the project over. The project also includes a right of reverter, and that ensures that the developer returns the property to the city if the developer defaults. And defaults considered are if there's a construction, that the developer does not proceed to construction after 6 months, or if the developer abandons or suspends construction for 3 months, or if the developer would fail to convey the tech expansion space to the city. The DDA does include extensions for up to 2 years for allowable force majeure, disaster strikes, or in this case, serious economic downturns. particularly if the economy sees negative growth for 2 consecutive quarters. The project also includes construction and performance bonds and guarantees, specific performance, which specifies that a court can bind the defaulting party to perform. This project, approved in 2017, required that the project pay prevailing wage to all construction employees, and there is a PLA, project labor agreement, on the project. Wanted to discuss the valuation for the project. In 2017, Smith & Associates did an appraisal at roughly $200 a square foot, which is then was the anticipation that the Insight Kingwa Group would spend at least $20 million on the project. The notion here is that instead of the city getting money for the land, the developer will deliver 60,000 square foot of tech space or condo for the city. In 2018, when the property was assigned, Mr. Dilbow began to work with the tech and the city, and also Team San Jose. And through the work that took place, it has become clear that the developer will spend at least a minimum of $30 million, and we'll go through that, why that is as we move forward. But I also just wanted to reference the explanation is, as we translate back to a square foot cost for the land, city's land, is the Almaden Paseo, and let me just bring you back to that slide. The Almaden Paseo, the area in Blue Hatch, is no build area. It has restrictions for emergency vehicles as well as pedestrians. So there is no building in that area, so it has a lower valuation, roughly $50 a square foot for 20,000 square feet. That's roughly the 20,000 square feet, that blue hatched area. And the remainder of the site, or in effect the buildable site that will have the building itself and the loading area, is roughly $80,000. And the developer will pay roughly $360 per square foot for the buildable and loading areas. In addition to the description we have provided already, I wanted to describe the obligations or additional costs that the developer is undertaking. One is relates to the, I'm sorry I'm flipping around, but I just think it's valuable, the wrong way, valuable for you to be able to see a representation of what we're referencing in there. The original tech space that was to be provided by Insight Kingwa was had 2 floors. The first floor of the condo was below ground in the parking area, and then on the first floor. In working with Mr. Dilbow to create a much better public space, the tech space was moved from the first to second, and then because there's a double high space, it takes up the first 3 floors, as you see in that area. That has implications. One, the second and third floor then can't be leased by the developer, so there's lost revenue. And then because it's column-free space, the developer can't develop over the top of that for structural reasons that I'm sure the developer can speak more to. Mentioned as well was the Almaden Paseo no build with emergency vehicle and pedestrian easements. And the project includes an easement for loading. Rather than flip back and forth, I will just say that the city is very serious about ensuring loading for the Civic. And so we will record an easement to ensure that in perpetuity, the Civic National has access to the loading and unloading. As mentioned, there'll be 100 parking spaces for the Tech Interactive, and that all evenings and weekends, the full amount of parking in the facility will be made available to the public, as well as the PLA and prevailing wage requirements. to continue on with a little bit about the valuation, if you look at this and value to the city, the condominium owned by the city is valued at conservatively $42 or $43 million. If you look at it from a rent-based model on a very conservative basis, 60,000 square foot, holding $6 a square foot triple net for 12 months is roughly $4.3 million. And if you look at that over a 10-year period, that's $43 million, and that's without any increases or escalations in rent assumed. Or if you looked at a percentage ownership model, roughly the condo would be 6% of the $700 million, and that's $42 million. So the question is the city getting satisfactory value? Staff's recommendation is that we are getting an infill development in a tight location that must share very aggressively with other city uses, very much so on the Team San Jose and the 18-wheelers that need to come in and share that space with a 1.2 million square foot building, as well as with the tech expansion space itself. We'll also be getting a high-quality 60,000 square foot public space for the tech in the city. We estimate there'll be 4,600 ongoing jobs, 1,000 prevailing wage construction jobs, and conservatively, the project should throw off, again, a $700 million value estimate, $980,000 in annual property taxes. I did mention Team San Jose, and I just want to make sure you know that the developer and staff very much understands the importance of ensuring that through construction and operations that the museum, that the Team San Jose and Civic National continues to function. They've been very successful at having more and more events, and we want that to continue. The tech lease itself is an extension. It's a lease for the overall facility, adjoined existing and new space. And it's an extension for 55 years. And the discussion of the allowed uses took a good bit of time between the organizations. The Tech Interactive wants very much to envision the future, and there could be a lot of possibilities and a lot of opportunities for partnership. So the Tech Interactive, is very keen on looking for the ability to be able to sublease certain amounts of the space. And the staff on representing the city were very clear that there would be no subleasing or licensing of the first and second floors of the museum, the principal floors, Tech Interactive, except for the subleases that are already there, or licenses that are already there, the IMAX, the gift shop, or the restaurant. The tech could sublease the lower level of the existing facility, and that we put a margin on that the tech cannot sublease space in the full facility greater than 30% of the gross square footage. The documents, the lease does provide that the tech can return the expansion space to the city. It also specifies that the existing and maintenance obligations of the city will continue in the same way for the existing as applied to the new building. But no new additional city subsidy from the expansion space will be given, and acknowledges that the existing city subsidy will continue. With that, and just as I call Mr. Dilbau up to speak, the West Bank is a development partner that Mr. Dilbau is beginning, or is far along the way in working with on this project. And I wanted to just highlight for you a couple of different projects. West Bank is very much a leader in terms of exciting design. This is a project, bless you, this is a project in Vancouver, roughly 4.5 million square feet, several buildings. This one is called the King Building. It's in Toronto, roughly 650,000 square feet. 400 Georgia, also in Vancouver, size 367,000 square feet, and I believe that's being leased to Deloitte. And then lastly, 1550 Alberni, also in Vancouver, at 271,000 square feet. And with that, I would ask for Gary to come and share a few words.
Thanks, Nancy. It's a little intimidating up here. At first, I got to put a shameless plug in. We just moved a Pasteria Adega into 30 East Santa Clara. They opened up right before a Thanksgiving, so if you ever want a great egg custard, great place to go. But I do think that is a bit emblematic of what we are trying to do as we've come to San Jose. And it's not just so much about Museum Place, and we can certainly talk about this in great detail, but I hope you all understand that our goal is not just to develop one site. We've invested almost $300 million in downtown so far. We bought 21 properties, and the goal is to help build a vital, vibrant, and high-energy city, creating great community, better quality of life for people who live in the area. So that has been our overall kind of general perspective. When we first came down here, Museum Place was significant to us due to its size. You know, one thing that I noticed, and I've been in downtown for 3 years now, is as you walk through SOFA at 9:30 on a Tuesday, there's nobody there. And for the city to start, the core of the city, to start to really gain more momentum, we have to get more people into the city core during the daytime. And you have to have some projects of scale. That's why I'm very excited about what J. Paul is doing. I think he's going to really help take the city to the next level based upon the size of the projects he's doing. This project equally is important. You know, the Salesforce Tower in downtown San Francisco, that's about a 1.2, 1.3 million square foot site. This is a 1 million square foot building. So this is a very large facility that we're trying to build. One of the things that we've tried to make sure of is, as we've been going through the design process, is really spending time with local tech tenants to understand their needs. What do they need to be successful in this valley and to stay here and to thrive here? And this building has a lot of the characteristics, whether it's ceiling heights or floor plates or parking issues, that we believe will attract one of those tenants to this facility. So that has really been our perspective from day one, is not just a building, but building community, trying to make sure that we're looking at new transportation methodologies. We don't want to build four layers of parking below this building that might be a stranded asset sometime in the near future. And we want to make sure that the city is seen as some place that's embracing new transportation types of solutions. So that's our general perspective. I was talking to Mayor Liccardo earlier. I understand that the city has been left at the altar numerous times on projects in this area. And it concerns me as well. We have enough property here that we do not intend to land bank. We do not intend to sit on this property. Our goal is to get this moving as quickly as we can. We've actually already pulled permits and had those permits approved to start the phase 1 of this project. We're just kind of chomping at the bit and waiting for this agreement to be done. I also recognize that, to date, although we've invested $300 million, we're going to have to invest another $3 to $4 billion to bring our projects out of the ground. And therefore, it really required bringing in a thoughtful partner. That's why we brought West Bank in. They spent some time with the mayor, some time with Councilman Perales, and really seeing some of the projects that they're doing. We're fortunate. They only operate in 4 cities effectively in the world right now: Tokyo, Toronto, Vancouver, and Seattle. So I've been working with them for 9 months to try to convince them that San Jose was the next place they should plant a flag. And trust me, that was not an easy discussion. When they make this kind of decision, it's something they do with a lot of thought. It's going to require a lot of time and effort. But I think that you'll all be pleased. I think you'll be excited. I think you'll be inspired by what they're going to kind of push us to do and start to, I think, raise the bar what we should expect of ourselves. If this is going to be one of the greatest cities in the United States, our design should reflect that. And we should also create these great user experiences for people who be in our buildings. So that's really the high-level overview. I also wanted to make sure that I highlighted what Nancy was saying, that I cannot tell you how much we appreciate the various groups that we work with in the city here, whether it was Team San Jose, whether it was council members, whether it was the city attorney's office. We've had numerous discussions with David Beeney. This is something that, unfortunately, is not as clear-cut as just a fee simple deal. They have to bring all these groups together, and we have to work with one another. There are going to be some complex things that we're going to have to work out down the road, but I think, we spent the most time here with Tim Ritchie making sure that we have a relationship where we can work with one another and really kind of create the experience that he wants to create there with his building as well. I can tell you that we are working our rear end off. This has been going on for a very long time. We're ready to get started, and we're hoping to make you proud.
Gary, thank you. Thank you for all that you've done. Thank you for your collaborative work with the many stakeholders, particularly Team San Jose and Tim Ritchie and the tech and everyone. This is a very complex project, and I know you've been at it for a long time. Appreciate the work that you and Jeff Arriaga and Andrew Jacobson, West Bank, and others have done as a team. Really grateful to see this kind of investment here.
Yeah, it's exciting.
It is. So we're going to come back to you in a moment. We're going to go to public comment. Is that right, Nancy?
To Tim
Oh,
Ritchie.
we're going to Tim Ritchie. Okay, let's listen to Tim then first. Welcome, Tim. Good to have you.
Actually, Brian.
No, I'm sorry, Brian. Tim Ritchie's up next. My apologies.
Thank you.
Well, Mayor and Council, it's a real pleasure to be here. Before we get going, I just want to say from the tech how much we appreciate the Council's support, the Mayor's support. The public-private partnership that the tech and the city has, I can tell you from other science centers around the country, is really remarkable. And we're fortunate to have you as a partner. Also, I would like to say I've served in 2 other cities as a CEO, and I would say the quality of civic leadership in this city is really, really a treasure, so I'm grateful for it. With respect to the tech itself and this project, it's useful to think of it also kind of like a public-private partnership. Our partnership with you is not too dissimilar with our partnership with Gary and his team, so it's complicated, it's important. We've worked on it for about 4 years. We've spent about $700,000 so far of the tech's own money on this. It's been a huge project going forward, and the important thing to think about is not so much about the expansion. That's not the point. The point is really the mission of the Tech Interactive to stay relevant, and it's always shifting. Our basic mission is to help people succeed in a world driven by science and technology. That's our mission. That's the city's mission. That's what we're trying to do with this project overall. And I don't think there's anything that can be more important right now than to help our citizens become effective and able to succeed in a world driven by science and technology. We believe this project is important for downtown San Jose, but it's important for every single district because the tech is active in every one of your districts. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thanks, Tim, and thanks for your leadership, and thanks also to Krista Giorgio and everybody on the board. Okay, Nancy, you have anything further?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Staff's ready for questions. Thank you,
All
sir.
right, so we'll come back to council questions in a moment. Let's first go to the public. I have Gene Cohen and David Beanie, and anyone else who'd like to speak, just fill out a yellow card. And Brian Darby, since you're up first, why don't you come on up, Brian? Brian, you wanted to speak on this item, right? You had 2.8.
On the tech, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, and sorry about I interrupted. I really wanted to actually say, after reading a lot of what was you guys you ladies and gentlemen have a very, very hard job. And I want to let you know I really appreciate it, especially what you do. That's a lot, and we don't know that when we're complaining at you on Facebook and next door and in the emails, and it's all a big conspiracy, and it's not. And I want to let you, I really wanted you to know, this might have the potential of saving people's lives, teaching people tech, because what comes from tech comes modeling. What comes from modeling is new vaccines, new treatments for diseases, new wheelchairs for the folks that I've worked with, a lot of it, and you just can't put a price on it. I really, really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all you do.
Thank you, Brian. You can talk anytime. Okay, welcome, Gene.
I promise not to bring it down. Hi, I'm Jean Cohen with UA Local 393. We're a proud member of the Building Trades Council, and we are enthusiastically here to support this project. It's complex, it's exciting, and it's been a long time coming. We have thousands of members that work in San Jose and Santa Clara County, and this project will help provide sustainable wages for them. We want to thank Urban Community, Councilmember Perales, and the mayor especially for making sure that this day came together. Please approve this project because it demonstrates that developers and unions can work together and that we can produce a profitable project that hires workers and that creates beautiful projects in front of you today. So thank you once again. Bye.
Thank you, Gene. And welcome, Mr. Beanie.
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo, council members. Sometimes I'm here in council chambers to call attention to a developer who is not meeting the standards of construction or of worker compensation for this area. Today, I'm glad to be here in support of a project. The developer, Museum Place owner, and Mr. Gary Dillabo, has chosen to uphold the standard wages and benefits and to utilize the most highly skilled and trained construction craftspersons that the area has to offer. Museum Place owner has chosen to value the local workforce and their contribution to the community in which we all share. I urge the mayor and council members to accept the recommendation before you and support this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so want to certainly thank all the folks who have been involved in this, Nancy in particular, who I know has been working many, many hours on this project for many years. It's great to get to this point. Certainly Cameron Day and Rick Doyle at the City Attorney's Office. Of course, Gary and Andrew and Jeff and everyone on their team, and Tim Ritchie and the tech, and Team San Jose. I want to thank them. We know there have been a lot of challenges dealing with access and loading and all kinds of other issues I don't understand, but I just know there are big trucks involved. So I appreciate everybody working together. Nancy, I know that we've been involved in a lot of 11th hour discussions here, and I just want to sort of air those out so we're all kind of clear. My understanding is there were differing interpretations about what the agreement required with regard to guarantees of financing. And I know that there was an interpretation that we had based on page 10 of the agreement that by June of 2020, that there would be commitments of financing. There was a belief based on the scheduled performance from Gary's team that it would be March 2021. I understand their reasonable minds differed about all this, and I think when we just had a conversation with Gary and Andrew on the phone and Rick in the room and a few other staff members, what I understood the arrangement to be that we would concede to the two-step process for timing that Gary's team had understood. That is, that we would have some project guarantees and capacity to complete that are described in that agreement on page 10 on June 20th, and that the full commitment on phase 2 could happen in March of 2021. If West Bank made a written commitment of their equity contribution for phase 1, which I think was somewhere around 30 or 35 million, assuming obviously that this transaction goes through as we expect, and that there would be some tightening of the language around the force majeure provisions regarding the severity of economic conditions. Is that your understanding of what parties agreed to in that call?
That's my understanding.
Okay, so is that the staff recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. Rick, did you want to add anything?
I don't, my only question is really, Nancy, do we have agreement on the language?
On the, just a couple clarifications, because I want to make sure we're here and that Gary would have an opportunity to comment. On the $30 million, what it represents is approximately $15 million a minimum has already been spent on the project. And then moving into phase 1, that will be developer equity financed at least another $15 to $20 million, which will also include $5 million as a deposit to us.
Right.
So I don't think there's any disagreement that there would be further re-emphasis, perhaps stated even more clearly to that effect from West Bank, that this will be equity funded and phase 1 would proceed. That, I just want to make sure that that's our understanding, and I believe that's what is being agreed to. Kate, we listened to Kate.
And what I'm hoping is that we won't be wordsmithing here on the dais, but simply asking you to work it out, as I know you guys will in the next couple of days.
So, yes, thank you, sir. And I believe we do have agreement on that point. On the second point...
Can I, Nancy, before I interrupt, how would that be memorialized? It's my understanding that's going to be in the form of a letter?
Yes, it would be a written form from West Bank and Gary.
Okay, and we would be relying on that letter in moving forward.
Yes.
And Gary, if you want to come forward and speak, feel free. We just want to make sure we're all kind of on the same page.
Well, I guess what we're relying upon is the document itself, right? That's what we've been spending all this time on. And I think what you guys are looking for is, hey, how do we make sure that West Bank is committed to this deal? And talking about, we can send you language on their letterhead about the agreement that we're putting in place with regards to moving not just this project forward, but a much larger portfolio. So that's why this relationship with them is a little, it's not just stay siloed into the museum place deal, but we can certainly give you language around what that relationship is evolving to be.
My only point was that to the extent the city council is approving the DDA or giving the city manager authority to execute the DDA, that we would be relying on something that says what Nancy talked about in terms of your equity investment.
Yeah. So we're bound to that equity investment, right? So you can look to me for that. That's we put $15.2 million into this. We're going to have to put another approximately $15 to $20 million. If we default on that, you guys have the ability to pull the property back and take over the property. So I want to make sure that with our relation with West Bank that we don't default on the obligations that are in the DDA.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Appreciate it. And thanks, Nancy.
Yeah, the one point I do want to make just a little clear is on the force majeure. I think we're really close there, so I think it's going to take a little bit of massaging that. We wanted to make sure that we were talking about something that was an economic downturn, and if that was something that took place, that we'd all have to kind of look at what's on the table, but we just want to spend a little extra time with you trying to finalize some final tweaks in that language. I know what you're looking for. I'm not sure we're there right now, but I want to. I think in a day or two we could get that resolved.
Okay, thank you, Gary.
Okay.
All right, back to the council. Councilmember Perales, who I know has been in the middle of this project for some time.
Yeah, I was with yourself, Mayor, and some of the others on the council here that got left at the altar. So, and thank you for highlighting that, Gary. I think that we have a great opportunity here, and it has been a blessing to our city to have yourself and a few other new investors and developers, especially in our downtown core, pushing the limits, challenging one another, I think, with the ability of what you can develop and what we can do with the space, and really lifting the bar here in San Jose, specifically in downtown. And this, albeit a very, very challenging location, a challenging partnership, and understood the length of time that was going to take. So I am happy that we're here today. I want to thank Tim as well with Tech Interactive and the opportunities that we, the city, will have here with this expansion. And as Tim pointed out, what that means for our community. This isn't just about the Tech Interactive and expansion of space there. This is an expansion of opportunity for our entire community. But it wouldn't be possible without Gary, yourself, and what you were willing to do to provide. I wanted to just reiterate, because I know that this was a big challenge and created some alterations to the design in regards to the columns to have that 10,000 square feet double high column free space. That shrunk down even the available square footage that you could put on the east side of the building there, and the opportunities there, but was really important for what the Tech Interactive, their capabilities would be in this space, and ultimately for the city and what it would mean for the use of that space. And so that didn't go unnoticed. Certainly a lot more factors, as the mayor pointed out, with Team San Jose, and absolutely the loading there, and to keep the Civic a very vibrant theater and operation. So just a lot of challenges all around the board. And as the mayor said as well, I want to tip my hat to Nancy, to you, because you sort of sat in the middle of all of this and worked with all different parties involved, including myself and the mayor. And I really do appreciate your efforts in this regard, and excited about the opportunities moving forward. I also personally had an opportunity to meet more personally with West Bank and tour some of their development sites in Seattle, and really, really excited about the opportunity of having them be a developer here in downtown, and albeit right next to J. Paul, who's just landed and broke ground on his first development. And so certainly I think a changing of tides for what we are expecting and what we can expect to see in downtown. So I wanted to just clarify, and I know, Mayor, you didn't want to get into wordsmithing. I was looking at the force majeure, which is under the title of enforced delay, extension of time performance, which Personally, I like that better than the Latin word, but in regards to, and it sounds like, Gary, you think as well that through conversation or maybe over the next couple of days, and Nancy, I'm seeing a head nod, that we can come to an agreement. What I'm concerned about is what if we don't, right? And looking at the language there and what it is that your thinking is, Mayor, and I too am not intent on changing that language today, but I want to get the idea of the intent
Yeah.
just to determine if we actually are going to achieve an agreement or compromise.
Appreciate your concern. So let me just say, as a recovering lawyer, force majeure, as I understood, force majeure, I should say, as I understood it, means essentially act of God. And Lund can tell us the etymology shortly, I'm sure. So, so usually it's hurricanes, floods, earthquakes. Some conversation with our city attorney's office. It's very unusual. In fact, Rick had said he had never seen this before in an agreement we had, in any disposition agreement where we included economic conditions in that. And I think we all know we're in the 11th year of a recovery, and recession's going to happen, and it's going to happen sooner or later, and we don't know when exactly, but very good chance it's going to happen over the very high chance it's going to happen over the course of the construction of this project. And we expect developers are anticipating that as they're making decisions and bidding and getting their contractors to bid and all kinds of other things. And so for me, the notion that we could stall 18 months and then have 2 additional bites of the apple to stall again on this could mean that we're 3 or 4 years down the road without construction happening. And that was my concern. So I know that certainly there are many protections in the agreement. We appreciate all that. But it would be helpful if what we really were referring to was, and I think as Nancy and Gary and I had talked about, was really something the severity of what we saw in 2008, a very severe recession, something in that order of magnitude, but not just any downturn, because we expect downturns are going to happen, and this is something we should be part of our expectation in the years ahead.
Thank you for that. And then I guess just Nancy to you, and then maybe Gary, if you want to come back down, sorry. Just, is this the understanding that everybody does have, and do we think that there is an agreement to be made, or no?
Yeah, listen, what I think is that if the economy continues to grow, right, even if it grows at a very anemic rate, we're fine with that. But as soon as the economy starts to pull back, that's what concerns us. And Rick, I will tell you, this might be foreign to you, but the reality is that West Bank's developing all around the world, and they're working in those cities. They're the largest developer in Vancouver right now. This is something that's relatively standard with their financing teams. When you're building a $700 or $800 million project, you have to have very sophisticated banks. Banks are looking at macroeconomics as well, so they're trying to make sure they see these things. So while this might not be something that's standard in San Jose, this is something that's very standard in those cities. So I don't want to get caught up on that, but that is something we're definitely trying to work with the developer. This is not about stalling. This is about how do we move quickly and how do we make sure that we can bring great financing to this project that's excited about what we're doing, that's confident that we know what we're doing, and has a city who understands all the challenges associated with this. Again, when we have 21 properties, it's not in our best interest to have some of these things stalled or a hole in the ground. If we do that, we're all going to fail. So we already have $300 million on the table. Our goal is not just to let it sit there and kind of just piggy bank away. Our goal is to move these projects forward as quickly as we can. So again, the language we were looking for there was just, if the economy does start to go backwards, that is a significant sign that that's something changing. I don't care if it increases 0.1% or 0.2%, that's fine, that's anemic, but we're going to build through that. And the nice thing about West Bank is I've spent a lot of time looking at them, talking to other cities, and they really have just built through cycles. That's not something that worries them. I think other developers are much more sensitive to that. But I think when you're talking to very sophisticated banks, that's the kind of language that we had to have in the deal to make sure it's something that they would find attractive.
Just as a comment in, I think there is work to be done. I don't want to mislead council or public. I think the notion that the city was hoping for, and Gary knows that, is more definition that would be a further decline, not simply negative growth. So that was the initial reference to 2008. I know that in talking briefly to West Bank, that's the second, or perhaps in some definition, the worst recent depression. So maybe something in between. So I think we still have a little bit of work to do. We hear what you're saying, and also looking to understand that there could be some negative growth and still expect the developer to move forward.
Yeah, listen, all I can tell you is that we've worked through so many complex issues here that I feel confident that we can maybe tweak this a little bit. But ultimately, I hope that you guys believe in the intent of what we're trying to do here. This is not about stalling. This is not trying to keep something, that we're just waiting for the perfect deal. We want to move this city forward. We want to move this site forward. And so we're not trying to slow it down at all. That's not the intent of the language that we're trying to put in front of you.
So then just another question, you can stay up here, Gary, because I am reading the language here, and for my colleagues, if they want to look in the agreement, page 49.
Yes.
And up at the top, section B, somewhere midway through the paragraph, it does say negative growth for 2 consecutive quarters in the economic conditions index for San Jose, blah, blah, blah. So, but 2 negative growth, and I get that that's not necessarily very clear, right? That's sort of, and you can be interpreted as pretty light negative growth. So maybe we're talking about wordsmithing, which is, again, what we're not trying to do here, but it does lead me back to my question, which is, well, what happens if we don't reach an agreement? So the council today is, accepting this with the intent that we reach agreement. What happens if we don't? I'll start with you, Nancy.
I would look to Rick, but opportunities, if we don't reach agreement, we could bring the item under price and terms back to closed session and/or back to open session. I defer to Rick.
It was my understanding from what the email I saw back and forth was they were close, they thought they were close to an agreement, but just couldn't hammer it out today. If in fact we can't do it in the next couple of days, and I'll leave this to the city manager because they're the ones ultimately they're going to make the decision, probably bring it back to closed session as early as next Tuesday on price and terms. What I would suggest is, since this final language has to be worked out, that the council delegate to the city manager the authority to negotiate and execute the DDA with in its substantially final form as it is, with this one area that needs to be finalized, and just hopefully we can come to agreement. Again, I don't, again, we've not seen this before, and we deal with developers that use banks, but the world has changed, and I understand that people are concerned about downturns, but we want to make sure whatever it is, it's defined, and we understand everybody knows we're on the same page.
Yeah, listen, and I do think that the term is a little confusing, right? Negative growth. So, again, if the economy is growing at 2% or 2.4% and it pulls back to 1.6 or 1.2%, that's what we're not talking about. That's just a slowdown of growth. What we're talking about is when the economy actually is pulling back and it's going into a negative territory. So it goes from, $1 billion to $900 million. That's what we're trying to guard against. And I think that would, again, what we're trying to get to, that shows significant change here in the economics in the Valley. And they were very specific to the Valley, too. We don't care what's going on in Pennsylvania. We care about what's happening here in the Bay Area.
And it sounds like the language that I'm reading in here in the document does talk about San Jose, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara metropolitan statistics. So I think we're at least, sounds like we're in agreement on that, the geographic area of it. Rick, you sound like you're not familiar with this language. Gary, you're saying that West Bank is familiar with it. I don't read the term force majeure, so hence why I read it as enforced delay, extension of time of performance. So is it, Rick, any of your understanding, or I know that obviously this is the 11th hour, but where you had any, or staff was able to look and see some experience or examples within the last couple hours, or not?
I've talked with my other staff that do real estate deals, and they've not seen it either.
They've not seen it?
Yeah, and so I think, again, the traditional force majeure is what you see at the top, in A. B is sort of new. Again, I understand where a lender's coming from. But I think what we want to make sure is if we can get to agreement on what it is what negative growth means, and take it from there. And that's something that I think maybe in a few days, or we can hammer out hopefully sooner than a couple of days.
Okay. So my main concern again is sort of what happens if we don't reach an agreement. So just Gary, same question then to you. Sort of if there's no agreement and we're coming back to the council, I'm just kind of curious on your guys' end, what time-wise, and say that we don't reach an agreement, it's getting delayed, we're having to come back to closed session or back to council. Where is the threshold here for Friday, sort of West Bank's, level of commitment or even your own, right? And so just curious on that regard.
Yeah, listen, I will tell you, and I know this is just a misinterpretation, but West Bank has been, they deal with city governments all around the world. They have been extraordinarily impressed with the interactions they've had with the city and what they've heard kind of from us and our experiences. So we had to make this change at the last minute. These are things that happen in cities like San Francisco. We don't want to be known for that. So I don't think there's any ill will here, but I do want to make sure that we're cognizant of what it takes to build a $1 billion project or a $700 million project. And this language is not just making up. This is coming from our financing teams, from the banks. So as much as we want to make sure that we're addressing your concerns, we also want to make sure this is something that becomes viable in the financial community. That's why we put this forward. And I thought that it felt like it made a lot of sense to everybody. But Sam, I completely understand your perspective on we do not want to get stuck in the ground with this project. That is not what we're trying to guard against.
Yeah, I just understood that we had an agreement when we left the conversation earlier this morning. And so I'd like to keep to that. Councilmember Prowse?
Yeah, so I guess it sounds like there wasn't a full agreement. I think maybe the agreement was to go forth and try to figure out what this negative growth means. And so,
Well, actually, I think there was, but I think we've seen this a couple times now, and there's been disagreement now about when exactly financing would be required. And we're at this point because we're making a concession that will agree to the term that Gary and his team believed, that there would be a two-step financing. And what we had talked about over the phone, and Nancy and Rick were both present, was in fact that these other two provisions would be adjusted to give the city some comfort, given the fact that we were conceding on this issue around the financing. And so I walked away very clear, understanding what the agreement was. And I assume Rick did as well. And so I understand what I think the agreement was.
Well, Mayor, I'm not exactly, I mean, it sounded to me like in the conversation we had, it was, we were trying to guard against a very profound, economic,
Yes, that's what I understood.
Yeah.
But 2 consecutive quarters of declining GDP is the minimum definition of any recession under NBER standards. That's the national standard for any recession. So it could be the most modest of recessions. And now you're saying that is exactly what triggers it. And I'm saying, well, that essentially makes the exception swallow the rule. And what we had talked about was the fact that it would need to be a significant recession. It wouldn't simply be a standard recession, because you described a few minutes ago, this is a developer that's very experienced in building through recessions. We know construction schedules last 3 or 4 years, and they go through cycles. And developers understand that. And developers like you are smart, and they're smart, and we expect you guys are working through that, expecting that recessions happen. And in fact, I'd be willing to bet my paycheck that there's going to be a recession during this construction period. And so my problem is if we've got a provision in a contract that says the other party has an out, if something happens that we're virtually certain is going to happen, then we're all in trouble. So that's why I'm hopeful that you and Nancy will be able to come to reasonable language that I think meets the spirit of what we discussed earlier this morning. And I don't think it's going to be difficult, and I don't think we're going to be having you up against the rack or having any problems with your financing team. I think they understand there's going to be probably a recession too.
Yeah, all I can ask for is your guys' help at the end of the day to make sure that this is going to be financed, right? And so that's the agreement they're going to try to put forward is going to be something that will be acceptable to them. So I think that's what the conversation really focus on.
Right, and I agree. We all want to get to the finish line. I just want to do it with a contract that makes some sense. And obviously providing an exception that completely swallows the contract doesn't make sense. That's all I'm getting at.
in regards to that statement itself, what are the actual ramifications, Nancy, of what we're actually talking about here? Mayor describing it as contract, or the language that swallows the contract, but what are we talking about when we say delay? Let's say, for instance, something like this was triggered. What are we talking about?
So the overall concern is wanting not to hold up on the project. To your point, and specifically that the go-ahead for Phase 2 ground-up construction would be in March 2021. And if there was an opportunity, or if there was the occurrence that there was a significant recession, then under the language in the same section was triggered, that the total time period that could then, the developer could delay would be an 18-month period of time from 2021 specifically.
So then specifically what we're talking about is 18-month delay from that.
From 2021, and I believe that the mayor is referencing the 4 years because we're a year and a half to there.
Got it.
And then at the 18 months with that. Now, we're talking, just to be super clear, because there's a lot of different terms here, we're talking specifically about the 2 quarters of negative decline and that trigger. There are other
there's other ones as well,
right.
which we're not debating. Agreed.
Gotcha.
So Mayor, are you concerned about the 18 months specifically, or are you more concerned about the 18 months but leading into something longer?
Yeah, it's sort of the aggregation of all the delays. So even for us to give notice that there's been any kind of breach, there's 6 months before we even get a reversal. So if you start in March of 2021, then you go you have economic condition, and then there's actually, the city manager has 2 options additionally to extend it further. And then even if we call the question, then it's another 6 months after that. You can get to 3 or 4 years pretty quickly or pretty easily. And I know that's not Gary's intention. I know he wants to go. I know he's busting his rear end to go. I know he's trying everything he can. What we have is a unique set of conditions here. One, I think we all know, yes, we've been left at the altar on this project before. And that's not Gary's problem, that's ours. And we're just trying, and the other is we have a unique set of conditions around surrounding development, around large tenants that are circling, and I know you're aware of this as well, they're circling this area. And the ability to get something built now is infinitely more valuable than getting something built 6 years from now when those opportunities pass.
I guess, so I'm not as concerned around the 18-month delay. I think to the point you're pointing out, if it were stretching out to 4 years, certainly that's a little bit different. Because I also don't think there are many developers out there, maybe, sans a J. Paul, but I do also know that, I'm blanking on the name of the individual that owns West Bank, but similar situation as Jay himself. Not many out there that are going to fully fund or a project themselves and maybe walk right through a recession and continue through development, because we've seen it even here personally with our own developments, huge delays in projects like Silvery Towers, delays in prior projects when we did have the recession, or just land holding, right, where we've seen development approvals and then people hold on projects and not actually develop. So hence why I'm not as concerned about, say, the 18 months and the need for, if there is some sort of real economic downturn, I'm comfortable, I think, with us trying to go back and figure out what negative growth means, because I would agree there's not I can't clearly understand what it means either in here. But what I'm afraid of is if we say, okay, go forth, figure out what negative growth means for a couple consecutive quarters, and then if we don't get there, and then what? And it sounds like the answer is
Could I offer a
we would come
suggestion?
back to closed session, I guess, is what you said.
Could I just offer a suggestion? We just come back to closed session next week anyway. So the most possible delay we're going to see on this is 7 days. And is that acceptable to you?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. I guess I to the same point you had about the 18 months turning into 4 years, that's what I was concerned about. I wasn't concerned that we could set a date to come back to closed session next week. It was that, what if we don't agree at that point? And then how long does this get dragged out? And what does that mean for yourself and then West Bank? So, but I'm comfortable at the moment to move forward. I will say, Mayor, I'm not as concerned. I personally have not been left at the altar, but I did have an unfaithful ex-wife, and I'm remarried now, and I'm happily remarried. So I took the dive again, folks, and it's good. And so so maybe I'm a little bit more willing to risk not being left at the altar. But nonetheless, so I am comfortable. I'm comfortable with this language, and I'm comfortable with coming to an agreement on this negative growth definition. I don't want to get hung up, and I at least wanted to send the message, Gary, to yourself and to West Bank, that my interest is not to hang this up and say, sorry, right, I fully disagree. I'm also not extremely well-versed in this language, so I feel comfortable that I'm on the same level maybe as Rick right now, because neither one of us are well-versed in it. So I'm hoping we can get there by next Tuesday, and we'll come to an agreement. And so I'll make the motion to approve staff recommendation with this amendment of coming to the terms. Well, I think there were two parts, right?
Yeah,
One
I think
was
Nancy
one was the
articulated
letter.
them. Yeah.
One was the letter, and
And
then
then B would be a delegation to the city manager to negotiate and execute this this language and therefore sign the agreements.
What he said.
Yep, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. And I know that your ex-wife is thrilled with that public pronouncement. Okay. Moving right along. Any other comments or revelations anybody wants to make? All right, let's vote on Councilmember Peralez's motion. I learn something every day we're in council. Okay, we're on. That passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Gary. We look forward to seeing you break ground and see something beautiful come out of the ground soon. It'll be great. All right. We're on to item 4.3, which is the rent registry update. I note that it's 5:15 now, and certainly we've got a lot of stuff still to happen. Typically, we take our break usually at 5:30, but I understand there is a ceremonial event at 7. Is that right? 6. Is that at 6? Oh, we have accommodations at 6. Yeah, good point. All right, so we're gonna run through this one and take a break and come back at 6. Tony?
Henry said there's 2 ceremonials at 6.
Right. And there's also, I know, an event going on outside at the, or maybe inside, depending on weather. Okay, we'll move on. Jackie, Rachel, welcome.
No. Okay, great. They're just kidding. Okay, hi, I'm Jackie Morales-Friend, and I'm the Director of Housing, and I'm here today with Rachel Vanderveen, who is our Deputy Director, and Fareshta Zachary, who's our Information Systems Analyst. And we wanted to give you, and hopefully now, a very brief presentation on the rent registry and all the progress that we've made. We did do a more extensive presentation at the Smart Cities and Service Improvement Committee on November 7th. So just to remind you, the rent registry was established really for us to obtain data that would help us better understand our rent stabilization program. Before the rent registry was established, the only data that was available was what you see on your left, 3 items. And even then, we had no idea what the addresses were of all the buildings that were under the rent registry program, because we didn't know if the units were 1, 2, 3, 4, or A, B, C, D. And so now, after going live in August of 2018, we have the number of bedrooms, monthly rents, deposits, services, whether if they have laundry or parking, when people leave or go. And more importantly, the rent registry resulted in an unintentional cleanup of our rent stabilization unit data and our count of all the units. I'm going to turn it over to Rachel, who's going to give you more detail.
All right, so in January 2017, the City Council directed the Housing Department to implement a rent registry. Our team jumped in, developed a prototype, engaged in a process with the IBM Smart Cities program, tested the system with staff and landlords, and launched in August 2018. In preparation for developing the rent registry, staff worked with IBM's top talent in a pro bono consulting grant called the San Jose Smart Cities Initiative. IBM assisted with analyzing and cleaning up the data and offered recommendations in the design of our system. San Jose is the 5th city in California to create an online rent registry. During the development of our registry, we researched and contacted 4 other cities with existing registry who had established online systems. We are now serving as a model for other cities who want to implement rent registries and are receiving calls to have demonstrations of our own system. I'm going to turn it over to Fareshta now, who's going to talk to you a little bit about the technology.
My name is Fareshta Zachary, the architect, designer, and developer of the San Jose Rent Registry system. The Rent Registry tool is a user-friendly, mobile-ready portal site developed in-house implementing the latest cutting-edge technology called Salesforce Community Platform. It is built on top of our existing Salesforce rental rights and referral database. The solution is unique in the city in a way that for the first time, A publicly faced application is developed in-house with minimal resources and in a short period of time without the need to go through a lengthy process of hiring consultant or vendor for creating it. Solution is scalable and cost-effective through an inexpensive licensing model.
In preparation for the launch of Rent Registry 1.0, we had outreach to landlords that consisted of mailers, e-blast, and workshops. We also provided a paper form where people who were uncomfortable using the online system could complete the registry in an alternative manner. The registration period opened up to landlords in August 2018 with a deadline of March 2019. At the end of that period, our compliance rate was 68%. We used a combination of letters and different outreach methods to actually reach the landlords who did not participate in the beginning. And by October 2019, we had a compliance rate of 81%. I'm very happy to report that as of today, we are at 86% of all of our units are registered. We find this as a great accomplishment. We learned from some of the other cities who have done this that in their first year, they were happy to receive 65% compliance. So we feel very pleased with how this has worked out for us. The collection of rental information has provided our program with an opportunity to compare and analyze rent-stabilized apartment rents to market rents as depicted in this image here. What we have learned is that the average rents paid under the apartment rent ordinance rents are actually much lower than the market rents, as you can see here. There is actually a dramatic difference when you get to the higher number of bedrooms. So the larger the units, what we have found with this information is that the larger the gaps. There continues to be more affordable housing available to families living in these properties who are living in 3 and 4 bedroom buildings. So for phase 2, we will focus on enhancements that improve our user accessibility, and we are very excited about opening up a portal to tenants who live in apartment rent ordinance units and have an option to validate their current rent reported from their property manager. This portal will actually be available in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese.
So what I wanted to do finally was to express some appreciation for our team and our stakeholders who helped us to create this portal. First of all, I can't give Fareshta enough credit for the work that she's done. She has been one of the few staff members who've been able to create an in-house database and system such as this, and so we're really pleased to have her as part of the team, and I just want to thank you again, Fareshta, for your tremendous work. And of course, to thank the IBM team that really helped us to engage our stakeholders in this event, the mayor's office for getting the grant, the city manager's office, our rent stabilization team, and again, all the owners and property managers who went through endless iterations of this site, who participated in when we created the drafts of the sites to give us feedback on how we could do improvements. We could not have done it without their support. And so with that, we're open for questions.
Thank you. Henry, do we have any cards from the public on this item? Yes, 4.3. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I just want to note that for the record, there are no cards from the public on this item. Because when we were debating this, the sky was falling, and this would be horribly oppressive, and it was going to be unbelievably burdensome, and it was going to require 400 city staff and millions of dollars to implement. And what we got, and I got to call out again, Fareshta, thank you for your leadership, and Fred Tran and Monica Velarde, 3 people working under Rachel and Jackie, who really put this thing together. And we've got more than 82% compliance at this point.
As
86?
of today, 86.
86, that's tremendous. And I have not heard a single complaint about the oppression that the housing department has imposed upon our landlords since this has been implemented up and running. And I'm sure there will be hitches and complaints inevitably, but I just want to really emphasize the fact that we are not hearing that right now says a lot. This is very hard to do. I appreciate you acknowledging Con Russo and his work in bringing in the IBM team, but there was a lot of outreach that was done with a lot of folks, and I think we got to something that's very good, and this is going to be a really important tool for us moving forward, certainly in policy making, obviously in compliance and in protecting residents and renters most importantly, but I think as we see the opportunities here for this, it could be tremendously helpful for us to have all this data, and I'm really looking forward to the next phase when tenants are able to verify, so that we have essentially a self-checking mechanism that will really enable us to be much more efficient in how we use our own city resources and focus on the very few bad actors that are out there, because we know that most landlords are doing their best to comply. So I think this is a tremendous success and we should recognize it. So thank you for all the work you guys have put into this. All right, any council members like to speak? Councilman Camus?
Yeah, Mayor, and quite frankly, as a person who objected to it, I think it's important to understand that more regulations means more work for people to do. And a lot of these landlords are mom and pop, and they don't have the resources that the bigger landlords have in compliance. I was very thankful that the department actually did a lot of outreach in my district to some of the rent-controlled owners. We actually had a meeting and educated them all, and we had a great speaker. She did a great job, just for the record, I wanted you to know. But we had a good turnout. 25 owners came to listen and learn how to use the system. That being said, we keep imposing more and more regulations, and that never gets us to decrease prices. It just causes more work. Granted, this isn't the most egregious, but there's a lot of, what is it, a death by 1,000 cuts? There's been a lot of cuts on these things. But in any case, I think there was a memo from Councilmember Chappie Jones that I wanted to, I don't know why he didn't push his button before I did, but maybe I'll defer to him. It was a different one? Okay, never mind. I messed it up like we did last time. Okay, thanks.
Just for the record, Vice Mayor Jones missed the opportunity to speak.
All right, I guess I'll make a motion to accept the report.
All right, is there a second? Okay, Councilmember Esparza?
Yeah, first off, thank you for your hard work on this. I'm really excited to see all the different kinds of data analysis that we'll be able to explore with this tool, and to have a truly data-driven approach when dealing with tenant issues. So it's very exciting. Thank you. I have a question, though. Have there been any significant issues or violations found so far through use of the system?
I can answer that. So what we have found is we sent letters to tenants who were living in properties that were not registered. And we had over 400 calls come back in through our program after that, just with tenants having all kinds of questions about what it meant and what was going on. But out of that, there were, as an example, there were 2 different complaints where someone in one case had received a 12% rent increase, and another case had received a 10% rent increase, which are both obviously above our 5% limit. And so I think what we have found is that what the registry has allowed us to do is really kind of like narrow our audience and really work with the people who, the landlords that seem to be less educated and aware and understanding of the program, because we honestly have not heard much about any rent increases over 5% for a while. So it was very interesting for us to learn that that had happened. And so after those letters, we actually now have 26 new petitions that all have to do with rent increases that were not allowed, and we never would have known about them without the registry.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we'll take a motion. Or wait, we just had a motion, I'm sorry. Let's vote on Councilmember Camus's motion. All right, it's now 5:30, so we're going to take a break and come right back at 6 o'clock. And with apologies to those victimized by our delay. Thank you all. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back. We're going to resume our little city council meeting. We're going to jump into evening ceremonials first, and then we'll resume our afternoon session. We still had a few items left. So first, I'm going to ask Councilmember Foley to join me at the podium. We're going to present a commendation to the Branham High Royal Alliance Band and Color Guard for their extraordinary achievements during the 2019 marching season. And I think I can guess who the members of the band and Color Guard are, so come on up, you guys.
While they're coming up, I'm going to say a few words about them. You may not know that I am passionate about performing arts. I do a happy dance when I get to acknowledge kids doing well performing, be it music, dance, theater. It just puts me in my happy place, so I am really thrilled to be able to offer this commendation today. The Branham High School Royal Alliance Band and Color Guard is a premier high school marching band located in San Jose City Council District 9. That's where we live. There are approximately 100 student musicians in the Alliance, including band members and Color Guard. The Branham High School Royal Alliance Band and Color Guard went undefeated during the 2019 marching band competition season, achieving the highest rank for a mid-sized band in Northern California. That's awesome. Under the leadership of directors Chris Knowles and Jesse Cardoza, the band and Color Guard performed It's About Time all over the state, effectively led by drum majors Gia Janisik, Taiga Yamaguchi, and Kyla Ning. Did I get that right? With all their success, the Branham High School Band and Color Guard had tremendous parent support and volunteers. I just met some of them, including the design team that constructed the vehicle used during the performance, the operation crew, AKA the band dads, and the BHS instructional staff that created a dazzling show. We have a few pictures to share of their performance. We think we have it. Yeah, someone pull out your kazoos. I understand one of the students put together this slideshow as well. Very talented group. I'm very proud to have the Royal Alliance represent San Jose City Council District 9. Fresh from their performance in Christmas in the Park last night, Mayor, would you please present the commendation to Branham High School Royal Alliance Band? And Mia, would you like to say a few words?
Good evening. My name is Mia Janisic, and on behalf of the Branham High School Royal Alliance, thank you for having us here tonight. I just wanted to say briefly about what marching band is. Marching band is a competitive group of musicians and performers who work together to put about 8 minutes of a show onto the football field. Working from August through November, we spend about 14 to 18 hours a week putting together our show. For many of us, it's the most memorable part of high school, and this is where we meet some of our closest friends who often become what we consider our second family. This year, we were pushed harder than we ever thought we could be. With approximately 100 members, where every single one of us is required to put 110% effort onto the field so that we can be successful. And this year, it definitely paid off for us. Our show, titled It's About Time, gave us an undefeated season this year. We performed pieces from Back to the Future, Cyndi Lauper, Benny Goodman, and a little excerpt that was a play off of Hamilton. We quickly became an audience favorite at all of our competitions. We did go through an undefeated season, receiving awards for our percussion, our color guard, our marching, our music, and our showmanship. And while winning is fun, it is not the most important part of high school marching band. We've learned a lot of valuable life skills this year, including things like communication, teamwork, social skills, and how to build a strong work ethic, as well as developing leadership. We have a very strong group of our student leaders who are, a lot of us are represented here tonight, and we are given plenty of opportunities to work on our leadership by helping to plan events and organize the season. Marching band means a different thing for every person, but it does provide a home for all of us. I wanted to close with a couple personal statements I collected from members of the band. I joined band to feel like I have a place to belong in a group of people that accepts me for who I am when others don't. To me, band is like a synonym for multiple words: family, love, dedication, and pride. I joined band to express myself and put my passion out on a field for people to enjoy and see. Thank you so much to the San Jose City Council and to Councilmember Foley for this opportunity to be recognized for our 2019 marching band season.
Time for a photo op.
The paparazzi,
Yeah.
you might want to gather. Come on
Stand up high.
We're going to try to smush everybody in as much as possible.
Hey, I got room for short people in front of me.
Perfect.
So are our friends from Cathedral of Faith here? I know we're waiting for, great to see, thank you, friends. And I know we were waiting for a couple of pastors and family members. I just want to make sure everyone got here. Is Patricia Harris here? Thank you, Patricia, for making the trip up. Okay, wonderful. Anyone who'd like to come down, in fact, all of you, come on down. We'd love to have you here. We're going to commemorate Pastor Richard Mock Day together. Okay. So, as you can tell, since we just about emptied out chambers here, these are really the extended family of Pastor Richard Mock, who left an incredible impression on our community in his too short life, and in particular among his biological family. Patricia Harris is here, and Pat, thank you for making the trip all the way from San Diego, I believe. Oakland, oh, I'm sorry, forgive me. Okay, got it. Thank you. Thank you for making it here. We are joined by many, including Pastor Alvarez, who I know organized a day of service with Pastor Mock's family in the Cathedral of Faith. The Cathedral of Faith being an incredible faith institution in the heart of our city and does so much for our city in so many ways. And we are honoring Pastor Richard Mock, who we lost just recently, just a few weeks ago. Pastor Richard Mock II was part of Cathedral Faith Congregation for over 30 years and part of the pastoral staff leadership for 15 years. Pastor Mock also served for 30 years as one of the volunteer assistant chaplains with the Correctional Institutions Chaplaincy, or CIC. He served at Elmwood and in Milpitas, as well as the San Jose Main Jail. And he also served as a representative for Cathedral of Faith with the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force. I know Mario Maciel is here, and a few other friends from our gang task force. He served for over 10 years and was part of Trauma to Triumph program, which was so critically important to help really countless teens who are struggling with gang engagement and violence in their own communities. With the Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, he was an on-call facility chaplain. This is a man who served deeply and in so many ways in our community. Pastor Mock regularly visited all the jails and juvenile facilities, offering his counsel, teaching, and modeling his Christian faith. Most recently, he had been leading a study at the main jail every Tuesday evening. Each week, often multiple times a week, Reverend Mock went inside the jail to serve not just the inmates, but also the officers and staff and other volunteers and the facility chaplains. His pastoral approach was very simple, to love, respect, and listen to the pain of others and to feel violence of imprisonment. Both men and women treasured his non-judgmental presence in their lives. Many of these men and women treasured Pastor Mock's expression of love and support over the years. So I hope that his legacy will be an example for all of us about how to love, not forget those who are suffering in incarceration, and we hope we can continue his great legacy of lending a hand to those who are struggling with incarceration and help them get back on their feet. And so I wanted to offer this proclamation to Pat, sister, and to celebrate with all the friends and family who are here. We are commemorating Pastor Richard Mock II Day here in the city of San Jose with the entire council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I can't follow that act that just left, but I hadn't prepared a speech. But I just want to thank you for honoring my brother's memory. I know what he was to our family, and I thank you for embracing him like he embraced the community that he served. He loved San Jose, and he served San Jose extremely well. Thank you.
My name is Pastor Richard Alvarez. I'm one of the pastors at Cathedral of Faith. And again, on behalf of Cathedral of Faith, we want to thank the mayor and the council for honoring Pastor Richard Mock and his legacy and his life. I had the opportunity to be his sidekick for many, many years. We did community together, and I knew his passion, I knew his heart. If it was in the jail, if it was wherever he found himself, he did it 100% out of his heart and his passion for people who are hurting, and to also, not just that, to also inspire them to give hope, because we live in a hopeless world, and we need people like Pastor Richard Mock. So again, I was honored to be a part of that. Again, we want to thank Cathedral of Faith for having the day of service that we had. It was awesome. We had 80 friends and family members that came out. One of our things that we do at Cathedral of Faith is we have a reaching out center that's in honor of our founding pastor, Kenneth Foreman. And basically, that outreach, we have an opportunity to do food distribution. And we actually, that day, I think it was about 4 hours, we actually did close to 1,000 boxes that will be given out during the holiday. So again, it's great to see when you want to honor someone, that people come to answer the call. And again, I was just honored just to be a part of Pastor Richard Mock's life and his legacy. And my prayer is that we look at his life and understand, as the mayor said, a man like him loved people. He had a passion for people. And hopefully we also will follow like he did in his footsteps. Thank you very much.
So we left off at item 4.3, and we are now on to 4.4, which are amendments to administrative citation schedule of fines for violations of the apartment rent ordinance, tenant protection ordinance, and Ellis Act ordinance. And Rachel and Jackie, thank you for your patience, because I know you've been holding over from the afternoon. And we have a brief presentation.
Okay, so joining us at the table is Christopher Alexander, who's with the City Attorney's Office, who's providing us legal support throughout this process. The administrative citation process is really intended to incentivize compliance under our program. It's not designed to generate revenue. On November 14th, 2017, the City Council approved amendments to provide the authority to the Housing Department to issue administrative citations for violations to facilitate the compliance of our three ordinances, which include the apartment rent ordinance, the tenant protection ordinance, and the Ellis Act ordinance. And all of these ordinances are overseen by the rent stabilization program of the Housing Department. And I'm going to turn it over to Rachel to tell you more about our fines.
In preparation for this action today, staff set the fine amounts for violations of these ordinances. The following factors were considered: the type and severity of violation, deterrence against future violations, violations impacting the entire complex or individual households, and an escalation of fines. So one of the things considered, as an example, when the fines were set for violations under the Ellis Act ordinance, the landlord has to provide relocation benefits to the tenant ranging from $6,000 to $12,000. If the landlord fails to pay the relocation benefits to help the displaced tenants, the city is proposing that the maximum allowable fine for this be set at $10,000. Otherwise, landlords may choose to pay the city in a lesser amount rather than the tenant the amount that is due to them. The city's intent of the administrative citation is compliance, again, not revenue. So we considered this when setting the fines to make sure that the incentive is actually to cure the violation rather than to pay the city money. Over the past week, in conversations with stakeholders, a concern was raised that in the case of a non-curable violation, the payment of a fine under the administrative citation program could be a financial burden to small landlords. In light of this concern, staff issued a supplemental memo with an update to the administration citations manual, incorporating a change to the proposed process. Violations can be categorized into two categories: curable and non-curable violations. In the case of a first-time offense, a landlord who has a non-curable violation will be offered an opportunity to attend a compliance class or face the payment of the fine. For violations under the apartment rent ordinance and the tenant protection ordinance, not the Ellis Act ordinance. If the class is not attended, staff will issue a citation. For all violations that can be cured, a warning letter will be sent. If the issue is not cured, a citation will then be issued by staff. The landlord may request a hearing to challenge a citation. An administrative hearing will be held to determine the final outcome of the citation.
I just wanted to also clarify the reason we did not include the Ellis Act ordinance under the non-curable and allowing people to attend a compliance class was because of the nature of the violations under the Ellis Act. They're essentially one-time violations. So if you're going to demolish the building and you fail to pay somebody, us sending somebody to a class isn't really going to help the tenant who got displaced or any potentially future tenants, because it's unlikely that these would be larger landlords. And so we felt like the failure to comply under Ellis was so severe, we really wanted to ensure that we had a penalty. And also in Ellis, we have many, many times that we can touch and educate the owner regarding the requirements.
Enabling the rent stabilization program to utilize the administrative citation process by setting this fee schedule and establishing the administrative citation manual will allow for proactive enforcement under the apartment rent ordinance, the tenant protection ordinance, and the Ellis Act ordinances. The department will begin the implementation and use of the administrative citations in 2020. Housing Department staff will conduct additional education and outreach to property owners following City Council approval of the amendment to the schedule of fines. The action we are seeking today is the adoption of the resolution amending the schedule of fines to extend and cover violations of the apartment rent ordinance, tenant protection ordinance, and the Ellis Act ordinance. And with that, we are available for questions.
Great, thank you. I believe Tim Bobian was here this afternoon, had a card. Tim, come on down. Thanks for your patience. As Tim is making his way down, I just want to ask a question that a reporter asked me. It was a very good question that I didn't have a very good answer to, but I see it's really, to look back on, it's on the first page of the report. So prior to this administrative mechanism with fines, we did have fines, but they had to be enforced in court. Was that the way it worked?
Oh, okay. All right. We're just getting
Yeah.
the details here. So
I was
so the
confused myself.
Okay. So the apartment rent ordinance does state that there could be fines up to $10,000 for violations of the ordinance, but that could only take place within a court of law. So this is an administrative process, which is just much easier to have staff complete.
Less expensive for us, less burdensome on litigants and everybody else.
everyone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
agreed. Okay, great. Tim, sorry to hold you up.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Tim Bobian, representing the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors and her 6,500 members. SCORE supports and thanks Vice Mayor Jones and city staff's work on this issue to implement an important education course program to add to this fine structure. The intended purpose behind this schedule of fines is to increase compliance with the policies in place, and proper education will continue to be the best tool to achieve that goal. SCORE does not aim to protect frequent and repeat violators of the ordinances enacted by the cities. We do, however, fight for the rights of first-time violators struggling to keep track of and make sense of the several complex rules and regulations consistently levied on their properties. With increasing and more complicated legislation continually being passed at the state and local level, it is impossible for housing providers to stay on top of every single requirement. The implementation of a schedule of fines without an education course aspect further disincentivizes housing providers. It will force mom and pop landlords to exit the rental market entirely and eliminate this so-called naturally affordable housing that the housing department is fighting so hard to preserve. Our organization continues to voice the concern of the lack of education on these issues. One of our most informed and educated member and landlord stated she would have been assessed with over $40,000 in fines for regulations she simply was unaware existed and has immediately since cured. Education has been and still will continue to be the best tool to reach maximum compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, coming back to council. Questions, Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, I have a question. What kind of legal protection is available for renters who, while they're going through this administrative citation process?
So essentially, when we have tenants that come to our program and need legal advice, what we do is we provide them a referral to a consortium of legal services agencies that we actually fund through our CDBG program. And so there's a group of 5 different agencies that provide different levels of service to the tenants in different areas. So we provide those referrals on a very regular basis.
I get that, but what protection is given to them while this process moves through? Do you have an idea of what that is like?
I think it just depends on the situation. So if there is a curable violation, which as long as the tenant continues to be in place and live in the apartment, there is, in almost all the cases of the violation, there's a way to cure the violation. So, so what really we're hoping is that they will continue to communicate with us and with their landlord and provide and just fix the problem.
And because we're a just cause community, the landlord can't simply just terminate the lease. They would have to give a cause for termination, and we would be engaged with the tenant to better understand what those issues are. I don't think we've had any issues in the short term of tenants who have been filing and having issues with their landlords, and I think mostly it's because we have just cause.
Okay. And then I had a question about, so we're looking at the fines for violations. Is there a tenant payment requirement to the administrative hearing process that requires the landlord to pay for relocation assistance?
So they are required to pay for relocation during Ellis,
Right.
and they would be provided multiple opportunities throughout the process because we're constantly educating them on the Ellis process. So the challenge would be if for some reason the tenant left prior to and we found out that the relocation assistance was not provided, Then the challenge there is the tenant would not be provided the relocation assistance if the fine was imposed. That goes to the city of San Jose.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'll move to accept the staff memo.
Okay, motion and second. Vice Mayor Jones?
Yes, I was going to make the motion and just want to verify, Councilmember Esparza, that includes the supplemental staff memo as well with the
Yes.
the course. Okay, well, thank you for staff. Thank you to staff for focusing on compliance as opposed to punishment. And I think that that's going to go a long way to making sure that landlords are educated, not just on whatever issue they violated, but if they go through the course, they can get educated on all the other rules and regulations that are involved with.
I'm sorry, this includes the staff memo, the
Right,
supplemental, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
Got it.
So I want to thank you for that, including that in your recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor, you didn't seek to have any portion of your memorandum?
No,
Okay. It's already incorporated in the...
Because the supplemental memo actually
Covers it.
incorporates my recommendation.
Okay, right.
The only difference is the exception for the LSAC ordinance violations, which I support staff's recommendation on that.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Other questions or comments? All right, let's vote. All right, we're on to item 4.5, which is the Envision San Jose General Plan Annual Performance Review. Welcome, Rosalind and Michael and Jared.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Rosalind Huey, Director for the Department of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. With me this evening is Jared Hart, Planning Division Manager, and Michael Brio, Deputy Director in Planning. So this evening, we are presenting the General Plan 2019 Annual Performance Review Report. This report provides the Council with updated information on the status, conditions, and outcomes related to the General Plan's 12 major strategies, as the Council makes decisions on pending land use and text amendments to the General Plan. Jared Hart will share some of the highlights from some of these strategies, including focused growth, regional employment and physically strong city, urban villages, environmental stewardship, and destination downtown. With that, I'll turn it over to Jared.
Thank you, Rosalind. Looking at the focused growth major strategy, it focuses new residential and commercial growth capacity into specifically identified growth areas. This graph here shows square footage of new commercial and industrial and office building permits issued since adoption of the general plan back in fiscal year 2011-2012. As the graph shows, we've had 6 pretty strong years coming out of the recession. Of the new space issued building permits, 57% of new commercial space was constructed in the general plan's designated growth areas, and 86% of industrial and office space was located in our growth areas. The graph here shows issuance of building permits for single-family and multifamily residential units over the same time period. We've averaged total production, including multifamily and single-family, of approximately 3,000 dwelling units per year. And of those units, approximately 94% are multifamily and 85% are within designated growth areas. Additionally, approximately 6,000 units have planning approvals but have not yet started construction, and approximately 13,000 units are pending planning approval. The Regional Employment Center major strategy aims to transform San Jose from a bedroom community into a regional employment center, and it's closely linked with other general plan major strategies and goals aimed at reducing commute times, creating a healthier environment, and improving quality of life and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The general plan plans for 382,000 new jobs and sets a goal to reverse the imbalance of jobs to housing by establishing a jobs employed resident ratio of 1.1 by 2040 and 1.0 by 2025. The city's added 80,000 new jobs approximately since 2011, which is a 21% increase. However, based on the most current data, the city's job to employed resident ratio has been relatively stagnant since 2011, currently at 0.82, which really enforces the importance of continuing to attract more jobs to our downtown and other employment centers. As evident by the numbers, San Jose has been adding more workers than jobs since adoption of the general plan, and that's contributed to the jobs employed resident ratio moving slightly downward. The graph on the slide here shows the city's projected job growth out to 2040 and the current trajectory of our job growth. The city would need to average approximately 13,000 new jobs per year to achieve the total planned jobs in the general plan. We're currently averaging about 10,000 new jobs each year. Moving along to urban villages. The urban village major strategy promotes the development of urban villages that are active, walkable, and transit-oriented mixed-use settings for new housing and job growth. In total, the general plan identifies approximately 64 urban village areas that plans for approximately 65,000 housing units and 116,000 new jobs. Thus far, 12 urban village plans have been adopted by council and 2 are currently in the planning process. 3 additional plans will be initiated in 2020, and all urban village plans involve extensive community engagement and input when developing the plans. Currently, there's 6 signature projects that have been approved by council, and 1 is in the pipeline. And 2 signature projects are under construction. That's Sparta in Council District 3 and the Orchard in Council District 5. The measurable sustainability strategy recognizes the general plan as a tool to minimize impacts on resource consumption and contribute to global and our contribution to global warming and preservation of the natural environment as it relates to growth and development. Last year, the City Council approved the Climate Smart San Jose Plan, which was led by our Environmental Services Department, which uses the general plan as a foundation to create a pathway for San Jose to reach the state's target of 80% reduction below 1990 levels of GHG emissions by 2050. In October 2018, the city was named as a winner in the Bloomberg American Cities Climate Challenge, which has provided resources to support implementation of Climate Smart San Jose, including the recently approved Building Reach Code and a work item underway to consider a comprehensive update of the parking regulations in the zoning code to enable no or low parking requirements. The Environmental Services Department also recently completed an update of the greenhouse gas emissions inventory for San Jose. The results of the most recent inventory show that between 2014 and 2017, the city's GHG emissions have decreased by 17%, which is most likely due to PG&E's cleaner electricity grid and overall reduced energy consumption in the residential, commercial, and industrial sectors. All right, so the Destination Downtown Major Strategy supports the continued growth of downtown as the city's cultural center and is an important employment and residential neighborhood. For the first time in more than a decade, downtown San Jose has seen significant market interest in new commercial developments with 16.5 million square feet in pending commercial entitlements. Since adoption of the general plan, development permits for over 6,900 residential units and almost 4 million square feet of commercial space have been approved, and 8,000 residential units are pending approval. Also, the commercial vacancy rate has significantly declined and is currently around 10.5%. To accommodate proposed and future growth into downtown, the general plan 4-year review, which is currently underway, includes a work item to add additional growth capacity to downtown. So the table on this slide lists the 7 privately initiated general plan amendment requests that the City Council will be considering during this general plan annual review cycle. And incidentally, there's also 1 city-initiated general plan amendment during this hearing cycle as well. And with that, we can take questions.
Great, thank you, Jared. We have Brian Darby.
I hope this is the appropriate time. I wanted to say that I really support the revisions that were made, as long as you include safety for pedestrians, bicycles, and automobiles. I've been reading about a lot of tragedies, and anything you can do to avoid those. And I believe Mr. Jones has put forward a nexus study for our area, so that every time when you have a lot of growth in a particular area, exactly how many people are riding a bike, how many people are walking, how many people live near there and walk near there, so that you have those numbers when you make the decisions about allowing more growth. There's just been a lot of people who have unfortunately lost their lives because of bad, traffic situations, which are constantly getting worse. In the area I'm in, Stevens Creek and Winchester, trying to drive anywhere or ride anywhere, especially ride or walk, is a challenge, trying to avoid the cars and trying to avoid other bicycles and people on scooters. But you know what I mean, try to make sure safety is our primary concern in those areas. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. All right. I believe that's all the members of the public would like to speak. So back to the council. I just had a couple questions, and one relates to housing. I know we've got big numbers we've talked about in terms of adding housing units in urban villages and other growth areas. Do we also track the actual housing units permits getting issued and actually built in those areas? And do we have any kind of sense about what the difference is between what's been built and what's been planned?
Yes, we do track that data in terms of planning entitlements and building permits issued.
And I saw that, I guess, I'm sorry, I meant compared to what we actually planned for. So as we look at this, this is what, roughly 8 years of data. How does that compare to the number of entitlements we gave in that same period of time?
I have to get back to you on that exact number.
I was just curious, do we typically bat 500 or do we?
Total entitlements, we have, since adoption of the general plan, I believe it's 23,000 housing units have been entitled.
Okay. And so that doesn't seem far off from the number that are actually getting issued permits, it looks like. Just doing back of the envelope here.
Yeah, so it's 23,800 were approved since general plan was adopted. If you look at about 3,000 housing units get built a year, that gets you to 21,000 that would have been built. So that's just kind of rough back of the napkin.
So most of them are getting built.
Yeah, based on what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then I know this is a difficult task trying to figure out what that jobs employed ratio is, because I understand there's a lot of different data sets involved and we just do the best we can. But there seemed to be an odd drop from 2017 to 2018. Is that noise in the data, or do we think is there something we can point to?
Yeah, it's really just noise in the data. The data comes particularly, the payroll jobs come from the state, and then we use census data for our self-employed workers, and it's really just kind of noise in the data. There are some variations.
Okay. So we have a good idea where we are roughly, but individual years fluctuation shouldn't distract us.
Yeah, we don't really, I mean, we think it's just noise. We haven't really dug into we're not sure we understand why that number pops out. It's probably noise. It could be that we added jobs, but now we have more and more workers coming to San Jose to fill jobs in the region, but we don't know. I think in general, the picture is looking like San Jose is attracting more and more people to come, more workers to come live here, and we're generating a lot of jobs. We're just not generating enough, we're not generating enough jobs to fill all the influx of workers that are coming into the area so they can work locally.
Right, okay, so I'm also just trying to get a better handle on sort of that population growth. So if we go to page 8 in the performance review document, not in the report, but rather, I'm sorry, not in the staff report, but in the document that the staff put together that's got lots of cool charts and all that. Okay, so on page 8, that describes population growth from 2011 to 2019, and it looks like it's roughly 73,000 residents and change. Is that right? From 970 to 1,043,000.
That's correct.
Okay, so about 73,000. And then if you flip over to page 14, you'll see that it's cited as about 85,000 employed residents were added to the city over that period of time, which would suggest actually the number of total residents could be, I don't know, twice as many. It could be 160,000, right? If it's 85,000 employed residents, and I believe it's in the same period of time. So what do you think's going on?
Right, yeah. Yeah, I think part of, with the jobs employed resident ratio, one of the things that's definitely impacting this is you look at 2010 down to 2018 is unemployment rate. Our unemployment rate is extremely low right now, particularly compared to 2010. So that also is going to impact the jobs per employed resident ratio, just because most of our residents are working.
Okay, so what that represents is a shift of a bunch of unemployed residents who became employed residents as a result of the growth of the economy, but that doesn't necessarily demonstrate how many folks are moving in, right? It just could be people who already lived here who got jobs who didn't have them in 2011?
That's correct. It's a combination of residents in the past during the recession who were not employed, who are now employed, plus new residents moving in, most of which who are employed.
So we actually added more employed residents than we added residents who moved into the city. I mean, okay, and that's a pretty unusual situation, right?
Well, I think many of the residents moving to the city are workers.
Right.
I think, yeah.
Means not many kids.
Correct, yeah. That's
true. Or seniors, retirees.
Right. Yeah, and the population growth in the city's slowed, particularly over the last year, and that's part and due to reduced birth rates.
Right.
So,
okay.
I mean, I think what we're seeing from the job growth, the number of employed workers, complete flattening of population growth is San Jose is kind of shifting from being a city that you raise a family to be shifting to be a city where as you work and a lot of families are leaving the area.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. Other questions? All right. Well, and we don't have a motion yet, I don't think. Is there a motion? Okay. Let's vote. Thank you for all the work on the update, and I know you guys are hard at work now with our task force, so thank you for all that on top of it. We look forward to great success going forward. Okay. All right, we'll move on then to item 6.1, which is amendment to the agreement with Taxi San Jose. Welcome back, John. All right.
We have a short presentation. Good evening, Mayor, council members. John Aiken, Director of Aviation. With me today is Bob Lockhart, our Deputy Director of Operations. Want to give you a little background first of the ground transportation on-demand program at San Jose Airport. The airport taxi business has dropped dramatically over the last few years, down to approximately 10,000 to 12,000 airport pickups per month. down from a peak of about 30,000 per month. The active on-demand taxi permits have dropped from the maximum of 300, that is the max permits will issue, down to 139. Taxi San Jose has been providing taxi and commercial shuttle dispatching services since 2005. The current agreement expires January of 2021. 100% of the operating expenses of Taxi San Jose are currently paid through monthly fees from the drivers and the permit holders. Taxi San Jose has requested assistance to meet their financial requirements. Because of the 165 permit holder reduction, they have a shortfall of about $9,000 a month. The airport is proposing to pay Taxi San Jose $10,000 a month to allow them to remain operational through the end of their contract. Additionally, we're going to amend their contract for early termination of the agreement if we come up with an alternative method through an RFP process that we're trying to get going right now. So the recommendation is to adopt a resolution for the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement. Going from December 1st of 2019, a couple days ago, through January 31st of 2020, $10,000 a month, not to exceed $140,000. And again, if we come up with an alternative dispatching system through this RFP we're going to release, that can be terminated with 30 days notice. And then we're ready for questions.
Great, thanks, John. Thanks, Bob. Thanks for all your work on this. We have many members of the community who'd like to speak. I'll just call you down. If you could come down as I call your name. Sayum Asrat, Shakur Buni, Kripal Bajwa, Kumla Chu, please forgive me if I just mispronounced your name. I'm having a hard time reading it. Mukuria, and finally Muhammad Ali. Welcome, Sayum.
My name is Sayum Asrat. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, what we are here for is to support the staff recommendation. This process started about 6 months ago, and I would like to thank some of you, especially Council Member Deep, Council Member Davis, who has taken your time and listened to our predicament. And also, we are very, very surprised the staff has came up with this kind of recommendation. We didn't have the best of the relation, but starting today, we have a detente. And with our last meeting I had with the staff, I said to Bob Lockhart, I have known him when he has still a full black hair, and you're gonna retire, but will there be a day that you and me agree? He said, no, but we agree today. So congratulations. So I will ask the council members to support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Shakur.
Good evening, Mayor Sham and members of the City Council. I also really appreciate the good job they did, the airport staff. On behalf of San Jose Airport taxi drivers, we are here to support the recommendation of the aviation director through the city manager. As some of the council are not aware of it, Taxi San Jose is a non-profit organization. They do dispatch service for the airport. They've been doing for the last 14 years, and they did good job. When the city did some survey, they have 95% of the city's residents satisfied their service. So they're doing good job. The problem we have is, as you guys are aware of it, for the last 2 years, this tax of the city go down, which is nothing to do with San Jose, for the whole country. People are using Uber and Lyft. So the pickup from the airport with the taxi go down. And we lost over 170 drivers. When we lose those 170 drivers, the salary for Taxi San Jose be missing. We could not afford to pay. So we ask alternative way the airport can come up with it. They say we are preparing for their contract. They have only 1 year. So they come up, this proposal say, we are processing with this RFP in a year, and we will give them 10,000 for their salary. This is an organization which is not profit. It's just a number of the organization. They do not only for the taxi. The airport will also tell you guys. They help the traveling passenger to direct them whether to VTA, whether to rental car shuttle, whether to go to a door-to-door shuttle. And they sit in there, they dress, and all the travelers see them. They straight come to them because they think they are the airport staff, and they help the customers. So it's a big part of the city, the airport Taxi San Jose. So
Thank you.
until we get alternative or some other way, if we let them go down, it will be chaos at the airport. As a stakeholder, I know what's gonna happen.
Thank you, Mr. Booty.
Nobody will be picked up. And it's gonna be a chaos. That's what the aviation director is avoiding.
Thank you, Mr. Booty.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Kripal.
Honorable Mayor, excuse me, Honorable Mayor and Council members, good evening. Thank you for giving me a chance to talk. My friends have already explained what is going on. I'm acting president of Green Cab, and you know that the Green Cab taxi driver are the one who providing most services at the airport. And if you see, the drivers are not here because they are very hardworking, dedicated drivers. They are giving service to the disabled and retarded people. They are not here, that's why. So giving, excuse me. So I request humbly, please approve this agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Mercurio.
My name is Kumulacho. I am a driver. Dear Honor Mayor and City Council members, today, the reason why I'm becoming here is just to appreciate your great decision that you did to compensate us monthly $10,000. Dear Mayor and Council members, this your great decision is not only your managerial decision, it is also about humanity and helping helpless people. We drivers have family bills. To cover this, we need income. After Uber and Lyft created, our income got sick and got down and down every day. So I appreciate you guys to become our bad day friends. I don't have words except saying God bless you and your family, and God bless USA, as well as I thank my aviation managers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Mr. Ali.
Good evening. My name is Muhammad Ali. Thank you, Mayor Sam Ricardo, and all council members. Thank you for you guys doing a great job. Let me start with the things I'm standing here today. I'm one of those drivers who've been driving longer than anybody here. I can say, let's see, probably more than 30 years, almost close to. The city of San Jose wasn't even, this high rising wasn't there when I started driving taxi. Anyway, thank you. I'm supporting the staff recommendation, come up from the staff recommendation. I support that. The second thing I was trying to say, but my other friends, they already talk about it. I'm the last one, but I'm talking about the driver income. And why the 300 permitted declined? Why the driver left? Because when I talked to the drivers, the reason why they left is because they said two things. City cannot live here. Silicon Valley is getting crowded. It's getting higher. Rent we cannot pay. Poverty. And then fear, depression, and anxiety. The drivers, they just took their kids and took the train and they left the city. That's why they're returning all these permits now. Today you guys are facing that. So what I'm going to recommend is airport they started and we are only the first quarter. Thank you very much for what you're doing, but we need expecting more. Come to us, to the neighborhood, say the drivers over there, hi, how you doing? Let's have a coffee. Listen to us at least once, maybe 3 months, one time say, hey, how are you guys doing? And we are out there helping the customers. Customer is number one. Trying to help the customer, but the driver, when they're distressed, the customer wouldn't be happy. So we are leaning to you, to the council members. Thank you very much for supporting us. Thank you again.
Thank you. And thank you to you, Mohammed, and Seyum, and Shakur, and Kirpal, and everyone who met with Scott Green on our team. I appreciate your longstanding advocacy and continued service to the community. I just want to say thanks again to Bob and John for working this out. One quick question, though. I know that, you know, we kind of heard about this problem back in September, and we're starting this, I guess, in December. And the question would be, is there a reason why we wouldn't have backfilled this September, the $10,000 payment?
I guess that, you know, as we were going forward and developed a solution, our anticipation was to start it when we got here to council and got the clear direction that we should offer this lifeline to Taxi San Jose. I never really thought about backdating it because, you know, it just didn't seem appropriate. You know, it's a lot of money already. It's money for something that we're not prepared to pay for. We never have in the 14 years that they've been doing it.
Yeah.
And so this solution is kind of a reach already for us, you know, going out. So we already picked a date 2 days ago and said, let's pay them for the whole month of December because we got to council as soon as we could.
Yeah.
Originally, we were going to start it January 1st, and we rethought that and said, let's get to council on the 3rd and let's start it on the 1st and help them out. Taxi San Jose, Bob's been talking to them, and you know, we're going to try and get them the check as soon as we can, and for this December month, and they felt secure that that would help them and that would solve the problem. So it didn't seem drastic that we needed to reach back to keep them afloat.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you for working this out and creating this collaboration to get to where we are. I think the on-the-ground transportation providers have helped contribute to the success of the airport. And while transportation network companies like Uber and Lyft are proliferating, the on-the-ground transportation option, I think, needs to be in place in order to provide a full service for folks. And I know your memo said, especially to the international travelers, but I'd also like to stop and think about safety as a concern and who gets backgrounded and who doesn't, and all of those concerns that some of our customers, our airport customers, might have, that this also provides them what some people might feel is a safe option to get to where they need to go. So thank you. Oh, and I'll make a motion to approve the memo.
All right. Motion second. Any comments? Let's vote. All right, that passes. Thank you. We're on to 6.2, which is San Jose Diridon Station Integrated Concept Plan, which is our last item of the evening. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
Thank you.
Oh,
Ready to go, Mayor? Yeah.
forgive me.
So Mayor, members of the council, Jim Ortball, Deputy City
Welcome, Jim.
Manager. We're here tonight to present and discuss the Diridon Station concept plan and layout. The concept plan represents an unprecedented level of collaboration between the city, Caltrain, BTA, and the California High-Speed Rail Authority to develop a fully integrated station rather than past efforts that focused on the coordination of a collection of transportation projects converging at or near the Diridon station. The first phase of work on an integrated station layout is a key milestone for us. Our aim was to incorporate all the relevant transportation systems together in a seamless way to expand the capacity of the station in an efficient way and to meet the station's significant service role in the regional and state rail plans. But equally important is the integration with and support it will provide to our city building efforts for the greater downtown area, including major updating of the Diridon Station Area Plan that Council adopted in 2014. I'm going to introduce the team that we've assembled here tonight. Liz Scanlon is our project manager from Kimley Horn. Liz is going to handle the first half of the presentation and decisions 1 and 2. Jessica Zank, Deputy Director of Transportation, will handle decision 3. John Risto, our Director of Transportation, is joining us. In the back row, Kim Wallish, Deputy City Manager. Michelle Bouchard is the Chief Operating Officer for Caltrain, and Sebastian Petty is the Director of Policy Development for Caltrain, and we have VTA and high-speed rail staff in the audience as well. I want to also acknowledge the memorandums from the Mayor and Council Members Perales and Davis. Staff supports the proposal to move forward with decisions 1 and 2 tonight, but to defer decision 3 until after a study session in January to allow for more refined information to be considered and evaluated by staff and the council. But you'll see in the presentation tonight that we've worked expeditiously to bring in as much of that information as possible that was laid out in the memo. So you'll see a fair amount of that tonight. So let me begin the slide presentation. A little bit of background. Community and city interest has been very high in the area for a number of years. We have a long history of really trying to plan and develop the area. I was involved in the Good Neighbor Committee and in bringing forward the station area plan. Fortunately, today we actually have real projects, real transportation projects and real development projects to really build out the vision that we've been working on for quite some time in the area. With that, I'll turn it over to Liz, who's going to lead us through the first half of the presentation.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Hit the green button.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so as Jim mentioned, we have a lot of projects happening in the station area around Diridon. Caltrain electrification, which is under construction. The BART to Silicon Valley project, bringing BART into downtown San Jose, is also moving forward to construction. The DSAP area, where Google is currently doing their plan. Hopefully high-speed rail is coming in the next decade or so, and ultimately we're contemplating the vision for Diridon Station and what that might look like. This all started with a European study tour that many leaders in Santa Clara County attended, where we got to see how to integrate both city building and transportation projects with a focus on prioritizing pedestrians, creating a strong sense of place, looking at different ways to integrate different modes within a station. This is in Amsterdam and Rotterdam stations, so to and through the station and how to move people about, not only through the transportation modes, but also with city building. When we got back from the study trip, it really sparked the cooperative agreement where the 4 partner agencies entered into sort of this co-creation of a plan for an integrated project around Diridon Station. As part of that, they created a vision, a statement of what we're trying to achieve, which is to deliver a world-class transportation hub, providing seamless customer experience, both for the movement between transit modes as well as from the station to the surrounding neighborhoods. So we started with some key objectives as part of the planning process. At the very beginning, these become our touchstones for how we want to measure the different elements that we're exploring, including multimodalism, a catalyst for the urban environment. We want the station to become a destination where people really want to not just use the transportation modes, but hang out. We want to create a compelling vision for the future. We want to future-proof as much as we can, and ultimately look at different ways for the 4 partner agencies to organize themselves, as well as an entity that could own, operate, and maintain the future station. So a little bit about the process to date. We've been at this for a little over a year. It started last fall, where we really spent a lot of time with our consulting firm in Arcadis Bentham Crowell, exploring objectives and ambitions, both what are we required to do, what do the agencies hope to achieve with this project. In the winter and spring months, we started to explore different elements and layouts, and we optimized over the summer. And throughout that process, we did talk with the community about different themes that were important to the community members. We actually all took on different personas of the traveler and talked about pros and cons of different trade-offs with different elements. We looked at different priorities and did quite a bit of public outreach throughout the process. So the project is really kind of organized as 2 major components, what we call the big moves and the kit of parts. So the big moves begin sort of exploring the northern and southern rail alignments. We're going to talk a little bit about that tonight. Those major rail infrastructure components really interface quite a bit with how the station platforms are vertically organized, whether they're at grade or they're somewhat elevated, and where the platform locations are relative to station entrance locations. And so it was important in the beginning of the process to sort of get our arms around these major big moves as we started to fill in the kit of parts. So where do the bikes and pedestrians fit in with the station entrance locations? Where does the BART station integrate really well with the platform, the commuter rail platforms, as well as the station entrances? How does the VTA bus and light rail fit in? Where do we put taxis, TNCs, and autonomous vehicle space? Ultimately, we did explore and think a little bit about parking, as well as how to integrate the future airport connector. So over the summer months, we've presented 3 layouts to the community, as well as our Joint Policy Advisory Board. And just very briefly, we had an at-grade at San Fernando, elevated at West Santa Clara Street, as well as an elevated Stover Street. These were the combination of different elements that we started to explore, different benefits and trade-offs as we put all of those pieces together. What different outcomes do we get relative to the passenger experience in city building? In terms of community outreach, we did quite a few events over the last year, including 5 or so community meetings, pop-ups at Diridon Station. We tried to reach out to riders and those who prefer to communicate with us online through an online survey. And what we learned really is about well-timed connections that are easy, short, direct, and intuitive. Especially, we heard a lot about the connection between BART and the commuter rail services. We also heard that the community has quite a few aspirations that I think are very well in alignment with what the partner agencies aspire for, including improving transit serving the station, really creating a highly iconic and visible station for San Jose, creating an activity center along Santa Clara Street, vibrant outdoor public spaces, streets, pedestrians, and bike connectivity as a priority in our access hierarchy, reducing car traffic overall, and of course, creating potential future transit-oriented development opportunity. We also heard a lot of ongoing community questions, and I often say when we present on this project, we probably raise more questions in this first part of the planning process than we answer. So we heard a lot about what about train volumes and how will that affect communities in terms of safety at grade crossings and whatnot. Also, how will construction and activity in the area disrupt neighborhoods? Will the station lead to displacement, which is a huge concern in San Jose? And we also often get asked about how our station project interfaces with the high-speed rail project, parking, what are we going to do with the historic depot at the station, how do we interface best with the Google project, and what about how we'll interface with the future airport connection. So the recommended concept layout is shown here on the screen, and what you see, I just want to point out a couple things. So we're showing an elevated station platforms and tracks. I want to just point out that the sort of dashed lines that are going like it's going up in the air indicate sort of if you were to pull the lid off the top of the station. So it's a representation of a future, we don't know, canopy or something that would cover the station. So we're looking inside the station from this vantage point. And these icons sort of show our organization of the different kit of parts around the big moves here. And I'm going to talk a little bit about each one of these. So the first decision, as Jim indicated, is an elevated station concept. So this really, a lot of one of the major goals of this is city building, as a city building project, is really improving connecting communities from San Jose downtown to the west, but also to the north and to the south of the station. So thinking through how we can best connect. And today, I think we all find that the connections can be challenging across the Caltrain corridor in particular. And what we really want to do is try to find ways to create vibrant connections through to the west side neighborhoods, to downtown San Jose, all the way from Julian to the south in West Virginia Street. And so what we've shown here are some examples from the Netherlands. Our lead architect is Daniel Jonkteen. He is with Bentham Crowley. Couldn't be here tonight, but I'm doing my best Daniel impersonation tonight. We have pulled together some examples of what an elevated station could look like, and really what you can see is how transparent the station becomes. So you can see through the facility between neighborhoods to downtown and create kind of intuitive walking pathways. In terms of elevated tracks, this is from Rotterdam. This is probably not what it would look like at Deerdon, but it illustrates again the connectivity that it opens up for bikes, peds, all modes, but also how kind of see-through it becomes, that you can connect one side of the tracks to the other in a fairly clear and easy to understand way. This is another example in Berlin. This actually indicates using the guideway or the elevated station for some type of development, cafes or retail spaces. We certainly will be exploring that with the Deerdon station. And again, out of Rotterdam, how to use and integrate the city with the new elevated station area. So decision number 2 is station concourses that are oriented towards Santa Clara and San Fernando streets. And again, activity centers became a really important part of our exploration over the last year in the planning process. And what we show here is Santa Clara and San Fernando, sort of between the creek and the rail corridor, are really important to create a new activity center right to the south of the SAP Center. And so as we started to think about how we organize the station, point out here the sort of little black arrows on the yellow parts of the station indicate where we could have an entrance both at Santa Clara Street, so really capturing the activity on Santa Clara that we see in the future continuing, particularly with events at the SAP Center, but also having station entrances oriented to the south of the station, roughly nearest to San Fernando Street. And then we started to explore how we could organize different modal elements around those entrance locations. So thinking through how the passenger would access the commuter rail and high-speed platforms down into the ground plane, out the entrance locations for bike parking and PEDs, so that we're contemplating public space. We're showing the BART station here on Santa Clara Street, which would be oriented to our northern station entrance. So really exploring how we can best connect BART to the Caltrain and high-speed platforms. The VTA light rail and the VTA buses we're thinking about organizing them sort of oriented towards San Fernando. This actually indicates that the light rail station could be underground, and you would go one level down to access light rail. Some of these kit apart elements are still going to be explored through the next phases of our planning process, but we wanted to illustrate with this concept plan really organizing all of the modal elements right in the front of the station. So again, when you're accessing the station, it's clear where you would go to catch your BART train, or when you come off the Caltrain platforms, you understand where to go to get your bike out of storage and what have you. And finally, some of the elements we're thinking about and playing with is where to organize the intercity buses, then taxis and TNCs, and certainly we'll continue to iterate on these locations as we move forward. But this just represents concept plan at this point as far as organize our modal elements in a very clear, easy to use way. We'll keep working that through. Oh, and the airport connector is also contemplated as part of this. So our project team wanted to sort of present a traveler's journey. We're really focusing on a station that promotes the passenger experience. And so we've got a series of images to sort of imagine what this could all look like as we've developed the concept plan. So we have today at West Santa Clara Street, we're looking to the west. So to the right of the screen is the SAP Center. This is what it looks like today. And what we imagine could be in the future is something like this. Now, these are preliminary artistic illustrations. They don't represent architecture design yet. We haven't gotten that far. These are really to try to explore and illustrate or articulate the connectivity and the functionality of the different ways we could organize the space. So in particular here, as the station platforms and tracks are elevated, we can redesign and rebuild Santa Clara Street to be much more of a through street that promotes bike and ped access in front of the SAP through to the west side, as well as very clear connections across Santa Clara Street to the new station itself. As we look from Santa Clara, looking to the south, directly south, again, this is what you see today. The SAP Center would sort of be at our backs here. This is what we might imagine could happen. So you can see to the left, across the street of Santa Clara is the BART station. We've contemplated perhaps an open public plaza space area to cross across to the station entrances. You can see to the right of the screen, the northern station entrance that would access into the main station hall. And again, farther in the distance, you can sort of imagine that the VTA buses and the light rail. So again, as a passenger or as a pedestrian, it's very clear that once you cross Santa Clara Street, you've entered into the travel zone and you have some choices to make on where to catch your different transit modes, but it's fairly clear and easy to understand where you need to go to get to BART or the light rail or the commuter rail. So from Cahill Street, looking to the west, this is what we would see today. You can sort of see Plant 51 there in the background to the left of the screen. And again, this is what we might imagine the north station entrance could look like. So again, very not at all intended to be architectural, but to express that the station platforms are now raised in the air. You walk into an open entrance where you can maybe grab a coffee, get your ticket, orient yourself before you go up escalators or to access the commuter rail and high-speed platforms. And finally, in the concourse, this is what it is today. It's fairly small and constrained. We do expect that Diridon Station will grow considerably in the future with its passenger loading, and this is what the future concourse might be looking like in the future. And again, there's space to orient yourself as you access the trains, but also we can imagine that this space could have coffee shops or cafes or different mix of uses so that you can hang out in the station as much as you can use the station to access transit modes. So on the platforms, this is the Caltrain platforms looking towards downtown. This is what we see today, and we might imagine that in the future, you can see we've imagined the mix of use and the density rising there in the background towards downtown. Again, very clear, very easy to use platforms that are all at the same level. They're probably a little wider than they are today and organized to highlight the passenger experience on them. The Alameda looking back towards downtown, so now Whole Foods is to our left, and we're looking back at the bridge over the railroad tracks bridge over Santa Clara Street. This is what we could imagine that we have again, Santa Clara that's been raised up to sort of what would be now at grade, tracks crossing over it, easy to cross the street to go from the Whole Foods and the development there to the west into the new station entrance to the north here. And if we go and sort of explore what San Fernando could look like, this is looking back towards downtown, and again, illustrating what the functions might be once the tracks are raised in the air, how we have permeability through the station. This could be very pedestrian and bike oriented. We might imagine that the bike parking is oriented on this particular thoroughfare. This is not intended to at all express design, so some of the street orientations could change as we explore the design, but again, to illustrate function and the passenger experience as we start to explore how the station relates to the city. With that, I'm going to turn it to Jess to talk about the next decision.
All right, so decision 3, the partner agencies, staff from the partner agencies are recommending maintaining the track approaches generally within the existing northern and southern rail corridors. Now, these rail corridors will grow to some extent with the services coming in, but generally we see maintaining the existing northern and southern as the correct approach. Now, I want to start by saying 2 things. First of which is that this was an extremely difficult decision to come to this recommendation. And secondly, that there's a lot of detailed technical work that's been done to bring us to this point, and I just ask for your patience as we go through this. I'm sure there will be questions, and definitely hold on to them, and we'll see as many as we can answer. So to start, we just wanted to visually back up and make sure that there's a shared understanding that decisions made at the station are really affected by the track approaches in and out of the station for quite a while in many cases. Depending on the choice and the decision, some of these alignment options have impacts as far north as the Caltrain maintenance facility and as far south as Communications Hill. So it's important to understand it, and when we move one thing, sometimes that has a lot of repercussions that we've been looking at. So what we're going to go through today are 4 items essentially here, which is first, understanding the potential long-term train volumes and track needs in this area. Second, to develop the best I-280 State Route 87 viaduct alignment. That's really the charge that we started this work with, as well as to develop the best alignment that we could along the existing corridor, and then to compare those options and recommend one of the alignments. So first, the long-term potential train and track needs. Now, this is a complicated table, and we're going to walk through it, and our partners from Caltrain and otherwise are definitely here to help answer any questions. On the left, you can see all of the services that are either operating in the corridor, specifically in the Gregory Gardner, North Willow Glen area, between Diridon and Tamian today. In this corridor, Caltrain today operates 34 trains. About a third of their trains go south from Diridon today. ACE operates 8 trains that go south to Michael Yard. Capital Corridor, all of their trains today turn back at Diridon Station. Union Pacific operates up to 8 trains on a daily basis. Amtrak, 2, and of course High-Speed Rail does not today operate trains. So today we have more than 50 trains typically in this corridor on a daily basis. Moving to the farthest right corridor, what we've laid out there are the long-term potential plans from the various operators. We can see that with the adopted service vision, Caltrain has a goal of getting to really robust service, including through San Jose and to South San Jose and beyond to South County, with up to 268 trains in their adopted service vision. The ACE also has a plan, the ACE Forward Plan, which would have up to 20 trains in this corridor. Capital Corridor, with their vision plan, up to 30. Union Pacific has declined in some recent years. They also sometimes have plans for growth, so we've just left them as unknown in the future in terms of volumes. Amtrak, we expect, will continue to run 2, and High-Speed Rail will introduce up to 160 per their current business plan. We also added the interim service level column because we thought it was important to make it clear that these levels of service are not going to appear overnight. There's a lot of infrastructure, both in San Jose and significantly outside of San Jose, that would be needed to realize these levels of service. Kind of an aspirational goal of when the Diridon station opens in the 2030s. We've tried with our partners to articulate what that might look like, which is more like 116 to 166, a significant amount of service increase by Caltrain. ACE and Capital Corridor don't have as clear timelines, so we've not tried to kind of mess with their estimates and kept them at their goals, 20 and 30. Union Pacific also unknown in this scenario, and High-Speed Rail does have an estimate, which is to introduce High-Speed Rail at roughly 44 trains per day in this corridor. So again, we thought it was important to show, but we want to emphasize just how much work would need to be done in the rail infrastructure and otherwise to achieve these service levels. We also think it's extremely important to share what the partnership has developed in terms of what the track needs are for this area. Again, focusing on the extremely important neighborhoods between Diridon and Tamian. The partners have looked very carefully at this and believe that no more than 4 tracks would be needed through Gregory Gardner and North Willow Glen to achieve the service levels shown on the previous slide. That is, we need to break that down into the electrified track needs and the non-electrified or diesel track needs. So for Caltrain and high-speed trains to operate at their full planned service levels, we would need 2 electrified tracks. For UP, Capital Corridor, and ACE, Altamont Commuter Express, to operate, we believe that we would need 1 or 2 diesel non-electrified tracks. So this question of 1 or 2 diesel tracks depends significantly on a number of factors. The infrastructure in the corridor and the number of trains that can grow for these non-electrified services over time. If and when those services are electrified, if they are electrified, they could use some of the capacity on the electrified tracks. And whether Union Pacific, whether the terms of the agreement with Union Pacific that the state is working on ends up with the ability to robustly share UP tracks with ACE and Capital Corridor or not. We also have come to the conclusion as a partnership that these types of train volumes point to the need for a fully grade separated and sealed rail corridor through these neighborhoods. Moving to our investigation of the viaduct following 280 and 87. Again, there's a set of analyses that we're going to go through, starting with the viaduct alignment, moving south out of the station, also clarifying the need for and the options for accomplishing a flyover whereby you cross the electrified and non-electrified tracks. That can be accomplished either north of Diridon Station or south of Diridon Station. We're going to walk through both of those options. And then we've also gotten some very good questions about whether additional and or all trains in this area could be accommodated on the viaduct and what that could mean for these infrastructures and these services. So starting with the viaduct alignment. Some of these lines may look familiar to those who've been following this project for a long time. The blue line to start is the option that California High-Speed Rail developed first in this corridor. The city has been working with high-speed rail and the community on this viaduct option for many years. The city put forward an option that we generated that followed the green line, tried to stay more in the freeway right-of-way and less in the parcels in the neighborhoods. We turned all of that work over to our consultants at Arcadis Bentham Crowell and asked them to give us their best alternative for this viaduct. And they have recommended to us that the pinkish purple, the line right in the middle, would be the optimized viaduct coming south out of the station. Next, this concept of the flyover. So first, just looking at the image, you can see that there are orange tracks, there are red tracks, and there are blue tracks. The orange tracks are generally the diesel tracks. The blue represent the high-speed rail and the red represent Caltrain. So that's important because as you can see from this graphic, north is to your left, which is very disconcerting at times. But north is to your left when you look at this screen. So the diesel tracks, many of them or a number of them are coming in from the Warm Springs line from the east. And then they come over. Some of those trains need to go to the Vasona branch to the west, and others need to follow the existing corridor, also shown in orange there. So what that means for the electrified tracks is that they need to cross over those non-electrified tracks. This option shows that crossover happening in the south. I'm going to go through what that would look like, the considerations there, and then talk about the other place that could happen, which is north of the station. All right, so south of the station, this is where the blue and red would cross over the orange. We're going to look at this from two directions, two sections. The first section, section 1, looks from the west side of the station looking east toward downtown and the hills beyond. You're roughly looking, I'm going to switch locations here, from the station to 280. This is slightly compressed so you can see it all. So again, north is to our left. You see the Diridon elevated platforms, that's at the station. Now to accomplish this crossover, you need the diesel tracks to drop down, and they need to drop down fairly quickly to get back to grade by the Vasona branch and allow the electrified services to cross over. So you can kind of think of, if I am the station, you have train tracks going out and across each other, right? So this allows for the catenary systems to be in place depending on the need, and the electrified trains, those cross over the top because they can go at much steeper grades than the diesel tracks, the trains on diesel tracks. You can see here that this has a significant effect on the connectivity that we're trying to create with the elevated station and the elevated tracks. So from Park Avenue to San Carlos to Azaray, all of those have to go under those tracks that are being brought to grade. And that's why we're going to look at this also from a different angle to see what this could mean. So section 2 has us standing south of the station looking north, and that section 2 is going to be roughly from McAvoy on the west, right? And then Montgomery Street to the east into the downtown. What we're looking at here is one of these streets, San Carlos, which today, of course, goes over the rail tracks. To accommodate this southern flyover, San Carlos would have to go under in a tunnel. It would have to go under the rail corridors. It would also have to go under the Los Gatos Creek. So we've looked at the challenges associated with this arrangement, this intersection of rail, streets, and creek, the need for a tunnel for San Carlos and Park and Azaray, the significant challenges for people connecting across these neighborhoods, which is one of our key objectives, and then the maintenance, especially flooding and other environmental challenges presented by an option like this. And here's just kind of, if you're thinking about, well, what would this tunnel look like? This is the tunnel that leads from Oakland to Alameda. Hopefully we could do better than this, but these tunnels are not very friendly places, right? With all of that in mind, the partners have recommended eliminating this option of the southern flyover from further consideration. Again, it's this major infrastructure that's truly spaghetti-like with the rail, the roads, the trails, the creeks crossing each other. We're not sure that this is environmentally permissible in any way, shape, or form, and the lost connectivity benefits. We also, it's important to point out that this southern flyover can't be done with the concept layout that Liz described with entrances at Santa Clara and San Fernando. Rather, that the station would have to shift to the north to allow space for this version of the flyover. All right, so that brings us to the other place where the flyover could be accomplished, which is north of the station. So this northern flyover generally works with the concept layout. The concept layout has been shifted ever so slightly to the south to allow for the rail infrastructure in this area. This particular version that you're looking at does have both the Caltrain and high-speed rail trains on the flyover to get to the west side of the station and then to the viaduct. So that's what we're looking at from this point forward in the presentation when we talk about the viaduct alternative and the northern flyover. We also got a very good question at the JPAB and in the council and mayor memo, which is, can we just take all the trains onto this viaduct and get rid of the existing corridor? So we did want to bring that information back, which is what we did was we attempted to lay out the concept with the elevated platforms where they're planned between Santa Clara and San Fernando, and then put all the trains, including the freight, onto that viaduct. So what we find is that we would need 4 tracks to accomplish that, similar to in the other alignment. Those 4 tracks would be on 2 viaducts. Each of those viaducts would carry 2 tracks. So that does significantly increase the property impacts, the environmental, particularly the river impacts, visual impacts, and maintenance needs. And we want to share with you some of the uncertainties around the constructability, especially about where these footings could be placed, whether we can accomplish this over 280 and in some other places. Secondly, this arrangement with the concept layout would require freight trains to go over the 1% grade that Union Pacific requires. They would have a veto power over this, which is a pretty enormous risk. Those two sets of findings have led the partners to advise that this scenario with all trains is fatally flawed. We're going to, however, show some of these images and some of the information about Tamien Station in particular as we go through the remaining slides. Looking generally back at an example, real-life example of an electric rail viaduct. This one happens to be in France. It has 2 tracks on it. We wanted to make sure that people had a real sense of what this could look and feel like. This looks different depending on where you look at it from, but it is definitely major infrastructure. We have done our best to do some renderings from neighborhoods in and around this area to give a sense of what it might look like in your day-to-day life. So this is looking from the Gardner neighborhood. Gardner Elementary is just to your east or to your right in the image. And looking at that single viaduct in the background, it would look something like this. Similarly, looking from the other side of Gardner Elementary, with Gardner Elementary to the west, you would have a structure. This is between, of course, basically along the freeway, but just south of the freeway, next to the Gardner neighborhood. This is, if you're on the trail and you're actually looking at Virginia Street, so you're looking south, downtown is behind you, along the Guadalupe River Trail. The viaduct structure would need to follow in this general area with footings along the trail and in the riparian corridor to get back into the space available between the tracks and the freeway near Tamien Station. So this bicyclist, again, is coming towards downtown. We're looking south. We did take a look at what this might look like with the double structure, the 4 tracks, all of the rail raised. And this is a rough rendering of what that could look like. This is looking, from just the other side of the Guadalupe River, looking west along West Virginia Street from the Washington neighborhood. So you see that the structure is just west of the river bed in this location. And then this is looking from kind of between 280 and Gardner Elementary, Estrella Family Services, right there. You're looking northeast. The single viaduct, a sense of that. And then the double viaduct with all the trains on that structure. Moving into a question of what kind of property impacts might the viaduct have. First, we're looking to the north, and we wanted to make sure that there was an understanding that because of the flyover, this flyover is estimated to be between 60 and 70 feet in the air to get over the other tracks that are coming into the station. So there would certainly be some additional property impacts in this area. Those are, we've done a preliminary sense of what that might look like. Note that these, what's shown in blue and the black outlined properties, it doesn't yet take into account any constructability questions about how this would actually be built and what kind of property would be needed during that building process. It's simply kind of our preliminary analysis of what would be needed at the end of the day or when the rail infrastructure was complete. Then we're going to look south of the station. This is where the blue in this area follows the new rail infrastructure, the viaduct, mostly along the freeways, but certainly has property impacts in this area between San Carlos and Azaray. We certainly do know that the downtown west application does have this area slated for housing, for transit-oriented development and housing in particular at this point. We also had questions about Tamien Station. So this is roughly Tamien Station today with the electrification project that is under construction. And part of the question here is high-speed rail anticipates is studying an alternative with this viaduct. Now the high-speed rail trains, of course, don't stop at Tamien Station, rather they continue on through. Now, if we were able to put Caltrain trains onto the viaduct structure and we wanted those trains to stop at Tamian Station, we would need to rebuild that station. We wanted to give you a sense for that type of work, which is here. This is an analysis where you can see that the diesel trains are still using tracks at the current grade level, and then the structure is carrying the electrified tracks in this scenario. The platform today is under that dotted line. I'll toggle back and forth. I'll try to toggle back and forth. There we go. Okay, so the platform today, and then the future platform would be essentially directly above that platform, which would be important for the construction and continued functioning of the rail area. To the right of this diagram, the east of today's station, of course, there's the trans-oriented development project that VTA has been working on and has started construction. So you can see that the structure would be roughly the same height as that TOD development at the end of the day. You can also see these footings. We'd need a really large straddle bent structure in this area because of the freeway on-ramp coming onto 87 there, and then straddling over the existing rail and onto the east side. That structure has not been, developed very thoroughly, but in an effort to answer some of the questions, we have looked at it and believe that that structure would have significant construction period implications for the TOD site, and likely some physical long-term implications for the circulation of the TOD site at the edge of Tamian Park, just north of this. And we'll summarize those. Also showing you finally what it would look like to raise those diesel trains up onto that viaduct, would essentially be placing them at the eastern edge of this platform. Those wouldn't stop, as they don't today. So in summary, our best sense of Tamian Station impacts, if we were to rebuild the station to allow Caltrain to use the viaduct and stay out of the existing corridor, does raise significant environmental concerns for us, especially around how these footings would be accomplished near the river and along the trail. The visual impact, permanent impact of the structure. I don't believe I've mentioned, but that this viaduct would extend south and connect up with the current, our best estimate is around Communications Hill. So it's a significant distance south of Tamian Station. The physical impacts of a structure like this, again, to the river, to the trail, and the potential for long-term implications at the edges of Tamian Park and the transit-oriented development. And then the significant constructability challenges between the TOD and the freeway on the west side of the structure. So zooming back out slightly to this 280-87 viaduct overall, this one with the northern flyover and some amount of electrified trains running over the viaduct, we do see significant impacts that would occur both north and south of the station from this decision. So be visual, including to more neighborhoods, would involve more property and more potential or existing housing. Environmental and public facilities, particularly the trail and the river. The questions about constructability and the new maintenance needs. This is significant infrastructure, and we know it's pretty difficult to maintain some of this type of infrastructure today. We wanted to raise that as a concern. So, turning towards the work that we've done to investigate and develop the best possible corridor along the existing corridor that we can. The first thing is this important sense that we have, which is to separate and seal this corridor. and the fact that with the elevated station and tracks, that is accomplished more easily than it would be today. So you can see through this diagram, it's the same diagram as earlier, but the tracks would still be pretty high at Ozare. They're starting to come back down to grade. They're still not back down to grade at West Virginia. We expect that they would come back to today's level at roughly Bird. That height does facilitate to some extent these grade separations, allowing the streets to go through in a way that they don't today, or they couldn't today with the rail infrastructure there. We think this is extremely important given the volume of trains expected through this corridor. We also wanted to give you the same sense of property impacts. This is the concept layout, but looking north of the station first again. Not quite as much property is expected to be impacted, but more than today, because the rail does grow, the rail does need to grow. And we have some of the same, some similar questions about, the construction of the elevated rail facilities, et cetera. So this is a fairly conservative preliminary estimate of the parcels potentially affected to the north. And then here's the parcels potentially affected to the south. We are going to show both this 3-track version as well as the 4-track version. Per the earlier slides, the partner agencies are not sure whether we would need 3 or 4 tracks through this area, but we certainly have been listening to the call to future-proof this corridor, and so we're kind of focusing on a 4-track corridor in this area as more of the conservative scenario to look at here. So this is a number of properties, including many that are well-loved, and so we wanted to answer some of the questions posed by the memo and at the Joint Policy Advisory Board, particularly with respect to Fuller Park, right? So we have looked at what kind of impact we would expect at Fuller Park, and we've estimated that between 30 and 33%, depending on the portion of the park, would need to be taken for rail purposes. I do want to clarify that what we're calling the park in this sense is everything between the fence and the curb, whether it belongs to the Caltrain Joint Policy Advisory Board or it belongs to the city. Kind of regardless of this, this extends back beyond the tree line, and estimates that most of the loss would be in the kind of passive park space behind the tree line, not the part that people use more today. We've done some work and certainly plan to do more on how we might seal this corridor, both from a noise perspective, a visual perspective, sound, and also a vibration perspective. So this is looking first at sound and visibility. These are some green walls that are in place elsewhere. The one on the left in particular has a mix of green wall and transparent wall. Try to cut down on shadowing that could occur otherwise. One on the right is just a more traditional green wall. We've also looked at ways to dampen the vibration and the noise at the source with the tracks, as well as with more considerable infrastructure changes as needed that would provide more flexibility and reduce shaking sound in the track itself. We also wanted to give some very preliminary sense for these impacts to Fuller Park. We know how invested, people really worked hard to accomplish this park, and we value that. Here's Fuller Park today. This is the portion west of Delmas. This is what we could anticipate. This is an artist illustration. No real work has been done on this concept, but this is an idea showing a green wall in the background. Same idea showing a transparent fence in the background with some climbing greenery. Or if the decision was to do something more solid that then could be murals, et cetera, that's an option. Looking at the other portion of the park, farther to the east, same ideas in terms of a green wall, a transparent wall, and a concrete wall. I think it's important to recognize that our estimates, that 30% and 33%, they do expect that any actual barrier would be close to but behind the tree wall. However, those walls are quite likely to impact the roots of the existing trees. So I feel like we just wanted to make sure it was clear, because it's not clear from the visuals, that the existing trees are unlikely to be able to be saved. Trees could be replanted, but we know that these were planted by, I believe, S&P, and didn't want to be disingenuous about that. Finally, we really think that any future work on Fuller Park would really need to be a community process, so that's why we're not taking any of these ideas any further, and seek to work with the community on that as these options move forward. So in our work at a high level to compare these alignment options, we've looked at the two corridors and the neighborhoods that are affected. These effects differ, right? Some of these are noise, some of these are visual, some of these are vibrations closer in, and that's important to recognize. This map does not show that. It can't make those distinctions. But we do recognize that we add impacts, whether it's visual impacts in the north with the flyover that's quite high, or moving to the south, the new viaduct, visual impacts, potentially more noise impacts, et cetera, across more communities. And then this is a summary for you to consider of the benefits and the trade-offs of staying within the existing alignment versus adding the 280 rail viaduct. We certainly see that train volumes are going to be an important issue because they will increase with the type of service growth that's anticipated. The neighborhoods affected, the existing alignment is critically impacted along this neighborhood. We'd like to work to make sure that the quality of life gets better with this growth, but that's work that remains to be done. And we see that more neighborhoods are affected with the addition of the rail viaduct. Infrastructure footprint, there is certainly an increase along the existing corridor, both north and south of the station, but the rail viaduct adds significantly more infrastructure to our city. Noise and vibration is definitely expected to increase. Now, that does not take into account the mitigations that we hope to be able to achieve, but we wanted to be upfront that increase with the trains would happen absent those mitigations. And we do see that the rail viaduct adds that to some additional parts of our community. The visual impacts certainly exist within the existing rail alignment. We'll do our best to mitigate, whereas the viaduct represents a very significant change to the visual landscape. The environmental concerns will definitely be evaluated if and as the work moves forward along the existing rail alignment, but we do see some very challenging options environmentally with the addition of the viaduct. And then finally, the maintenance needs, which are certainly present, but relatively modest with the existing alignment, and much, much higher when you double that infrastructure with the new viaduct. So bringing us back to the full concept layout, I know that was probably a lot to take in, lots of questions, I'm sure. We want to leave you with some immediate next steps, which is that both Caltrain and VTA will also be hearing this item later this week on Thursday. In response to the City Council memo from Mayor Liccardo and Council members Davis and Perales, all of the agencies are going to defer a final decision until after the City Council has made a final decision. We're all comfortable with that, to be sure. And so we'll look forward to that new study session in January and the deferred vote by all the City Council and all of the boards in 2020. We also wanted to make sure that we shared some of the next steps overall in the concept plan, which is definitely continuing to refine the multimodal hub and the access in and around the station core. Certainly advancing the track alignment work and the rail operations work with these tangible improvements to the corridors. Studying the best options to organize ourselves to deliver, maintain this project, to build a viable financial plan, and to develop a roadmap for how really these program of projects occur over time, are cleared environmentally, et cetera. And certainly throughout all of these processes, there will be deep and considerable engagement with the community. That is all.
Thank you, Jessica. And thank you, Liz, and Jim, John, everyone who's been working so hard on this. I can't say we're looking forward to more slides, but I'm impressed that you got all 110 in there. All right. I want to thank also Councilmember Davis and Councilmember Perales for their work with our team on the memorandum that was submitted. Just to summarize again, that we are supportive of the staff recommendation, and I should say the DISC recommendation as well, on the first two decisions. And the third, we all decided we'd want to have more community engagement and make sure we hear more from the community and allow the community to kick the tires on all the options. I'll call folks who are here to talk, and if you haven't filled out a yellow card, please do so. Come on up. Bert Weaver, followed by Pat Gormley, Larry Ames, Bill Rankin, and Harvey Darnell, and finally Roland LeBrun. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'm Bert Weaver. I live in Delmas Park neighborhood, which is in District 3. I represent my neighborhood on the BART and the high-speed rail community working groups. I fully support the memo by Mayor Liccardo and Council members Davis and Perales regarding the staff recommendation. Raising the platforms of the station brings many advantages, not the least of which is that the crossing streets will now be grade separated all the way from Julian down to West Virginia. That is a major improvement over the existing at-grade design. Also, I strongly support the mayor and council members' point that the southern approach for both high-speed rail and electrified Caltrain should be by an elevated viaduct over the freeway interchange. I disagree with the comments that such a structure would pose more neighborhood impact and would further divide neighborhoods. To the contrary, expanding the existing southern alignment to 3 or 4 or maybe even 5 tracks would devastate the neighborhoods down there, and increasing the number of trains going through that neighborhood by up to 400 trains a day is just an untenable situation for the neighborhoods. Finally, I fully concur with the decision to defer consideration of the final decision until there's a full community and council understanding of the trade-offs of the rail corridor scenarios. And I'm very happy to hear that the partner agencies have decided to defer their decision on this matter as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. Pat.
Hi, I'm Pat Gormley. Good evening. During the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, urban planners embarked on mega projects that permanently altered established neighborhoods in cities across the U.S. with devastating results. New York City's Cross Bronx Expressway is one such project. Conspicuously missing from that project was consideration of the people it intended to serve, the neighborhoods. This was the handiwork of Robert Moses, an unelected, appointed New York City planner and power broker. In his article, Robert Moses and New York, Planning for Failure, Andrew Crisp wrote, Thousands of families were displaced to make way for the Cross Bronx corridor. Neighborhoods were permanently destroyed. The true costs of the project were never weighed against the benefits. Neither the social costs nor the cultural costs were factored into the overall equation. I fear a similar fate awaits Gregory Plaza, Gardner, and North Willow Glen neighborhoods if the recommended accesses to the new Diridon station are approved. So I ask this council to press for further neighborhood-friendly access, both north and south, to the new Diridon station. Vibrant neighborhoods are the DNA of a great city. I thank Mayor Liccardo, Councilpersons Davis and Perales for requesting reconsideration of the access alignment to Diridon Station. As our elected officials, this body's duty to serve and protect is the last line of defense and preservation for our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Ames.
Hello. I wrote you a letter this morning. I didn't send it till this morning, though, so you probably have not had a chance to read it because you've been here all day. So, and also, we got a lot of information just now, which I haven't had a chance to absorb, so some of my notes are out of date here. But anyhow, I really appreciate the memo that you guys wrote, with council members Perales and Davis and the mayor. I endorse the elevated station. I think that'll be good to connect the city to its downtown. I point out that that will involve changing the San Carlos Street Bridge, so when you do that, make sure the Los Gatos Creek Trail can still be extended through there. I really like the idea of having the elevated alignment through the Freeway 87 280 interchange. I've been favoring that one all along. It won't subject that neighborhood, the Greater Gardner and North Willow Glen, to the hundreds of trains there. I mean, they bought houses knowing there were trains there, but not an extra 400 trains a day. That's much more than they had planned on. The new alignment would give a much smoother entrance for people coming in. It would also give the opportunity to have a iconic bridge, a grand entrance into the city, and have a great view of the downtown as you come in, and you get a signature bridge. I'm especially intrigued by the idea of having the freight trains go on that alignment also, because then that frees up the existing alignment that goes through the neighborhood. You can use that to create our own version of a High Line, to go have a recreational trail over the historic bridges over Prevost and Delma Streets. I also want to make sure that you have the connection to the downtown, to the airport. It's really important to have that connection. I forgot to mention in the airport, in my memo, to accommodate bicycles, not only getting to the station, but to get on the train. So make it convenient, not just escalators. You need to have some way to handle that. And preserve the historic Diridon station itself. Include that into the design of the thing. And please, yes, postpone the decisions. We got so much information tonight, we haven't had a chance to digest it. I mean, like, the Tamian station showed it high enough in the air so you could have trains underneath it, but if you have all the freight trains above, then maybe it doesn't have to be that high. There's compromises to look at, so I'd like some time to do some engineering on it, please.
Thank you, Mr. Ames. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And we'll have more time, I believe, in January in a study session. All right. Welcome, Bill.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, council, and staff. I'm Bill Rankin, a neighbor in North Willow Glen and also president of Save Our Trails. I'm here to ask the council to support the memo by Mayor Liccardo, Councilmember Perales, and Councilmember Davis. I'm in favor of the DEC plan for the layout of the historic Diridon station and applaud the concept of raising the station off the ground. The memo by Mayor Liccardo, Councilmembers Perales and Davis, in part calls for continuing discussions through a full public process until next year in order for a more thorough discussion of the consequences regarding the approach to Diridon from the south. There are many advantages to bypass the current rail alignment through Gardner, Gregory Plaza, and North Willow Glen, as high-speed rail and others concluded 10 years ago, including building an iconic bridge structure. I'm intrigued by the concept to include freight as well as passenger trains on the viaduct. This would allow for many new options for pedestrians to get to Diridon, as laid out in a letter from Save Our Trails I sent to Council today. To build a viaduct at this stage will be a way to plan for the future of rail traffic through San Jose for the next 100 years, not just the next 20 years. Adding the third rail now to the existing rail corridor, and then perhaps a fourth or fifth over the next 50 years is counterproductive. This piecemeal approach will have severe impacts on greater Gardner neighborhoods, which, as you are well aware, have received more than our fair share of adverse environmental justice issues. To put even a third line through Gardner will have devastating effects on houses on Jerome. Their yards will be severely shadowed, if not eliminated. If a fourth line is added, we could lose even more houses in the church. According to your chart today, daily train volumes up to 480 trains per day in 50 years is far more than any of us thought it would be. The tunnel is looking pretty good right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Roland, since you're there, go ahead, and we'll get, yeah, whoever wants to get there first is fine. Welcome, Roland.
Did you say 2 minutes or 22?
Just 2, sorry.
All right. Well, first of all, Jessica, what can I say? I mean, how she managed to pull off this mess is truly remarkable. But could we back up to slide 119, please? I'm going to explain to you how we got there. And I've got nothing but good news for you.
Oh, good.
You don't need a flyover in the north, and you don't need a flyover in the south. You can take the exact track work that you have now, not change a thing, and lift it on one condition, is that you lift the height of the wire to exactly 22 feet and 6 inches. Everything works. Now, and the reason I know your train, Caltrain, that's exactly the height they're going to be tested at when they go to TCCI. That's the way the Northeast Corridor works. But now now I fully understand what happened here. This is how this station finished up so far north. It's because of the mess in the south with the Vasona line, which is a non-issue. Now we got that resolved. We can go back to exactly where we were 4 years ago. We put everything back in the middle. We got an entrance between the Alameda and San Fernando, and then another one between San Fernando and Park. Park is just as important as Santa Clara. The sooner we understand that, the better. And I think Google will strongly second that motion. So my prepared remarks are totally inadequate. Okay, now this business here of integrated, we asked for an integrated station. We did not ask for an integrated project. Integrated project is wonderful. We want an integrated station. We don't want, if you go on page 77 of the report, it tells you there right there in black and white that the BART station and the rail station are 2 separate projects. I put that to you. That's a serious issue. We have to address it. I'll be back on the general public comment as to how we might do that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. LeBrun. Harvey, welcome. After Harvey is Ed Rast, followed by Brian Darby, Teresa Alvarado, and Scott Neese.
Council members, Mayor Liccardo, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you tonight. One more time. Over the last 12 years, I've talked to the council so many times on this issue. I obviously support a bypass of some kind around the Gardner and North Willow and Gregory Plaza neighborhoods. I think when we saw the best projections of up to 480 trains a day, there's no way that that doesn't completely impact the neighborhood. The fact is that you will take out the trees that were planted by the Southern Pacific Railroad in 1932 or 3 as the mitigation for removing all the houses where Fuller Park currently sits. All those houses were taken out. There was about 30, 40 houses that were taken out to produce that. That land sat fallow for 70 years until the S&I process came along and we got the city finally to clean it up and turn it into a park. Otherwise, we were dealing with all the non-mitigation of the railroad line. I'm concerned that if we put that much traffic through, no matter what you do in terms of creating sound walls and what have you, and great separation, that councils in the future will be having people like me coming to you saying, we're not doing the right thing by the neighborhoods. The reality is, you're all going to be gone long before this gets built. I'm going to be gone before this gets built. I don't know how we make sure that we have mitigations that are truly meaningful if we put that many trains to the neighborhood.
Thank you. Mr. Rast?
Good evening, Ed Rast. I want to thank the staff and consultants and partners at the public agencies for their collaboration efforts in a very complex rail alignment project for the station as well as the infrastructure around it. Will the future, will or will not the future residential, that's the wrong one. The Bay Area has many examples of transit projects that started off with great regional plans, but basically the results are that our streets and highways and bridges are among the most congested in the United States. Future-proofing this complex regional inner project depends on assumptions based on the number of trains, the number of passengers, and where they'll be coming from and where they'll be going. And each public transit agency's assumptions should be reasonably accurate. But what is not being taken into consideration is what the other local agencies or governments will do with their future residential, commercial, and retail development, as we've seen with Cupertino, Santa Clara, and Palo Alto, the assumptions that will impact the success or failure of this project. So having a future option of a designed in, station area, in other words, where you design it such that you can have a flyover after it to be implemented in the future so that you have basically the ability to have additional trains and passengers rather than going at grade in the north, in the neighborhoods is really a better alternative. So take a look at it, please, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Brian. After Brian is Teresa Alvarado and Scott Neese.
Thank you very much. What a very well done plan. A lot of hard work. I appreciate what you've all done. It really is very hard work. Thank you. Just I want to make sure we include that we're going to be bringing a whole bunch of new folks in here in case, God forbid, but there's an earthquake or something like that in these plans, that there's ways of dealing with that. Also, that it's accessible for people who use wheelchairs, people who use walkers, people who use canes or have any kind of mobility issues, that they have just as much access that's safe and easy to use. And I know I won't be here for this, but I hope to look down and see this built, and that'd be something. Thank you all.
Thank you, Brian. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Teresa Alvarado with Spur. Today marks a major milestone for not only transit, but city building in San Jose. I think the first milestone really is the creation of the DEC partnership. I really want to commend you all. Developing the multi-agency team, each with their own interests and imperatives, and getting to a unified, integrated vision, that really is remarkable and is momentous. It moves us collectively closer to realizing the potential of San Jose's Diridon Station. Central Station, San Jose Central Station at Diridon. The multimodal central stations, they define great cities and serve not only the city, but the region and the state. But we know that neighborhoods do as well. They define great cities, and they really define San Jose's character. That's why Spur supports all of the elements of staff's recommendations, in addition to the memo put out by you, Mayor, and Council Members Perales and Davis, to enable the community to deeply consider the alternatives and the impacts to each. We especially like in this plan the station entrances, having multiple entrances. We think that's really important for connectivity east and west and for access points. If we are going to convert auto-dependent drivers to transit devotees, we need to make it as easy and accessible as possible. We will also comment in January on the viaduct at the study session. The road or rail tracks to integrated seamless transit is not easy or fast. We commend the partners for your coordinated efforts. Thank you also for putting the future user first in your design thinking. I think we are creating a new model for transit station and district planning and development that will result in the best outcomes possible. And we heard when we were in our study trip in Europe, which was referenced in the presentation, that the sum of your collaboration will be greater than the individual efforts. So thank you so much for that, and keep it up.
Thank you. Welcome, Scott.
Good evening, Mayor Ricardo, members of the council, Scott Neese, San Jose Downtown Association. Like Ed, Larry, Harvey, some of us, many of the staff been working on this alignment for 12 years. And you can't figure out what to do unless you know how the trains are going to come in and out of the station. And so this is a tremendous milestone for us. And it really started to move when the integration began between the four agencies. And it's entirely appropriate that VTA, High-Speed Rail, and Caltrain are going to defer their decision until this body acts on the alignment. Because it's all in the city, and it's our decision to make as a city. And I'm looking forward to coming back and supporting the staff recommendation again in January. As many of you who know, we preferred an underground alignment, not on the table tonight. And we were always steadfastly opposed to the aerial alignment for three primary reasons. It was interesting, the slide that was shown of the France aerial, if you look down at it, you could see the graffiti all along the base. These aerial alignments have to touch the ground with these big trestles and abutments. I think we all know what happens underneath these underpasses: encampments, trash, crime, especially in an interagency no man's land that these places become. Also, with the wheel squeal that we have with light rail trains going 5 miles per hour on the turns at Divine and San Carlos Street, I think if the wind was blowing right, you would hear these trains squealing on the S turn in District 8 and District 1. So we'll be back in January to support this. We'll keep the ball moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to echo Scott's expression of gratitude to all the DISC partners, Caltrain and High-Speed Rail, and VTA, of course, who have been really instrumental in getting us to this point. This is a collaboration, and I really appreciate how well this has gone among all the agencies. We know this is really complex, hard, difficult stuff, and it requires a lot of trade-offs. And so thank you, everyone, for your collaborative work. Okay, back to the council. Councilmember Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll echo that as well. Thank you to our staff, and especially Liz and Jessica today for the presentation. Part of my sort of, I guess, challenge at the JPAB or after that meeting was that we had a much more thorough and easier to understand presentation. And ultimately, that's what led between then and now in discussions with Councilmember Davis and the mayor for us to develop the memorandum that we did to actually buy even more time, considering that how quickly we were going to be coming here after JPAB, and not believing that we would have the opportunity for, one, the full council, but two, more importantly, the community to be able to understand what was in front of us, these decisions, when we make these decisions that have implications really for 100, if not more years. I think it's very important that we do so in a very thorough and open manner. And as we've already seen, 120-something, 22 slides. There's a lot to digest, even just in a PowerPoint alone. And so ultimately why we came to the decision to issue the memo that we did, which would make two conclusions in regards to some of the big decisions, but then deferring the third, which I think, one of the most contentious, certainly where we have our community members today focusing their comments. I do want to make a clarification, I guess, a distinguishing difference that I heard from some of the community members. I know Bert, Larry, and even some of the others that were mentioning around reference to our memo. and I think there's I don't know, maybe a slight misunderstanding, but our memo did not necessarily determine that the viaduct itself was the better option, or even ask for a reconsideration of staff's recommendation. What it did was ask to defer that decision on the viaduct itself, and didn't really weigh in one way or the other on which option we felt was the preferred option. What it did do, though, was it made it very clear that we weren't convinced with the staff recommendation based on the presentation, at least that I had with Councilmember Davis at JPAB and some of the briefings leading up to it, and certainly in the conversations I know that in the presentations you've had with the community and a number of the community members, and actually all the community members that are here today. So just to make that distinguishing difference, I appreciate you all wanting to support our memorandum, but I wanted to make it clear so that way you're not misunderstood thinking, hey, wait a second, I thought you had supported one option over the other. And in fact, we're asking to defer that in total. And in fact, rather than just defer it for one more hearing, what we're asking for in our memo is that we have an even more in-depth discussion through a study session itself. So that way we can sort of drill down, and knowing how some of these Tuesday council meetings can go, today is no different. Here we are at nearing 8:30 after a pretty long day, a fairly empty crowd. This is how a Tuesday council meeting can go. When we schedule a study session and we devote the entire conversation to one topic, I think it allows us all to engage at a much deeper level. And additionally, because I myself have now seen this presentation, I think 5 times, as it's sort of gone through different iterations in initial draft forms and then in its full form at JPAB and some other segments of it. There is a lot to be able to comprehend, and I absolutely think our colleagues deserve that opportunity as we have. More importantly, again, that our community does as well, that we have that conversation before we make a final decision. And I do appreciate that we have already heard from our partner agencies that they're willing to as well sort of defer any decisions at those bodies until we have come to our recommendation. So having said that, I do want to dive a little bit into some of these issues, but I will first make a motion to move the memorandum that I co-signed with the mayor and Councilmember Davis. Thank you. So first I wanted to, I don't know if we have to go back, there's too many slides actually to refer to at the moment. So I think part of again, what the issue was having a decent understanding of why the staff had come to its recommendation, but not being convinced by what I was seeing in a presentation. And I want to commend you today for doing a much more detailed job in regards to explaining some of the impacts. And I will echo what Scott said, and I wish we were discussing an underground option that was sort of completely out of everybody's way, but we're not. And so we knew from the beginning that there were a few alternatives that we're going to have to consider. And for me, initially, I had thought if we could avoid all further impacts within the Gardner neighborhood, North Willow Glen neighborhood, that would be, if that was feasible, if we could figure that out, then that would be the option I would want to support. One of the things that I did not consider early on was what would be the additional neighborhoods that would then be impacted. And through the conversations that we've had, and maybe you could go back to one of those slides that just sort of shows the maybe one of the later ones of the blue kind of, there you go, that's good. Some of the impacts that now would be felt and seen and heard on the northern end of the Gardner neighborhood or the western side of the Guadalupe, Washington neighborhood. And then as of late, the Tamian neighborhood. And I think, regrettably, because you can get so focused in regards to where you're talking about the impact of something, you don't spend much time thinking about, if I move something, where do the dominoes fall in other places? And one of the issues that we've talked about for quite some time and at length is Fuller Park, a park that we have not considered really at all, and that a neighborhood today that I represent has absolutely zero idea could be impacted is Tamian Park. That's a brand new park that the community, actually when I was running for office, so over 15 years ago, over 5 years ago, were telling me that they were fighting for that park for over 10 years. And so, and that park in itself would be one of those parks impacted, potentially with, a giant pillar maybe planted in the middle of it. And so I think that realization of what other impacts may be felt and in what neighborhoods and what would those look like has certainly become more clear. I think that they were being discussed as we were going through the process, but had not been described in a way that I felt, one, I fully understood them, and then two, where the community could. And quite frankly, I think, again, it's unfortunate because we haven't really had much engagement from some of these communities that may have alternative impacts. And the trade-offs are one of the things, absolutely, that we have to consider. And it's our role up here to not get sort of bogged down in regards to one decision, but to look at the impacts of that decision on the rest of the communities. And for myself, representing, parts of nearly all of them here, I think that's something that really stood out to me, and especially as we looked at some of the changes. Now, one of the things I also thought would have been great would have been to undo the sort of the slicing of the neighborhood of Gardner and North Willow Glen that the train tracks themselves had done. And so considering moving all 4 rail lines into a viaduct was something that I was also very interested in, to see what are the realities of that. And I won't ask you to go back to the slide, but I know that you mentioned that it was sort of seen as a fatal flaw, and that fatal flaw is certainly a lot of impacts, all the impacts we're already talking about the viaduct, of the aerial, what we would see in regards to these other neighborhoods. But I think the fatal flaw itself being needing to find UPRR as a partner in violation of their 1% grade in moving diesel trains up. I'll pause while we're scanning photos, so it's easier to chat. So this this I was not aware of at all, and certainly I don't think any of us here expect Union Pacific to sort of stand up as a partner to change whatever their standards are. And I also would say that they're probably there for a reason, because you have a diesel train that's not obviously moving as easily as an electrified train, and potentially much heavier. But I know that we had talked about this previously to see if we could reach out to get a feeler for Union Pacific, and I'm wondering if staff was able to get an indication of that, and if not, that would be something that I'd want to see if we could discuss at the study session.
Yeah, so Councilmember Perales, we haven't done that. I mean, we just recently talked about that. We're prepared to do that. What I'd maybe ask, I'll put Michelle Bouchard on the spot, our Caltrain Chief Operating Officer. They obviously have a lot more contact with UP than us, and would probably know more about the process. I think we as a city staff, and certainly as a partnership, we're certainly willing to reach out to UP to see what's possible, but maybe Michelle can shed a little light on the process and the details of UP's requirements.
Yeah, great. And before you answer, Michelle, the part of the reason why, right, and not just necessarily wanting to accept a presentation and say, okay, well, this is a fatal flaw, we don't get many opportunities like this, right? Again, these may come once in 100+ years to do something like actually move a rail line, and so I would want to make sure that we are literally turning every stone to determine, is something possible or not, and then what would be the impacts, and then be able to make a well-rounded decision. So, Michelle, please.
Sure. This is definitely a request that they would not expect to receive. And I know recently the city of San Jose has had some discussions with the UP around other issues. So I think you understand the complexity of dealing with the UP. And so I think in this case, of course, we have a relationship with them, we can reach out to them. But there's many commercial considerations, like why would they leave their right-of-way? So we'd really have to talk about what it would take to get the whole partnership together to have this conversation with them. I think the other thing that truly must be considered is how just the impact of having freight on there affects the design of the entire viaduct, because the other trains that are going to be operating on there are much, much lighter. And so I think there's a lot of technical and other considerations beyond commercial. So it's a pretty complex issue that we'd have to deal with. Certainly, I think collectively we should figure out how we could make an approach to them, but you know, that you start to go pretty deep once you ask the question, because I think there's a lot of considerations here we'd have to think about before we go there, beyond the 1% grade.
I agree, and I mentioned that, you know, sort of, and you saw some of the images displayed here around if we were having to do 4 tracks up above and what that impacts that would have. So I'm not disagreeing with that, but I do think to sort of put this to rest, as we have in this statement that it's fatally flawed, we could reach out, have that conversation, and that way understand that the unfortunate reality is that, you know, even in this once in a lifetime maybe opportunity, we're not going to be able to move all the tracks. And so if we can reach out before the study session, that way we can see what sort of answer we may get from them, at least an initial response. So.
We'll do that. We'll talk as a partnership and make sure we kind of organize the communication with them in the right way, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
We'll do that.
Then maybe, Jessica, if you can go to the slide of the increase of the trains, and the ones, it could be either one with the interim or not. Thank you. So one of the things that I don't necessarily see on here is Union Pacific. And I know that in their, remember what the Unified 2020 plan or something, and that they're likely to have a little bit of an increase as well, maybe in night trains, as we've heard. So I think that that's just one addition, but I think we've captured for the most part, and certainly captured the growth and the vision plans of each of the different rail operators. If we were to now separate, let's say that we accept that the moving all 4 is not going to work, so we would, the option of the viaduct would mean 2 and 2. We would still have all the non-electrified trains and their increases happening on the at-grade corridor, and so I'm curious in regards to what the likelihood would be without, you know, Caltrain and high-speed rail and their improvements that they would then trigger. What would we actually see? What potential, I guess, could we see or have on the at-grade, the current corridor, with even increased trains? Some of the images that you showed at the end with better barriers, better sound barriers, if there's any idea on that.
Yeah, that's a great question. So you're absolutely right. We didn't want to speculate on the Union Pacific item moving forward because the trend has been declining, but they are planning for growth at the same time. So we kind of left that as an unknown. But moving to your question, so I did want to point out that there are a lot of ways in which you could organize the trains. Clearly, you could put all Caltrain and all high-speed rail onto the viaduct, and then you have that decision about whether Caltrain continues to stop at Tamian, and therefore whether you rebuild Tamian to accommodate that. Just wanted to make sure that was clear, because there are certainly scenarios where some of the Caltrain traffic could stay in different places, et cetera. I think addressing the question, the ACE and Capital Corridor plans are less well developed. If high-speed rail and Caltrain were to go completely onto the viaduct with all of their services, their ability to mitigate in the existing corridor would go with them. You know, that they wouldn't be in the existing corridor anymore, and that kind of mitigation that we've been working on with a partnership would no longer be their responsibility. Now, I think that there are, you know, a lot of questions about this that I think Sebastian Petty and Michelle could answer maybe even a little bit better, if either of them want to add to how I responded.
Sure, thank you. And before you do, Sebastian, and thank you for just highlighting that point, because it was clear to me, but I wasn't stating it right, that an option of the viaduct is not necessarily both high-speed rail and Caltrain. It could be just high-speed rail or some high-speed rail Caltrain, and Caltrain still at the at grade, especially as we've described, or as you've described, the necessary changes to the Tamian station and what that would mean if we were to move all of the trains. So, Sebastian, if you wanted to add something, please.
I would just add, I think that is an important point, that there is some flexibility for how trains could be routed. I would emphasize that it's not an infinite amount of flexibility. You do have a fundamental difference between services that are electrified and ones that are not. And on the existing corridor, even if the electrified service were routed, or a portion of it were routed onto a viaduct, you would presume that you would have continue to have UP's use of a dedicated track in the existing corridor, which would not be electrified. So there would be some limit to how much electrified service could be routed into, you know, a split corridor if you really only had one electrified track there. I think to your question about the mitigation of the existing corridor, I think were that decision to be made, it would really be a conversation that we would have to explore. It's a complicated corridor today. In the section we're talking about, Caltrain is the owner of the corridor. However, Union Pacific owns a track. So it is a complicated ownership equation. If Caltrain service were to effectively abandon that corridor and move on to a viaduct, that would no doubt trigger a series of conversations around kind of future ownership and institutional arrangements there.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, it looked like you wanted to say something, John. You leaned in. So I think, you know, certainly it has been helpful to have a little bit more thorough of a presentation. I know that we will have now the study session. We've implicated a number of questions. We've talked about some of them actually today, and I think you've done a better job in the presentation to already address some of these. But I do think it is important to, with the direction that we've given, and if this memo and this motion passes, to then in the study session to really focus on that final decision and to narrow down the conversation on what we have talked about today, with the implications of having a viaduct and what that means, both as you've described today in the north and the south, and specifically some of the adjacent neighborhoods that will be impacted, like at the Tamian station. I didn't mention even that obviously the TOD development and that's underway currently, and certainly some impacts there. Again, not a community that has been really well involved, or a developer, right, that's out there sort of beginning the project that's been well involved. We've certainly heard from some of the developers to the north, because they have, I think, seen some of the renderings that show impacts, but we really haven't discussed, as we've gone further south, what the implications would be until some of these latest renderings. So thank you for that. I'll defer the rest of my comments and conversations for the study session.
Okay, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you, staff, Liz and Jessica. This was a great presentation. I really appreciate it. So I want to thank you and the partners for all your work on this project. And I am especially grateful for all the changes that you have made since the JPAB meeting, which I think was November 15th. So really over the week of Thanksgiving, because it took us a while to hammer out kind of what we were talking about. I also want to thank the mayor and Councilmember Peralez for being such good thought partners on this. For those of you who don't know, Councilmember Peralez and I share this border, and we don't share a similar political outlook in general. And so it's been very helpful to have to have Councilmember Perales as a sounding board when I'm thinking through these issues, because I know that we come at things from a different perspective, and so when we come to similar conclusions, that always makes me feel better. And I did want to point out something that you said, Harvey. You're right. I may not be sitting on this dais when this gets built, or when all of this gets built, but I do still plan on living in North Willow Glen. So I just want to be clear that I really care about this issue, because it doesn't just impact my residents, it impacts all of my neighbors in my vicinity. So I am taking this decision very seriously and doing everything that I can to ensure that we are making the best decision that we can possibly make, given all the constraints that we have. So this is a once in a lifetime or a once in a century opportunity to make changes and to make some big moves, as we've been calling them. But we are still constrained, and we have many constraints. The most serious of which are our environmental constraints: the Los Gatos Creek to the west, the Guadalupe to the east, and our high water table just underneath us, which is why we are no longer able to talk about a tunnel at all. So we have some serious constraints that we have to take into account when we're looking at all the options. And so that's why we really wanted to have these discussions in the study session. And one of the things we haven't talked about yet, and I think we have to be really clear about this, is that one of the constraints that we have is going to be funding, and we haven't even talked about that, and what a viaduct would mean, and what a double viaduct, if that was even a possibility with UP, which is another constraint, by the way. The freight rail is a monopoly given very stringent federal protections, and they can say no. But the funding differences, I think, is something that we really need to, if we can even back of the envelope consider it for the study session, I would really appreciate that. But before I get into more items for the study session, I just want to acknowledge how far we have come. So Harvey, with 12 years on this, we've made more progress in the last year having 4 partners than we did in the previous 11. And you're nodding your head. I know you agree, because we've chatted about this. So many good things have come from this process already, and I'm excited about the elevated station. We haven't heard anybody say, don't do the elevated station, because we have so many possibilities for development in that area with an elevated station, which I think are just amazing, especially having shops and cafes underneath and right outside the SAP Center, which is now just, honestly, it's a parking wasteland. You go outside the SAP Center and you go, where am I going to go eat? Or you come early and you go, where am I supposed to eat? You have to walk and you have to look, because it's not just right there. And I think having that potential with an elevated station is just going to be a great way to not just enliven that area, but really connect downtown to the Alameda, and just enliven so much more of the Alameda even. So anyway, I just want to acknowledge how far we've come, and how the decisions that we're making today with the elevated station platforms and locating the station entrances are really important decisions, and really milestone decisions that will allow us to kind of flesh out more about what the kit of parts looks like, as Liz loves to say. So for the study session, I do want to make sure that we talk about the Los Gatos Creek Trail development and extension, if at all possible. I would like, I think it was on page, it's like 91, where it starts with the blue, the estimated property impacts. If there's a way to talk about knowing what development we have already put in for, it was 91, I think, where it says viaduct estimated property impacts, and there's like blue lines on the, yep, right here. So if there's any way to say what we're talking about in terms of housing and commercial square footage based on what we already know is in the works. So there's part of this right now on, just on the bottom of this, right where, to the left of where it says West Santa Clara Street, that's already a property being developed, right? And it's a mixed-use property. It's a true mixed-use. Councilmember Paulus knows more about this, but I think it's 2 stories of office, and then there's housing above it, right? Multifamily housing above it. So what does that mean if part of it is blue when it's already under construction? Does that mean the whole building has to come down? I mean, I'm asking.
Yeah, I think some of the other renderings show it better. The consultant team and Arcadis in particular, Martin is here, and Mark has been working over Thanksgiving break in the Netherlands. Thankfully, they don't have Thanksgiving. But the team is fairly confident that they can arrange the tracks to avoid the apartment and commercial building under construction. But at this stage of development, we want to be conservative because we don't know what we don't know yet. But I think that's very top of mind, that under construction development just to the west of the track, and there's some hopeful thinking that the curvature will allow for missing that building.
And I guess I would add, Councilmember, we're going to continue to work very hard on refining this in as a precise and detailed way as we can. But the stage we're in, one thing we know, we won't get it exactly right.
Sure.
And any information we'll bring back to the study session, we're going to have to put the appropriate kind of caveats on it. But we'll do our best on that and try and represent in a range, those types of things. I think it's important to recognize we'll do our absolute best on it, but given the stage of development that the project's in, this conceptual development, we aren't going to be able to nail it down to the level of detail that we would all like to know, but it's just not possible at this point in time.
And I totally understand that. I just think without any numbers whatsoever, so I'm an economist, right? More information is better, especially when I know we're never going to have full information.
That's right.
But it's such an impactful and momentous decision. If there are any estimates we can get on the, just kind of nailing down estimates on housing units that we're talking about not being able to build, and commercial square footage that we would not be able to realize.
So we completely hear you on this one. We are absolutely going to work on that. And I think I'm channeling our partners a little bit and some of their concern about developing projects and where the corridor edges are at. So I think I'm probably channeling my partners a little bit, which we need to do, but we will absolutely work our best to bring forward as much quality information as we can.
Thank you. Thank you. Michelle, do you want to say something? Okay. So one of the other things, and this is just a question, and like Councilmember Prowlis, I've seen this probably 5 times, and I'm still realizing that I do still have more questions. The rubber bearings on the tracks, what do we know about them? And this would be for Michelle or Sebastian. Is it extra maintenance? Is it extra cost? How much dampening of the sound does it do? Is this a normal mitigation that's used elsewhere that we could get some of these kinds of information about? Because it sounds really good.
I'll have to say that's something we'll have to come back with more specifics on. What I'll say is we don't do this currently on our property. Ours is a fairly old property, 150 years, so it's not something that we've adopted specifically. I suspect that it is quite a bit more maintenance. How much, we don't know, so I think we'll have to talk to our experts at ABC and get back to you with a little bit more information, again, probably in a range of things.
Sure.
You know, but we'll get as much information as we can.
Okay.
We don't currently have experience with it on our property.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And so, kind of to that same end, we talked about other mitigations. And then there was the chart towards the end, and I don't remember which one it was, about the different options and the mitigations. It keeps doing something funky for me. I can't find it. The table of mitigation, or the table of impacts. I'm guessing like 120. Yeah, or 118. Thank you. But you had talked about, Jessica, the noise and vibration expected to increase, but that's expected to increase without mitigations. Is it expected to increase with mitigations? I'm guessing we don't know that yet.
We don't know that yet. That's our shared aspiration, that it would not increase with mitigations, but we really don't know.
And so, how much more information can we get for the study session on that?
What we can initially do is we will talk with our partners at High Speed Rail, who are much farther along on their project. They're intending to issue their draft environmental report in the spring of 2020. So they're clearly having to look at some of that and to see if they have developed ideas, potential best practices. Clearly they aren't in a position to release their environmental document and information, but potentially they've done some research in those areas that can enable us to have kind of a better understanding of the effectiveness, the performance of mitigation type treatments. I don't know the answer to that, but we will certainly ask and see if that's an avenue to get more of that information, given it's a local approach to it. And we'll certainly talk with our partners at Arcadis and Bentham Crowell, our consultants, to see what additional information they can bring to bear on that as well. We recognize the critical aspect of that to making the existing corridor work. We need to have those work well to make the existing corridor work well.
Right, exactly. And that's really, I think, the main concern of the neighbors is really the noise when we're talking about, you know, increases from 52 to 262, even just the middling, you know, number, 52 to 262 trains, 200 more trains a day, sounds like a lot, but we also haven't heard. We're thinking, and I know because I'm thinking it too, how many times we hear the train horn at night when I'm laying in bed, how many times we hear the screeching, how many times we hear the track noise, right? So that's what we're all thinking, but we haven't experienced in our neighborhood yet, we haven't experienced what electrified trains sound like.
Or grade separations, and the train horns don't have to sound.
Exactly.
Or new tracks being laid and reducing some of the age-related noise and those types of things.
Right.
Yeah.
And so if we could get some, honestly, I think for auditory, a demonstration is better than just telling me decibel levels, because that doesn't mean much to me, but that would be helpful. And I feel like I'm giving you, like, I'm just piling your plate, right, from Thanksgiving, except way less fun than mashed potatoes and gravy. So I don't want to give too much, but I just, while we're talking about wish lists and while we're talking about...
It's your Christmas wish list.
It's
we'll
my
work on this over
Christmas
Christmas.
wish list. But while we're talking about, you know, kicking the tires and making sure that we turn over every rock, I want to really talk about those things that I think would really help us make the best decision, because we know we don't have unlimited funds, and we know we don't have unlimited space to do these things, to do this project. And so with what we have, I just need to have a better sense of what our trade-offs really are. And that's the end of my list, I promise. And thank you. I really appreciate, I just can't say enough about how accommodating and helpful staff has been in answering our questions and addressing our concerns. I want to be really clear. This is a totally different experience for my neighbors who have been to many high-speed rail meetings. I hope you are also having this completely different experience than that, which is that our staff, when they came to me the first time, they said, okay, here's the issue with Fuller Park, but there needs to be a community process, et cetera, et cetera. So they're already thinking about how the neighborhood is going to react, how the neighborhoods are going to react, and what the pain points are. They already understand it because it's our staff that's driving the process, not somebody from Sacramento or San Francisco or somewhere else. So I can't say enough about how important it is for us to be at the table, and how big of a deal it is that all the other partners are delaying the decision until we make the decision here. I think we were not here a year ago, not even close, and the relationship has changed, and I think it can only mean good things for our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm grateful because I think we've knocked out a lot of information we won't have to cover now in the study session, so this should be quick. Councilmember Esparza.
Well, I'll be quick. How's that? I have a question. I'm not sure if it's VTA or if it's the city staff, but looking at the footprint of Diridon Station, how would this proposal fit into connecting Capitol East Valley Light Rail when it's built out from the east side? I think we're all excited about the connectivity that Diridon offers, but it's really important to ensure that we're planning for how we make sure our residents on the east side are able to connect to everything it offers.
Yeah, excuse me, John Risso, Director of Transportation. I think that is one of those that we don't know yet. We know that with this station, light rail is likely to move around a little bit within the station complex, but how it's going to connect to other places to the east, I don't think we know that yet. That is something that VTA is going to be considering countywide in a new high-capacity transportation study that they're just kicking off now. I don't think we're going to be able to figure that out in this plan yet, so we're going to have to wait for VTA to decide how they want to connect. We're going to just make sure that the light rail fits within this complex.
Okay, that's my main concern. And they're kicking off that study shortly?
Yes, I believe first part of this next year. Yep.
Okay, okay. And then I may have missed it in terms of the study session. Is that going to be offered in the evening? Was that already worked out? I don't know, should I ask Councilmember Perales or the mayor? So it is in the evening?
Yeah, it's denoted on the memo as evening,
Okay.
evening study session.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm excited to support it.
Yeah, and we'll be saying that at I guess, Rules Committee tomorrow or the next week, I imagine. Okay, great. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. I first want to thank staff for a tremendous presentation. Unlike Councilmember Perales and Davis, who have seen this 5 times, I saw it 1 time, and I'm wondering if you might be able to make the slides available to us so that we can digest them a little bit more. Also, I am grateful to the input from my council colleagues, Perales and Davis, for their input. They're on this committee. They have so much information. It's all very helpful and helps me think about what I should be thinking about as we're making these decisions. John, I also want to thank you for coming to my office and giving me a briefing. That was really helpful. I appreciate the consideration that you're giving to the neighborhoods in looking at the viaducts and the flyovers and the impact to Gregory and Gardner. I was a school board member of the Gardner community, and we've talked about this many years about what was going to happen there. And so I share the concerns of what might happen if we have 480 trains coming through at one point. Even now, the number of trains they have coming through isn't a positive benefit to the neighborhood. So I'm really happy to hear that you are really considering the impact on the neighborhoods. I too am a fan of the underground, but it doesn't look like that's an option. I want to echo Scott Neese's concern about the viaduct and the trash and the encampments and the graffiti and all those things that come along with it. If you've traveled to Europe and seen these big viaducts, you see what happens. And it's also no man's land. Who's going to actually take care of it? We know who's supposed to take care of it, but whether it actually gets taken care of or not, because that's the impact will be on the neighborhoods, and that's what the council member and our staffs will start hearing about. More graffiti, more trash. How are we going to clean that up? How are we going to mitigate that? I heard a little bit about the airport, but maybe you could answer when we're going to consider access to the airport. It feels as if this is something we're going to think about later, and I would encourage us to not do that. If we are truly wanting to make this an innovative, creative, accessible area for transportation, that we ought to put that in the top of the list and not the bottom of the list. People are going to take the train to the airport. We need that connectivity. So to add it in later, I think might be more costly, and we'd have to plan a lot more tracks and access. So why not plan the airport access now? Regarding the community outreach, I really think that's important. I'm really glad to see we're going to have a study session in the evening. Please make sure that you reach out to all of the schools in that area and invite the community leaders there to come and participate. I know the Gardner community actually is pretty vocal, and several of them are here or represent North Willow Glen, very vocal. So, and that's important for them to have buy-in and feel that their voice is being heard. I would also suggest you'll need translators too there, and equipment to be able to translate for a couple of different languages. Ultimately, we're designing a multimodal transportation hub for the generations. So we need to be bold. We need to think aggressively and outside of the box. We need to think Grand Central Station in San Jose. Grand Central Station works because of everything that connects to it. It has restaurants in it. It has retail in it. People live and work around it. It's very vibrant, not to mention the artistic design of it and the art deco nature of it. It's important that we include art in our design and we make it as beautiful as we make it as functional. And finally, I haven't heard any references to the funding either. So I know, other than Councilmember Davis, she brought it up as well. I don't know the funding mechanisms. And I'm sure that you don't have a really good read on the numbers, but in the study session, it would be helpful to have an idea of what kind of dollars we're talking about in general. I won't hold you to it, of course, and also where those funding pots are coming from. Who's paying for that? What resources do we have, federal, state, local, dare I say it, taxes, whatever partners. That's important for us as we go forward. We can have the greatest design in the world, but if we cannot build it because we don't have the funding, it's just going to sit on a shelf, and that's the waste of everybody's time. I'm really excited as a new council member. I haven't lived with these details like everyone else has, but it is really exciting that we are moving forward with this as what feels quickly to me, but I know it doesn't to Harvey and others who've been around for a long time. But we need to be thoughtful and make sure that we do embrace our communities and that we do not impact them to the negative as might happen with different alternatives. So maybe it is tunneling. I don't know. Maybe we can lobby for that. That's it. Can you help me though with the airport? Just a little background on what you're thinking about the airport.
Yeah, the airport connection has been something that both the city and VTA have been planning and working on for a number of years. It's actually included in the 2000 Measure A sales tax as another aspirational project. It hasn't gotten very far. What we've been doing recently is working with VTA, cities of Santa Clara, Cupertino, and of course San Jose on a request for information for the industry, the people mover industry, to actually convey to us what they think they can do for that type of connection between Dearden Station and the airport, and literally all the way out to the West Valley. So we've received quite a bit of interest from that this was being conducted in September and October. We're reviewing those proposals right now. Don't get your hopes up. These are just concepts that the industry thinks that they could be something that could work for that connection. There's no funding yet to build it. It's not a design, but at least is quite a bit of interest out there to actually make those kind of connections for us.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I look forward to the study session. Thank you.
And Councilor, the presentation was posted last night, so it's online and available. Yep.
And probably should give some expectation leveling or setting for study sessions about money, because the constellation of these projects, high-speed rail, BART, Dearden Station, it's about a $15 billion price tag, I'm guessing, that we'd still, in terms of gap that we would need to fill to make an awful lot of those things happen. And it's fair to say a lot of agencies are thinking about this, and folks in Sacramento are thinking about this, but there's a lot that has not been determined. And so I wouldn't want to get everyone's hopes up that we have clear identified sources for where all this money is going to come from.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
That gives me a ballpark number, but I
Yes.
believe that's probably a starting number and not a ending number.
The good news is it's less than 20 billion, so.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We'll work to kind of bring order of magnitude information.
Okay, great. Thanks. Councilor, yep.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to express my excitement for this. I've said before in a previous meeting, this is probably the sexiest thing that we've gotten to do in my time on council, getting to lay this out here. And there's a lot of technical stuff that is beyond me, and I won't pretend to have any expertise, but I was one of the people who got to go to the Europe study trip, along with the mayor and Councilman Perales as chief of staff. And so I'm really trying to look ahead and trying to not ask questions about what comes after, the designing, the signage, and like the experience, because what I really want to bring to San Jose is what comes after. The alignment of the rails and all that, we have limited options. I would love an underground as well, but we have what we have, and we have existing neighborhoods, and we have to do the best that we can to serve those communities while also trying to build a vibrant downtown. But it's what I saw in Europe. It's the running to the train and like stopping for a baguette, or just like kind of seeing people gather. And I was at King's Cross and I saw a couple in the train station taking wedding photos. And I'm like, what is that about? But this is the sort of thing that is possible if you get the right kind of elements together in a downtown. So a grand central station for downtown San Jose is exactly what I'm envisioning as well. And getting that density downtown and making us a first-class attraction for tourists to come to San Jose as well and figure out what the Silicon Valley is all about. So I'm really excited, and I'm looking forward, even though we won't be here to see it be built. I'll definitely be on the trains, and very satisfied that I had some small part in making it happen in San Jose some decades down the line. So thank you. I'll yield.
Councilmember Carrasco?
Thank you. And thank you so much for the 40-slide presentation. This is the second time I've seen it. The first time it was an abbreviated version of it. And I'm glad that we're doing we'll have further discussion and conversation, because there's no turning back. Once we start laying out that track or expanding or whatever it is that we decide to do. When you showed the picture of Brown and Willis with the I can't remember what slide, it doesn't matter, but there's a corner. I lived on that corner 3 houses down. And that's where I grew up, where my family grew up, and the 14,000 other family members that you guys always doubt that I have, grew up right around that area on Brown, on Delmas. It's true. I'll do the math for you. But Brown, Delmas, Willis, Bird, Jerome. I still have a lot of family on Jerome. And so I'm very familiar with that area. And, I shared during our meeting, I would never condone it now, but as a child, during the summer, while my family worked at the canneries just down the street on Ozarez, I played on those railroad tracks. And obviously nothing that we want to encourage at that point, but that's what children who are unsupervised do. So I get the impact, and I've expressed that, 400, 500 trains a day seems unfathomable to me. It just seems like such a huge change for a sleepy little neighborhood there that is very charming. And when I went to Gardner Elementary School, it was obviously a very different time, and things are changing, and I get that. And so we need to be very cautious about how we make these kinds of changes or these monumental decisions, regardless of which decision it is that we make. That was my childhood. Now as an adult, I'm on the east side. And so my concern is, how do we connect? And Councilmember Esparza expressed it, and I haven't heard from Councilmember Arenas on this issue in particular, but I know that she's just as passionate in terms of how we connect our east side to one of the most vibrant transportation centers that we will all be a part of creating. And the world is our oyster. We can go anywhere once we get to that center. Where do we go, or where do people go to recreate, to work, to go to school, or to take care of other important business, will be each individual's lives and decisions to make, but we must create the platform, if you will, giving them the tools that they need, but the ultimate transportation hub that will transform not just the city, it will transform the lives of individuals if we do this right. And for the east side of San Jose, we know that these are folks that are dependent on transit. So making sure that they are in a position where they can take full advantage of what we're trying to create is going to be critical, in my opinion, as to how we move forward and where I'm going to be casting my vote. I know that it'll be one neighborhood versus the other, or one design versus the other, but to me, making sure that the east side is not thought of as an afterthought, but truly integrated into this futuristic plan that could connect them to Los Angeles in, what is it? I don't know, 10 minutes? That's ambitious. Okay, a couple of hours. But it's transformational. It's transformational. And when I had the luxury and the opportunity to take my children to France for the first time, what I marveled about that trip more than anything, I think more than all of the tourist attractions, were all the trains that were coming through and the stations and how beautiful they were and really what works of art were being displayed and how how you see young and old, fully able bodies and not so much, are able to take clear advantage whether they're traveling to Amsterdam or just on the other side of the river. This is their way of life. And you don't even think about driving. But it's because it's fully integrated. It's fully integrated. So I know that there's much more. I don't want to keep us here any longer. But I just want to be very, I want to emphasize, underscore, and italicize the fact that Eastside needs to be integrated fully into this design.
Okay, thank you. I know we're going to have a lot more discussion in early January, so I look forward to coming back. I think the presentation just gets better every time, so I look forward to seeing it then. But no, seriously, I do want to say thank you, Jessica and Liz. I think it was fantastic, and I appreciate you making it so clear. I also do appreciate, I think, the question Councilmember Perales raised about UP and just the importance of calling the question, though I think I can anticipate what the answer is because I think that organization has all the flexibility of the Soviet Politburo, but I think we have to ask the question and get the answer so we know for ourselves and the public knows as well. So look forward to further probing. I think we've asked all we can ask for tonight.
Mayor, if I can just make one point on the timing, early January. I think for us to put our best foot forward, I don't know that early January is fully realistic, and I think it probably
2nd of January.
Maybe the 22nd of January. Seriously, so I think in coordination with the city manager and the rules committee, I think we need to. Our team needs to huddle a little bit and see what it's going to take to bring forward the information the council needs and the community needs to fully understand this, so that we can kind of take the right bite at the apple. So
understood.
I just want to be upfront about that.
If you need any good sound effects, people, for the anyway, I'll happy to talk to you offline.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you. Look forward to more. We now have. We don't need a motion, do we?
We do.
Oh yeah, we need a motion on the original.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you. That motion's been made. Okay. And I do have a second, so we're ready to go. Whew, I'm sorry, it seems like ancient history, but there was a motion. Let's vote. If you still remember it, please vote. Okay, now we're rolling. We are on to open session, and Roland is first, followed by Ray Perez and Michael Guerra and Brian Darby and Kirk Vartan.
There we go. I want to follow up on the very short conversation we had VT a couple of weeks ago and explain to you what happened in Palo Alto and what they did about it. And they had the exact, they had the exact same issue as we had down here. They've been tearing themselves apart, figuring out how they're going to do 4 grade separation in Palo Alto. They've been at it for 4 years. They started with the rail committee, which is basically another committee of the city council for like 6 years. And then they create something called a CAP, very similar to our SAG. But it was entirely staff-driven. And the staff, as you may recall, is former City of San Jose general manager at Chicago. And things didn't go so good. And then what the CAP did, the SAG, they went to council and they said, we want to drive this. And what the council did, they said, okay, we're going to Brown Act you and you're going to report directly to us. And then they started coming up with a whole bunch of suggestions, and may come as a total shock to you. They actually invited one of your constituents to help them out to one of the great separations issues. But what would that buy you here if you did something similar? You might learn that there's a way to lower the concourse so that you don't have to lift the track so much, which is basically what we did 3 years ago, which is not being considered. Why high-speed tunnels in Germany cost between $35 and $50 million a mile, you know? How an airport connector could be designed as such a way to not only provide connection to the airport, but actually eliminate half of the traffic through Willow Glen. And last thing, some of the questions he had is how the VTA used something called floating slab tracks to eliminate all the noise and vibration for Bond. Thank you.
Thank you. Kirk, I think we lost the rest of our speakers. You're the last one standing, or at least sitting. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kirk Vartan. I am currently the president of the Winchester NAC, lead of my neighborhood, next door neighborhood, vice president of the Corey Neighborhood Association, co-founder and board member of Catalyze SV, co-chair of the Stevens Creek Advisory Group, advocate for the community vision for the Santa Clara Agrihood, founder and general manager of a pizza shop named Decisive New York, the first and only retail worker cooperative in Santa Clara County. By the way, we're hiring. The reason for this introduction is to demonstrate my history and focus on outreach and collaboration, working with all members of the community that may or may not agree with my views. Back in August, after the tragedy in Gilroy and the op-ed written by a San Jose State professor, Mayor Liccardo proposed new city gun legislation involving insurance and other items. I realize how close to home this recent tragedy hits this council, and every gun-related death is a tragedy. Your comments inspired me to write an op-ed the following week, I put it on display over here, asking for a community conversation. Even knowing it was needed immediately, I conceded that it should happen in the following 2 to 3 months. We are now at the 3-month mark. Mr. Mayor, a little over a month ago, you attended the SVLG annual lunch. In that meeting, you stated we should expect to see new gun legislation in the next few months in front of the council. My ask of you, Mr. Mayor, is a simple one. Support, participate, and actively encourage a balanced conversation on guns in our society before you introduce new laws. I have and continue to offer to help organize and lead the effort. I have been trying to do so for over 3 years to convene a discussion, but no one seems to want to take this on. Why? If we can't even have a discussion about guns, how can we expect to support any proposed changes? So please, commit here in these chambers to participate in a balanced and respectful discussion on the gun issues facing our community before you propose new regulations. Be a vocal advocate for discussion so you can make an informed policy decision. We all want to be safe. We all want our freedoms. Let's talk about how to make them compatible. Thank you.
Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.